Good morning. Happy Saturday from CPAC 2025, National Harbor, Maryland. What an exciting event it has been, as we've seen a jam-packed media row, radio row, and also the attendees here at CPAC. An extraordinary time as we welcome President Donald John Trump as he will speak this afternoon live from National Harbor, Maryland. I'm Robert McNeely, of course, joined by Christina Loren, Ashley Brassfield, and our dear lead anchor, Mr. Matthew Alvarez, live in Auburn, Alabama. Thank you to our sponsors, Colonial Metals Group. Those close to retirement can't seem to catch a break today. Maybe it's you or it's a family member you are concerned about, but it's time to take control of your future. Don't let those bad policies and record inflation take your lifetime of hard work away. So our sponsor at Colonial Metals Group helped me with my financial goals and to settle my 401k and IRA into tangible, time-tested commodities, gold and silver. So with Colonial Metals Group, you can visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN. This was founded on the same principles as our great country. They help Americans to take safeguard of their future, and their team of experts specialize in protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, physical gold and silver. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Qualified applicants can receive up to $10,000 in silver to their account. Additional silver, mind you. Go to Colonial Metals Group, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. And ladies, what a conference it has been. It's been so different in the sense that what a victory November 5th, 2024 was. And I had the unique moment last night of attending a Shabbat dinner. So our Jewish friends, put on by the Young Jewish Conservatives and leaders throughout the country. And it was really amazing testimony. There was some survivors, some of the victims and hostages who came back to share those testimonies, some of their family members still missing, but they all had the hope. They had the hope that you share on every Shabbat dinner, because it means hello and goodbye in Yiddish, but also peace. So it's peace be with you. And it's a wonderful thing to celebrate, as our Jewish friends are celebrating Sabbath this morning, in fact, enjoying a service 1 hour from now here at CPAC. And I was just moved by the testimony. And they thought, this was really interesting too. October 7th, 2023, so sad for the Jewish people, for Americans as well. And they said, you know what, let's not have that mentality anymore. We have a mentality of November 5th, 2024, when our patriot president came back into office. And within 1 month now, I mean, Christina, he has changed the ball game in Washington, D.C.
He has. And you know what's so interesting about this conference so far is people have been so open about their faith. And we have a lot of people of the Jewish faith and, of course, Christians here at the conference. But I have never seen an event like this where people were so willing to unabashedly say the name of Jesus, talk about faith. And you know what's interesting is I've actually attended a Seder before, and I'm a big believer. I love Jesus, but I felt the presence of God.
Amen.
You know, it's very interesting how it's something that translates, even if, you know, we don't have all the exact same beliefs, the presence of God can still be felt at an event like that. And it just goes to show that is the one thing that bonds us. And here in this country, it's the one thing that we've been lacking. And so to see it come back, to see President Trump fighting for Christians, putting Pam Bondi on the job of removing any sort of Christian bias in the law, the way that we look at people, just the way that we look at Christianity in general. I'm so grateful to President Trump. I think that's the biggest difference that I've noticed so far from his presidency.
I would totally agree. And we see here in Virginia, Ashley, how people were targeted by the FBI. And thank God that Kash Patel is there now and sharing a hug with Pam Bondi as she swore him in to office in the executive building of the White House just yesterday. And what a mandate that was. And it was just great to hear Kash's words. They were not prepared, just like on RSBN. I mean, we prepare, but there's no teleprompter. We speak from the heart. We speak the truth so that you, the American people, can see unbridled access to CPAC, Trump rallies, whatever they may be, so you can make up your mind on your own. Cash did the same thing yesterday, and just thanking America and thanking his family and supporters, including people like Rick Grinnell were in the room.
Yes, many others as well. And what a great speech from Kash Patel, taking the oath into the director of the FBI now. We saw many videos of him circulating as well, doing toasts. Alina Habba, actually a very tough woman, but breaking down in tears because she was so happy for her friend Kash Patel as well. I want to tell you really quickly about Free Trump book. The mainstream media has never treated President Trump fairly, and that's impacting what our kids are learning about him. But kids need to know the truth about President Trump and his unwavering courage to keep fighting for America. That's why Mike Huckabee's team put together a very nice gift bundle for kids that includes the Kids Guide to Courage for the President and the Kids Guide to President Trump. These guides are excellent for kids. They make it fun for kids to learn all about Trump, and the best part is that they are free. You need to pay shipping and you don't need to pay shipping and processing, and you can even get a free commemorative Trump Christmas ornament showcasing his incredible bravery. You can get it all for free for a very limited time. Just visit freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Don't wait. Go to freetrumpbook.com to claim your free gifts. And as you were talking about, Kash Patel with our kids, and what a great way to learn about what President Trump's done for our kids. But Kash Patel put a mandate forth that we are here for the future. We need to look at the future of the United States of America. And he even pointed over at his nephew when his sister and his nephew had come over from London to be with him for the swearing in. And, he was thinking obviously about the children's future of America, and having somebody like that and as the director of the FBI and somebody who's so close to President Trump, I think speaks wonders for what the administration is trying to do in the future.
And even Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth put out a video yesterday scaling and really pulling back that curtain at the Pentagon, welcoming in Doge. So that's the next agency that Elon Musk and his team will go into. Actually, someone from Doge was actually at the dinner last night, too, so that was really cool to talk to them about their experiences in handling these situations. But as Secretary Hegseth said, he wants transparency at the Pentagon. So that will happen, and the Doge team moving in, and he said, I want you to know the American people. So roughly a 5-minute video that he's put out on his socials. So be sure to check that out from the Secretary of State. And then also breaking news, too, the new Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, General Raisin Cain. We might have remembered those great stories from President Trump on the campaign trail regarding the 2017 decision to use the Moab, the mother of all bombs, against the ISIS caliphate on the recommendation of General Raisin Cain. So congratulations to you, sir, who is one of those true generals, as President Trump puts it, not those TV generals that you've seen in the past, like Mr. Milei, who still might need to be investigated for going outside of the chain of command to speak to the Chinese Communist Party.
And I think that the CCP is our biggest threat, and I think that's one of the common topics that we've had here, is that the CCP, we really need to watch them. We need to watch out and see if there's any sort of collusion with Russia going forward. I know that President Trump has done a great job of trying to end the war in Ukraine, and it does look like it will come to an end possibly in the next couple weeks because he's been such a strong negotiator. But we have to really look at what's happening on the global stage. And so you think about China as our number one foreign adversary. Whoever they're working with is no friend of America. And President Trump is lining everybody up that he needs right now to find out what's really going on. And we have a strong military already, but he's going to strengthen it to a degree that nobody's going to mess with us. Peace through strength comes from having a strong military that you hopefully don't have to use. We are able to bring you this amazing coverage. And what's so great about RSBN is we don't give it through the filter. You're not getting filtered news content coming from the mainstream media. We give it to you as it is. There is no editing. It is all straightforward. And you get to hear the message directly from the messenger without it being cut up. We're able to do that because of our great sponsors. And one of those sponsors we love, Angel Paste. Angel Paste has some amazing products that can revive your skin or keep your skin healthy. Right now, there is a big push for beauty, and there is a big push for natural and healthy. And Angel Paste gives it all to you. Angel Paste cream can transform the health of your skin naturally, allowing you to put your best face forward. With hundreds of 5-star reviews from many of our viewers, thank you to those of you who have gone on their website, checked out Angel Paste, and made that purchase. You're probably glad you did. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. It was created 15 years ago. The company's success is a reflection of how great their products are. If you want to find out more, we invite you to do so. Angelpaste.com. Use the promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. That's angelpaste.com. With that promo code RSBN to get 10% off. They have some amazing products. Orange is their most popular because of the immune boost it gives your body. The Jasmine Miracle Cream actually repels mosquitoes. We're getting into our warm pest months, so you do want to keep that in mind as well if you're looking for a cream that also will protect you from the mosquitoes who will be biting in the next couple of months because spring is right around the corner. And also, they also have a skin plumping vitamin B option, sandalwood, perfect for men.
So, ladies, we are getting into spring. We all reside in the southeastern United States. How do you hold up against these allergies and all the pollen? You know, it's going to be good to have Angel Paste there by our side.
Absolutely. And even I was in Florida last week at the Gulf of America, and we were already receiving pollen. And so with the warmer weather, we've had a few cold spells, but Angel Paste is a great way, to continue to be moisturized, repel those mosquitoes coming into spring.
Oh, it's so smart, especially with non-GMO and no chemicals.
Yeah, absolutely. And keeping your skin healthy is important. There's a big push for the youthful look. Of course, you're talking about spring being right around the corner. It's coming in fast. And when you talk about spring, it's also severe weather season. Now, we've had some very cold months over the winter, but I know a lot of people are looking forward to the warmth. President Trump, as you can recall during his inauguration, it was brutally cold. The big difference for people who came out here to CPAC is this is a warm, controlled environment. We've got climate control in here. There's good food as well. People get a nice, comfortable seat to witness President Trump. And when he comes in today, we're expecting him to speak around noon. You know that he's going to address this audience directly. He's probably going to bring some of his great sense of humor. He's going to talk about what he's done so far and what he intends to do. And this isn't just a domestic audience. He's going to be talking directly to leaders around the globe as well, because this is an international conference.
No, it really is, Christina. And the line has already began, and they should have opened roughly 15 minutes ago. Programming on the main stage will start at 8:30 Eastern. But of course, like a rally, people already lining up early in the atrium at the Gaylord National Resort here in National Harbor, Maryland. And I think he'll probably touch on some major topics this week. I'm very interested, based on last night with the Shabbat dinner, how he will address Israeli relations and that continued talk of rebuilding Gaza and removing the refugees there. Roughly 1.8 million will be moving out of Gaza and likely into Jordan. We know the Jordanian king, His Majesty Abdullah II, has pledged to take 2,000 medically sick children as refugees into the country. There are talks continuing with Egypt as well regarding all of that in order to really save an area that has been completely demolished. And we had such a wonderful interview yesterday with an Iranian expert here regarding the weakened state of the Shia militias funded by Iran, and in turn, the Iranian regime. They really don't have the influence and power they once did. As Russia did not come to their assistance when Syria, in 11 days, even though they've faced long civil war, the Assad regime gone, and you have the Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthi rebels all pretty much deteriorated based on this suicide mission attacking the state of Israel. So President Trump at a breakneck pace meeting with so many world leaders, including next week with the leaders of the UK and France coming to visit the White House.
Yeah, that was such a great interview that you had yesterday, because many of us know that it's Iran working with Hamas. They're, for the most part, funding Hamas. And we have seen direct threats on our president, Donald J. Trump, coming from Iran. And so as we move forward in time, this is going to become more and more a part of the conversation is, what do we do now? Hamas, they seem to have that situation at least getting under control. We hope that the ceasefire deal will continue into the next stage. But Iran, what are we going to do about Iran? And President Trump will probably directly address that today right here at CPAC, so stay tuned for that.
Absolutely. And Iran being cut off in Trump 1.0, of course, his first term, being able to trade with other countries as well. And, you know, I can see a continuation of that in Trump 2.0, of course. But I also want to talk about the tariffs that President Trump has put on other countries that he's planning to use to pay off a lot of our debt, actually. And hopefully we'll get some tax returns on that as well. I want to talk about a little bit about Tax Network USA. The IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, and it just stepped up enforcement for 2025. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Simply avoiding your tax troubles is the worst thing you can do. Getting ahead of this is the smart move, but never, never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to your team at Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA prefer a direct line to the IRS. That means that they know which agents to deal with and which to avoid. Tax Network USA has proven strategies that are designed to settle your tax problems in your favor. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Talk with one of our strategists. It's free. Stop the threatening letters, stop looking over your shoulder, and put the IRS troubles behind you once and for all. Call 800-958-1000 to visit tnusa.com/RSBN network. tnusa.com/RSBN.
I think about the Masters when we look towards April, but sadly, April 15th, tax day. So the favorite day for Washington Democrats, mind you, as President Reagan would always say.
Well, yeah, and I mean, things are looking quite a bit different now. But if you do owe back taxes, they will. I mean, when you think about the government efficiency, what is being done to help every single cent go back to where it needs to be, they are going to be watching us, and paying taxes into the system is so important. So you want to make sure if you do owe back taxes that they don't come after you. They could actually seize your home and garnish your wages. So it is important to reach out to our friends at Tax Network USA. But remember, you can always file an extension as well.
You can do that.
Many people will be doing that after April 15th.
Right. Yeah. Make sure you do that ahead of time. And then, of course, the exciting news of a potential external revenue service, to Ashley's point, regarding the use of tariffs and actually making everyone pay their fair share, something President Trump is excellent at doing, being in business and being the deal maker that he is. Now, what's interesting about these speeches, whether it be a rally or a CPAC, he normally breaks some incredible news and policy at a big theater like this one and a big supportive stage like CPAC. So I'm interested to see if maybe he'll talk more about the 88,000 agents from the IRS who were brought on by the Biden administration. He mentioned they might go down to the border to help out with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Marines. So maybe he'll have more details about that today.
Yeah, I think Doge is going to be one of the pressing topics for today. It was great to see Elon Musk. We did not expect him when we all had our tickets ready to get down here to Washington, D.C. We didn't know that Elon was going to be here. J.D. Vance had a great speech. This is where the conservative movement comes together and unites in one specific direction. And he knows he's going to have the attention not just of the international community domestically, but the policymakers, the lawmakers who will be able to codify with legislation his agenda. His executive orders will only last for 4 years. Another president could come in here and undo everything he's done, all the good work. But if Congress stays on the same page, as we've seen so far in the House and the Senate, President Trump's agenda is going to be long-standing, permanent, possibly. So today is a really important day, and I think he's going to be directly talking to the lawmakers in the audience, many of which have stayed here. They're on recess, the House, and they stayed here in Washington, D.C. to be a part of CPAC because it's so important. It was founded back in 1974. It is the longest and largest political gathering of conservatives in the world. And so you're a part of that, and we get to bring you this coverage, and we take great pleasure and great pride in bringing you this unstoppable CPAC conference.
We actually heard last night also at the Reagan dinner here at CPAC from Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, and she talked a little bit about why she wanted that job. She, she was thinking about potentially agriculture with being from South Dakota, being a governor there, but she really wanted to implement what President Trump's main agenda was, and that being the border and cutting off illegal immigrants from entering this country that harm American citizens, as well as the drugs entering the country. And she said that President Trump needed someone tough. She also said that she had conversations with her husband, and why she wanted to do that. She wanted to help President Trump, and she felt like she was the woman for the job as a mother as well, being that this is an issue that affects families and is sensitive in a lot of ways as well. She acknowledged that, and it was a great conversation between her and Mercedes Schlapp last night. She actually talked to Howard Lutnick, now the Commerce Secretary, and got sworn in with Kash Patel yesterday. But he was part of the presidential transition team, and when she told him that, he was a little surprised, and she had conversations with President Trump during that transition period. It was a really great story, but just shows how President Trump made the critical picks in coming to this new administration, and really shows off what the difference between Trump 2.0 besides Trump 2.1 really is. 1.0, excuse me.
And, Howard Lutnick, what an amazing story. For those of you not familiar with him, a workaholic like President Trump, and he would often go into work 5:30, 6 in the morning every day. So President Trump, as he's swearing him in, again with his truth and comedy, said, Howard's wife was a little upset that he would not drive the kids to school sometimes. Well, on that day that he happened to drive his daughter to school was 9/11, 2001. And he was driving in and he saw the towers hit, and has some of that survivor's guilt. He lost nearly 100% of his company, Cantor Fitzgerald. A tragic thing to have take place, and they had most of the casualties outside, of course, of the first responders, and a wonderful company that did not stop his entrepreneurial spirit. He got back up. He rebuilt the company into what it is today. An extraordinary testimony to Mr. Lutnick and his care for American business and to make people's lives better. A very similar personality to President Trump, who will do an extraordinary job over at Commerce.
Oh, absolutely. I do believe that we are headed into a golden age, and President Trump today is going to be speaking about that as well. If you want to have a collector's item to commemorate this historic time in our history, we're never going to get another president like President Trump. He is one of a kind, a once-in-a-lifetime president. And our friends at Patriot Addict, they recognize that. They have an amazing product to share with you while supplies last. These are going fast. The highly collectible Trump combat knives. It's a rugged yet sleek knife, making a bold statement of strength, patriotism, and an unwavering support of the hope of our nation. Donald J. Trump, the man who is turning not just our country around, turning things around for the world. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 30% off, which is significant just for our viewers. Use that promo code RSBN30. It has a durable blade, an eye-catching Trump insignia, and it's perfect for display or daily use. It serves as a symbol of your dedication to the United States of America. You can give it to your kids, pass it down one day, and it will likely appreciate in value just as many of the Trump items that many of us collect will do one day. You talk about eBay, people are in high demand for comic books and things of yesteryear. Well, something like this could fetch a healthy price down the line. You got to think about that. PatriotAddictDeals.com. Use that promo code RSBN30 at checkout. Again, that's PatriotAddictDeals.com. Promo code RSBN30 for 30% off your Trump combat knife.
I'm definitely adding it to my collection. I have a Trump Pence 2020 knife. I got this in, 2016. It was the 2016 campaign, but purchased in 2018 in Tombstone, Arizona.
Wow.
And it was someone from who actually opened a store, retired out west from the Chicago area. And it was a small world because he was dressed like a cowboy and loved all of it. If you've been to Tombstone, a really wonderful city to visit. But I have a big buck knife that says Trump Pence 2016 that I like to display in my office when people come and visit me. I mean business.
You only can do that because you work at RSBN. I don't
Very
know
true.
if you had a traditional office job, if that would be allowed.
And that's why I like startups. That's why I like the free speech media, because I was not built for corporate America.
No, absolutely. And we've seen so much happen over the last few days. And, we talk about being able to display President Trump's, name in so many different places. And then with everyone having hats, you've seen so many new hats around. We have Make America Healthy again. So many great collectibles that we've seen around the conference as well. But we've actually saw a lot happening too. We had an interview with Megyn Kelly and Caroline Leavitt yesterday, the press secretary of the president, as well as Mike Waltz, national security advisor. Two really fantastic interviews. Caroline Leavitt also speaking here at CPAC, but also seeing so many interesting faces. We actually saw Mark Zuckerberg in the House yesterday. He was behind the scenes talking to President Milei of Argentina, giving some tech support, and of course, reminiscent of Elon Musk's shirt that he had on with President Trump in his interview with tech support.
Mr. Zuckerbucks himself coming to the conservative movement, seemingly, but like Ronald Reagan said, we must trust but verify.
That's right.
Yes.
You know, Zuckerberg is very interesting as well. It's interesting how he came out and talked about what he had to deal with the Biden administration, how they were basically strong-arming him when it came to what they called misinformation. It is nice to see him coming to the table and supporting Donald J. Trump. If you follow him, and many of us do, because he's one of the wealthiest men in the world, one of the most influential characters in the entire world, he is truly coming around, and I hope that continues to be the case. But people are uncovering things. You have to be very careful. You remind me of Mike Lindell, because that's what he calls him, Zuckerbucks, as well.
Oh, he does? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he does. That's his favorite name to call Mark Zuckerberg. Now, one of the beautiful parts about being here at CPAC is that as news breaks, the newsmakers are right here under one roof. And we had the chance to talk to one of those newsmakers just yesterday, representative of the 19th District of Florida. This is the Fort Myers area, if you're familiar, Southwest Florida. He sat down with us, and as you probably know already, Donald J. Trump has recently endorsed him for the next governorship of his home state in Florida. So we don't know for sure whether or not he's going to be entering that gubernatorial race, but he did say he's going to make an announcement soon. I want you to take a look at this interview and see what he had to say about it. Welcome back to our CPAC coverage, and we have an exclusive interview for you right now with the man of the hour, Representative Byron Donalds, the 19th District of Florida, at least for now. Of course, you just received a raving review and a huge endorsement from the most important man on the planet just yesterday. Did that surprise you at all when President Donald J. Trump endorsed you for the governor of Florida?
I mean, I was a little surprised when it came out. Caught me off guard, but that's okay. I think the big thing is, having the support of the president. Honestly, is surreal, and it's really an honor. And so, the responsibility now is to make sure that, whatever happens going forward, that you get that job done and you do it right. And it's really about the people, and making sure that the people get the government that they need, that allows them to be the best that they can be.
He kind of put you on the spot because you have not formally announced. Do you happen to have a time frame in mind as to when you might make that big announcement?
Yesterday changed some things, so I'm having to think about a lot of stuff right now, but nothing concrete yet.
Okay. I mean, right now you're celebrating your son as well, winning the regionals, going to the championship game.
He's probably like, what is my dad doing? This guy's giving a national speech and he's talking about us winning the regional championship. I'm just proud of him. Oh, yeah. I'm just proud of him. And as a dad, to see your kids be successful. And I mean, my other two sons are doing great, by the way. Like my oldest son, he's a defensive tackle at Holy Cross, and he's graduating college this year. They were Patriot League champs 4 years in a row, and so I was able to watch them clinch their Patriot League championship, and really happy for him and all that he's doing. And it's just a blessing, to watch my kids grow up. And it was what was on my mind and was on my heart. And I know everybody's talking about, the endorsement and governor. But I think sometimes it's cool to take a step back and be focused on, let everybody think about the things that do matter. That matter more than politics sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you got to always keep things in perspective. I think that's why your constituents love you, why President Trump loves you as well. You're a family man. We had a chance to talk to your beautiful wife earlier on in the day, and she has been a champion for education.
Yeah. And
raising 3 children in Florida, I'm sure you two have had some very interesting conversations around the dinner table about what needs to change federally and at the state level when it comes to education. But the two of you together are such a power couple. you're so smart together, and I think God has really blessed you with a beautiful family.
Well, first, thank you for that. We've had conversations about it at the table, debates here and there about certain things, and that's fine. That's the way it works. But I think for her, it's really become the passion of her life. We both started out in finance. She was a CFO in an investment firm. I was working in financial services. That was my last stop, securities license. And so, we kind of grew up together, if you will, as young professionals. And along the way, education policy really became a passion for both of us. And so it was her passion in her schools that she ran and organized and her work. And when I went to the state legislature, it was my passion to try to get some meaningful reforms to education done. And I'm happy to be a part of that work. And but I'm really proud of her because she's now taking it to a whole nother level. She's giving me a run for my money. I got to pick up the pace. I can't, we're a little competitive sometimes, but, I just can't have her, going out there and dominating everything. I mean, like she's phenomenal. And I think people are getting an opportunity to see all of her talents on full display.
Iron sharpens iron. And I think that's why the two of you are so good together.
Yeah.
I would ask you this. You didn't win your first race. You got out there, you were a businessman, you stepped into politics, but you didn't win the first time. What would you say to anybody who wants to make a significant change, an America First change in this country, and wants to step into the political ring? What advice would you give them?
My first advice is always just work harder than the next person. And that's not really about politics. That's just in life general. The second thing is in politics, don't be afraid of failure. I think a lot of times people get afraid of a misstep or a misquote or a race not working out. But the way I looked at it was you win, you lose, or you fail forward. And I think the only time you really lose is if you don't give your all in that race you decide to put yourself into. If you wake up on election day and think about all the things that you could have done, to me that's when you lose. But you fail forward when you give it everything you have. And even if it doesn't work out, you're a significantly better person after the election process, and you really build yourself in your community. And that's really what happened to me back in 2012. I didn't know much about electoral politics. I knew about political philosophy and economics, and I tried to figure out electoral politics on the fly. And I lost that race, but really I failed forward because in my district, in my area, Southwest Florida, really was able to develop a grassroots following through that campaign. And I think that's the thing that propelled me to the state legislature and eventually to Congress.
And look at how far you've come now, where you have the most important man, our commander-in-chief in the world, endorsing you, saying he wants you to be the next governor of his home state.
Yeah.
Has that really hit home yet, do you think?
Not totally yet. Starting to sink in. It's humbling. Like I said before, it's humbling and surreal. I don't really have any other words to describe it. A friend of mine called me when I was coming in today, and he goes, "Dude, what's happening? How does this feel?" And I go, "It's honestly kind of like an out-of-body experience because there's so many things that have really opened up, and what it really has me do and has me thinking about is the journey." Like victory is sweet, but I think it helps you to reflect on the journey and the time on the road, the time you're not at home, you're missing your kids, you're doing those sacrifices that need to be done. You're reading policy, you're studying about a vote, you're doing dinners in somebody's district, all the little things. Campaigning on the road for other people, campaigning on the road for the president. It really gives you an appreciation for the journey and the entire process and all the work to be able to be at this point. So, enjoy it now and back to work.
Thank you so much for everything you've done for our country and what you will continue to do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Christina, such an outstanding interview yesterday with the Congressman Byron Donalds. And if he so announces for governor of Florida, the Sunshine State, we'd be honored to have you, sir, announce it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I was hoping he would do so yesterday because, just based on the vibe, just based on the way that it felt, he is definitely going to be stepping into the ring. And why wouldn't you? When you have the endorsement of President Trump behind you, why would you not go ahead and do it. I am so excited that we had a chance to just bring you that interview. And when he got up to walk away, he did give me a little wink. So we'll have to see what happens here in the next couple of days. But if you're going to announce soon so that we can throw our support behind you, because anybody that President Trump thinks is the right man for the job, you have our unwavering support. And, you know, if you're somebody who is like us, if you're for America first, if you believe in faith, family, freedom, and even the Second Amendment, we want to tell you about a new partner that we have, and it's Byrna Launcher. Now, Byrna is a really exceptional product. Freedom and security, they're the cornerstones of the American way, and that's why we partnered with Byrna. It's BYRNA. It's a company that embodies these values, and they're located in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Byrna's commitment to safety is personal. Everybody has their own reasons for needing to have an extra layer of security. And what's great is it's a non-lethal option. And so if you're somebody who doesn't maybe feel comfortable carrying a firearm, you don't want to have one inside your vehicle because it could get stolen, Byrna is for you because it's legal in all 50 states. No background check required. You have the ability to get it shipped directly to your doorstep, and you can actually travel on an aircraft with it. You can take it on the plane with you. As a woman, this is something that you really want to consider. It is a non-lethal option, and we know that there are law enforcement officers using Byrna all across the country right now. That's how good this company is. Byrna is powerful, less lethal kinetic and tear gas ammunition. It can incapacitate attackers for up to 30 minutes, allowing you to protect yourself and your loved ones without the legal ramifications as well that could come along with taking a person's life with a traditional firearm. Join us in supporting an American company committed to giving everybody a little bit more peace of mind. Don't wait until it's too late. Make the smart choice today. Visit Byrna, BYRNA.com/RSBN. And we have a promo code for you, and it's located, if you go to YouTube, you'll find that promo code in the details. So if you look at the explanation that's right under the screen, you're going to find that promo code in the description. So please do so. And ladies, especially for you, this is a way to stay safe without having to pack a gun on you. The Byrna Launcher is outstanding. Check it out today.
Christina, what I really loved, too, about your interview with Byron Donalds was you mentioned his wife, Erica Donalds, and some conversations that they potentially were having at the dinner table about this and would be over the past few years. You know, Erica Donalds, we got to speak to yesterday, a big proponent in education, being with America First policy now with their Florida chapter, as well as participating now here in D.C. and with her Optima Ed as CEO. She's made a lot of impact in the state of Florida, particularly, and now making her way to the national level with helping in a lot of ways. Linda McMahon, hopefully getting confirmed in the next week, as well as Education Secretary. But she was at her confirmation hearing, and she's also a chair at America First Policy Institute. But they've been having someone like that, a strong woman by his side, is so important, and somebody who has been able to raise 3 wonderful young men, their sons, in the state of Florida. Her story was amazing. It started with her sons and how she got involved in the education. And, they're a proponent for faith. I know they're big Christians as well. But I also wanted to tell you a little bit about the living tales. This has to do with our children. The American families has never been so fractured and pressured. Knowing this was never God's plan, patriotic homeschooling mother Jane H. Smith began a mission to inspire and empower families through storytelling. Told through the lens of a young boy, the stories bring a spiritual concepts woven with adventure, mystery, and supernatural, and igniting the reader's heart to believe they are priceless, powerful, and loved by their creator. Go to thelivingtale.com/RSBN today to receive the 9-hour audiobook with the purchase of Henley in the Book of Heroes. That's thelivingtale.com/RSBN. Reclaim your family's greatness. But a really impactful interview we had with Erica yesterday. Amazing woman, and she's going to make such a huge impact alongside Byron Donalds. And I believe at a roundtable, she was called on with Byron Donalds, Congressman Byron Donalds, to possibly look at the language of many of these policies moving forward that President Trump is trying to implement.
I mean, Florida, you really get 2 for 1 with a Donalds ticket between Byron and Erica. They are extraordinary people, a working family who care deeply about this country. And I love the congressman's story. I mean, coming from New York City and really living the American dream through the Sunshine State, I can really, I think, feel his wanting to serve, because I've run for office a couple of times myself, and
Really?
once it was outside of my hometown as well. So that's always a unique situation to take on the mantle of liberty outside of where you grew up, and Byron Donalds has done that as well. So well. So I'm looking forward to that announcement. And again, we hope to have it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'd be honored to take that interview.
As we talked about in the interview that you just saw, Byron didn't win his first run, but he got back out there and he tried again. And I am all about Bobby McNeely for any position on the Republican ticket. So don't give up, sir. Keep going. You'd be great. You'd make us all proud.
Oh, thank you so much, Christina. Well, right now we're going to stick with the media and the news and bringing that to you and defending free speech right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And how can you help support that? RepublicanRed.com. It's time to celebrate the golden age of America with Republican Red Winery's iconic wines. Whether you prefer the white, the red, the sparkling, Republican Red Winery has a wine for you with labels that your conservative friends and family will love. And here's what you need to know. The Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give Republicans a way to signal their beliefs and values, to inspire lively conversations with over 50,000 customers and supporters to agree on these patriotic labels. They're a hit and a quality that's unlike anything else in the wine industry, of course, coming out of the Central Coast of California. This is a family-run operation dedicated to preserving our conservative values. In fact, the proceeds are used to fund Republican and conservative organizations across the country so they can continue to make the great impacts we're seeing right now and moving into 2026. I mean, the midterms right around the corner. Visit RepublicanRed.com. Use code RSBN for $5 off at checkout. RepublicanRed.com, not only on the right side of history, but on the right side of your table. See what I'm getting at there? Mm-hmm. When in doubt, go to the right. Sometimes I've been to so many breakfasts, in Chamber of Commerce's where people are not wide awake, especially early on a Saturday morning, and they sometimes go to the left for the coffee cup, and then they realize, oh my goodness, I took your coffee. So it's something to watch out for, but Republican Red can help you out with that.
Sounds like someone has taken your coffee before, Bobby McNeely. Is that the case?
It's something I do not like to have happen to me, so I rarely get upset or cringy about things. That is one of them. But it's okay, because we can get another cup anytime.
I love that. And, thank you for joining us. If you are one of our incredible followers on YouTube, on X, or even if you're watching us on Rumble, thank you for being up early with us. I can tell you right now, I wanted some coffee at about 4 in the morning, and I came down hoping that I could get a cup. Nothing was open, but the line to get in to see President Donald J. Trump was wrapping around the whole convention center. So there were people, just like at a rally. I mean, they know the drill by now. You got to get up early if you want those good seats and get in line early. And they were out there so early this morning, 4 a.m.
Well, we've even noticed Edward Young, our good friend, who I think he's been to 80, 90 MAGA rallies, something
Yes.
of the nature, just shy of 100. He was out there today in his green MAGA hat. He was almost the original Make America Healthy Again before Mr. Kennedy came on board to the movement.
Absolutely. And there's so many people out there right now still trying to get in through the Secret Service security gates right now. And he needs, honestly, if he's going to 100 rallies, he needs a cup of coffee, I believe. That's a lot of work. And I know Bobby McNeely was working extra hard in the campaign trail as well, doing the same, honestly. But I wanted to tell you, on the topic of coffee, I want to tell you about Americava coffee. America is about to enter a golden age, an age of peace and prosperity. And that golden age starts every morning with a cup of Trump Gold from Americava Coffee Company. Americava is woke-free, America first, and 100% made in the USA. Grown in the tropical islands of Hawaii and roasted in the free state of Florida. This coffee is smooth, delicious, mold-free, and 100% natural. There's a blend for everyone, from Let's Go Brandon Light Roast to MAGA Nation Medium Roast and Trump Black Dark Roast. For a limited time, RSBN viewers can save 10% on their entire order of specialty premium American coffee with promo code RSBN. Together, let's make coffee great again. Stay awake, not woke. Go to americavacoffee.com. Use code RSBN for 10% off.
I could say, too, the market here has been just extraordinary. Great hospitality by the Gaylord Resort. They are true experts at what they do. So if you're visiting Nashville or Aurora, Colorado, where we were for President Trump's October 11th rally, right here in National Harbor, as well as, I'm trying to think where are the other Gaylords? Perhaps Dallas?
They're all extravagant.
And they're
Yes.
just tremendous.
They never disappoint.
Make sure you go and frequent their resorts when you have a moment in the right city, because they do an extraordinary job and have hosted another star-studded CPAC 2025.
Absolutely. You know what's interesting? I was surprised at the number of J6ers who were here at this event. And last night, if you were just to go down to the sports bar, they were actually gathering together. They all came together. There was a huge room full of them, and they were trading legal advice. And so they were saying, this is what my lawyer advises. And another would say, well, this was what my guy advises. So it's interesting to be here behind the scenes and to see who showed up for CPAC, who is really... who made it a priority to be here. And I was just a little surprised by that. But that is something that we're getting behind the scenes that we want to share with you, because after all, that's what we try to do at RSBN, is make you feel like you're right here with us. And I was surprised that was happening.
Well, and yes, absolutely. And if you read the Bible, I mean, Paul, when he's reaching out to these different communities in those times, so interesting, because the majority of that, especially Romans, he's speaking from prison. He's with Luke as Luke is writing one of the Gospels. So it's extraordinary. Actually, Jim Caviezel, and I can't think of the other actor, unfortunately, right now, they made a wonderful film regarding that, as Paul is writing his letters and Luke is literally composing the Gospel. And they're in prison together with hope and faith in the future. These J6ers, so much courage to not only tell the truth, but to defend the founding documents.
Yes, and I actually was able to talk to one yesterday, and he actually represented himself while he was in jail, and he was in jail with his father and uncle, which are a very unique story. It's really terrible what happened, and hearing his story behind the scenes as well. But it just shows that, I think President Trump coming into office, signing that executive order, it was a sound of freedom, and to quote some of Jen Caviezel's work as well. But many of those people were imprisoned, and they weren't, they didn't do anything. They went into the people's house, and we talked about the time that President Trump, the time from January 6th on to 2024 of becoming president of the United States. It was miraculous, the journey to articulate it all together. So just an incredible journey so far over the last 4 years. We saw, too, a graphic of what, the old Republican Party possibly looked like to now. And, of course, one of the images was Elon Musk on stage. And I think we've come a long way. All the picks that President Trump has made, whether it be RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, people coming across the aisle, coming together just for common sense America First policies that better help the American people.
It's a new dawn, a new day in America, and the best way to protect yourself in this new deregulated, constitutional United States, protected by a great servant warrior like President Donald Trump, is colonial medals. Those close to retirement can't seem to catch a break today, and maybe it's you or a family member. If you want to convert that 401k or IRA, but you're not sure how to do it, how about the time-tested commodity that is your hedge against inflation? Regardless of bad policies and that record inflation, take your lifetime of hard work away. You don't want that happening. Have a self-directed IRA where you can safely store gold and silver, a time-tested commodity with Colonial Metals Group. It's helped me secure my financial future. So go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles as our great country. They help Americans to take control of their assets and to make sure that they have the expenses not only for retirement, but for those big things in life, like sending those kids off to college. And one of the best ones, of course, War Eagle, Go Auburn Tigers, just throwing out a personal favorite. But they help Americans take control and safeguard their future. Protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, physical gold and silver. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. That's freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Or call 866-317-2159, 866-317-2159. Qualified applicants can receive up to $10,000 in additional silver to their accounts. Colonial Metals Group. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live.
our new flagship sponsor as well. So yeah, thank you for taking that big leap. And you know, our viewers, you guys are so wonderful. Every time that you connect with one of our sponsors, you're not just supporting them, you're supporting RSBN as well. And we thank you, everybody who has reached out and done business with any of the sponsors from RSBN. One of the great parts about Doge is that the money that they are able to claim back, that is money that's going to help our future generations, our kids, your grandkids, their children down the line. We're $36 trillion in debt right now. We all want to be able to leave what we have to our kids as well, and diversifying your portfolio is a big part of that. Our kids are the next voters, and that's why I want to tell you about Free Trump Book. The mainstream media, that, as you probably know, they've never treated President Trump fairly. And the way that our kids view his leadership is critically important. We know that there has been a run on TikTok to shape the narrative on President Trump, and many of our kids are on TikTok. They deserve to know the truth, and there's an easy way that you can help them learn all about President Trump and his fight to save this great country. It's called Free Trump Book, and it's from Mike Huckabee's team. You know Mike Huckabee, he loves this country, he loves kids, and he put together a fantastic gift bundle that includes the Kid's Guide to President Trump and the Kid's Guide to the Courage of the President. These are both excellent resources for our young Americans, and our children are the ones who will inherit this great nation one day. It's our responsibility to teach them the truth and to prepare them for the future by providing these educational materials. Again, visit freetrumpbook.com. You can get a free Christmas ornament if you act now. If you want to order today, it's really easy. You just sign up. You'll pay the shipping costs. Otherwise, it's free. freetrumpbook.com.
Well, I also saw you mentioned the Doge fraud, waste, and abuse a little bit earlier as well. We saw a video from a Georgia native, my home state of Georgia, Kelly Loeffler, who just got confirmed as SBA and administered to SBA, and she took a video in her office and posted on Twitter at the SBA building here. We're just outside of here in Washington, D.C. Not a soul in sight, all working from home. And this is one of the things that's been seen across the bureaucratic state. Many of these government employees working from home. So not just from the money and the waste that's been spent by many of these bureaucratic agencies, but just employees not coming to work, not working for the American people. And it's honestly a disgrace.
No, it really is. And that's why over 60,000 federal employees are now taking that permanent leave of absence thanks to President Trump. He really is shrinking this bloated bureaucracy, even closing the Nancy Pelosi Federal Building in San Francisco. And it's just so funny to hear the Mateo Board of Supervisors and those in surrounding areas, mostly Democrats, of course, whining and crying about it. But we know that one of the best stock traders out there is Miss Pelosi herself. So please tell us the secrets to your majesty, Your Majesty. Of course, that is the ultimate irony and satire for those on other networks watching that might say, oh my goodness, there goes Robert again. But if you just need to watch the X site that does watch Nancy Pelosi's stock trades, you know, she got away with what Martha Stewart was put to jail for.
That's
so,
right.
I mean, that's just what the height of hypocrisy. And that's why we have the MAGA movement, who's brought together conservative Republicans and traditional liberal Democrats together, like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., to help make America great again.
Nancy Pelosi has done many questionable things, but when you take a look at her portfolio, a career politician, it does raise eyebrows. Not to mention, we were just talking about the J6ers. She's the one who did not call in the National Guard. We cannot forget that. Nancy Pelosi has already thrown her hat right into the ring to run again in 2026. So she has no intention at this point of stepping away from her role in office. And I'm so respectful of Matt Gaetz, who at one time proposed legislation. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? He proposed
Absolutely.
Legislation that would keep anybody in Congress, any lawmaker, from inside trading. And I think that that's so important that he did that. It gave me a whole new outlook and appreciation of Matt Gaetz.
Yes, he's been outstanding and has his own show now, Mr. Gaetz, doing a remarkable job to expose the evils in the Washington deep state and the globalists. Thank you to Angel Paste Miracle Cream that does wonders for every great American, male and female. As we know, there are only two genders. That's official policy of the U.S. federal government and biological science. So Angel Paste Miracle Cream, a Christian company that hires veterans, been around for 15 years outside of Houston, Texas, in Spring, Texas. The most popular Angel Paste is the orange because of the immune boost it gives. They also have a great jasmine miracle cream that repels mosquitoes. And we know off the Gulf of America, if you live close to it, you might get some mosquitoes every time and again. So the vanilla is packed full of skin plumping vitamin B and other nutrients that will be good for your skin, non-GMO, no chemicals. Angel Paste has been supporting President Trump from the beginning. Again, Christian owned and also hiring American veterans. Go to angelpaste.com for 10% off with code RSBN, easy to remember, and read the glowing reviews. Angelpaste.com.
Absolutely. And as we were just talking about, we're seeing a lot of these government bureaucracy buildings not being filled, but also the fraud, waste, and abuse that's occurring. Well, I want to tell you a little bit about Tax Network USA. The IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, and it's just stepped up enforcement for 2025. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Simply avoiding your tax troubles is the worst thing you can do. Getting ahead of this is a smart move, but never, never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has preferred direct line to the IRS. That means they know which agents to deal with and which to avoid. Tax Network USA has proven strategies that are designed to settle your tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. Their attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Talk with our strategist. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. Stop looking over your shoulder and put your IRS troubles behind you once and for all. Call 800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. tnusa.com/RSBN.
April 15th, right around the corner, so make sure you're prepared with all of that. And we're hearing Christopher Macchio in the background. He had some wonderful warm-ups this morning, his voice in full throttle early, which is hard to do, but the presidential tenor is quite the expert for it. Hopefully we'll have him on the show later today. As we were texting back and forth, always good to have singers on the program. Like yesterday, Daniel Irby had some very fun interviews here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's okay to be in the arts and a conservative because free speech reigns once again.
Oh, I think that's the best part about the conservative movement. We're free thinkers, and it's not the uniparty that we just had to deal with that just got booted out of office. I loved that interview. If you've never had a chance to hear Bobby McNeely sing opera, I would go back and check it out on our YouTube, our X page, or even on Rumble because, boy, oh boy, man can sing.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, he can. And all of Media Row is clapping for Bobby as well. A great performance by the both of them. We've seen a lot of things that happen over the last few days. You just mentioned that the federal government policy on sexes of male and female has been implemented by the Trump administration, but we've been seeing some pushback on that, actually. We've kind of probably seen this coming for a long time, but Maine's governor got called out by the president yesterday as well. She's not implementing his policy in the state of Maine and said, I'll see you in court.
See you in court.
Yes.
And she prompted it, too. It was really interesting because President Trump presenting a lovely luncheon with America's governors, also RFK in the room and some other cabinet officials. But she started saying, I'm not going to do this, and I'll see you in court. He said, fine, go ahead. I'll see you in court. Yeah. I am the federal jurisdiction, and that is the policy that you will not get federal funding if you push the transgender agenda within sports. It's very simple. So it was actually funny, too, because we saw President Trump just say very calmly, enjoy your future because I don't see you lasting very long in electoral politics.
He is the kingmaker, and yeah, I mean, you could just see how much, just the House falling in line with their votes, the Senate falling in line with their votes. They know just how much he keeps his word. He sticks to what he says. And those who he endorses, that he believes in, those are the ones who are going to continue to move forward. And we get to hear from our president, President Donald J. Trump, speaking in just hours from now, right under this roof. We are at CPAC. If you're just joining us for our coverage, thank you so much. We appreciate your support. If you like us on X, on Rumble, if you subscribe on YouTube, every single interaction we have with you on these platforms is showing support for RSBN, and it helps us continue to do what we're doing.
Oh, it really does. And thank you for that, Christina. And thank you to the supporters and viewers at home. And please like, share, and subscribe. We've been here at the conference, and some people did not realize that there is a network out there that gives you unbridled access to the president, the vice president, the 119th Congress, now as a live desk. We're known at Right Side Broadcasting Network to cover the best rallies out there on behalf of President Trump's campaign. And he's had 2 rallies thus far, but now we're going to a live desk. And we'll go to the main stage right now. Thanks for staying with us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Good morning. Health policy is very sexy. And we're going to talk about it today.
Really? You're going to talk sexy at 8:30 on
Well, sex and health go together, right?
That's true, yes.
Let's get right to it. We were introduced. Obama didn't care. Look, health care is a mess, and we can fix it. The Trump administration is ready to do it. And let's talk a little bit today about how the rest of the world freeloads on American innovation. Steve, talk about those freeloaders.
Well, hello, everybody. Great to be here. Don't you love 2.0 Trump? It's even better than Trump 1.0. And what an honor it is that the 4 of us get to be Donald Trump's warm-up act.
Yes,
so that's
right.
fantastic.
And Javier Milei's.
Yes, there you go. So I'm very, very qualified to talk about the economy and healthcare. I worked at McDonald's for 1 year, so I'm very qualified. I'm here to tell you a couple quick things. Number one, I just turned 65, and I will not join AARP. It's an evil organization. They're too liberal. I call it American Association for Ripping Off Old People, and we should get out of that. Number two, we need more.
Phil, you're not old.
We need more healthcare transparency in this country so people know what they're paying for, and hospitals are telling us what it's going to cost, and patients are telling us when they go to the hospital or when they buy drugs or when they go to see a physician. You know, no one knows what these things cost, so we have a market that needs to be fixed. And finally, and then I'll turn it over to the rest of you, you are so right, Jerry. We lead the world in drug innovation. 18 of the last 20 wonder drugs in America came from American pharmaceutical companies. And what's happening is the rest of the world is ripping us off. They're stealing our intellectual property. They're not paying their fair share. And we have to make sure we can bring drug prices down in the United States if these other countries pay their fair share. So let's do it.
And let me interject on this, Steve. One of the things we need to fix that was a holdover, you know, we talk about the importance of intellectual property rights in terms of our innovation. One of the things that had, God forbid, had Kamala Harris been elected was, remember, she had pledged in 2019 to seize the patents of drug companies and pharmaceuticals in the name of price controls. And in 2023, the Biden administration tried to do just that by changing the rules by which we innovate and award intellectual property. That's one of the first things that the Trump administration needs to do, is to pledge to protect intellectual property and protect this thing called the Bayh-Dole Act.
Phil, price controls. It's not just the foreign countries, Europe, compulsory licensing threatening our innovative companies. It's also right here, the ridiculous named Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah. It didn't, you know, it's like a Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah. It didn't reduce inflation, but it did all kinds of mischief. It raided Medicare, but it also introduced price controls that is hurting American innovation.
Yeah, is anyone here seeing less inflation because of Inflation Reduction Act? Did you see your prices go down, paying less for drugs and groceries? Everything worked just like Biden said. We call it the Inflation Acceleration Act. This is one of the most absurd, misnamed laws. And
see ahead for knowing things.
What they did that was so outrageous is they put these price controls on prescription drugs. And price controls are always a bad idea, because when you put a price control on something, you create shortages. You get less of what you're price controlling. Everyone who lived through the 70s knows what happened. We put price controls on gasoline, you had long lines. You put price controls on medicines, you don't necessarily have shortages of the ones that already exist, but you get fewer new ones.
Right.
You don't get new ones developed if there's a price control on them. And the craziest thing about Inflation Reduction Act is they used price controls to reduce the amount that Medicare spends on prescription drugs by over $200 billion. But they didn't use that money to shore up Medicare. They didn't use that money to send it to seniors in the form of rebates or lower prices or lower premiums. They used that money for giveaways to wind and solar guys and electric vehicles, all this unrelated left-wing spending. And so that bill is completely outrageous. Let me just finish my...
All right, go ahead.
And inside the price controls, this is even the craziest part, inside the price controls, they have more draconian price controls on pills than they have on injections.
Yep.
So they actually created an incentive within it for every new drug that is developed now is going to be an injection, because injections have a 13-year protection from price controls. Pills only have 9.
There you go.
Now, every person I know would rather take a pill than stick themselves with a needle. So this is one of the dumbest political things ever. So I'm hoping that Republicans, they should repeal every word of the Inflation Reduction Act, in my opinion. Do people agree with that, every single word?
Yes.
We should repeal every single spending bill that Joe Biden passed, and just
I would agree with
save
that.
$5 trillion by getting rid of every one of them. IRA, what was the Build Back Better, all of these things. Erase them. Get rid of them, Mr. President.
To put a price number...
But if they can't at least get rid of that penalty on pills...
Yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah.
That would be pathetic.
Yes.
That's like the absolute minimum they should.
But to put a price tag on the rating of Medicare, I mean, we're already talking about the issue of Medicare, which is strapped for cash. We can sort of debate that. But to rate Medicare for $250 billion to pay for the Green New Deal, and they admitted it, right? The Inflation Reduction Act was nothing more than the Green New Deal. Something has to be done. I know we're going to talk a little bit about the EPIC Act.
You know,
and what that does.
the funny thing is, during the debacle debate, when Joe Biden, former President Biden, said we killed Medicare, that wasn't a slip. They actually raided Medicare, and again, they have the hubris to accuse others of wanting to raid Medicare. Real quick, guys, talk about the pill penalty. So.
I referred to this a little bit, but the way they wrote these price controls, pills can be subject to price controls after 9 years. Injections can't be subject to them for 13 years. So you have this 4-year difference. So what we're basically telling all the pharmaceutical companies is put your investments into injections, because you're not going to get whacked for price controls.
And there's a fix here, right? There's a fix here.
There's an easy
they
fix.
Can repeal
a congressman from North Carolina named Greg Murphy has a bill that just changes the 9 years from pills to 13. So as I said, absolute minimum that they should be able to do is that. I want them to be more ambitious. I'd like to see the whole scheme gone. But absolute minimum is that, because how do Democrats vote against that? Yeah. They're going to go home and tell their voters, no, we want you to have to inject yourself with every new drug that comes out.
So think about this. We have Europe and other parts of the world freeloading on American innovation. We have politicians in the U.S. enacting laws that introduce innovation-killing price controls. We want to bring... Who here thinks they pay the right amount for health care? All right? Yeah. We want to bring the costs down, and there's ways to do that. One thing is PBM reform. Yeah. So all you guys, start here, Andrew, PBM reform.
So let me just gin off of the issue of the price controls and the importation issue.
Go.
Because it is parallel to what we've been asking in terms of foreign policy generally, right? As we're asking other nations in NATO to pay their fair share for, so that America doesn't foot the bill for global security, we need to be doing the same thing with regards to healthcare, especially with the amount of innovation we're doing. Now, the issue of PBMs is an important one. And what's amazing
what's
about
a PBM?
That's a pharmacy benefit manager. It's essentially a middleman between the drug companies and the consumers in terms of setting prices. And it's an area, weirdly enough, in which Democrats and Republicans can agree that something needs to be done, and yet, nothing has been getting done. I know Phil could speak to that issue. We need to get it done now. We've had opportunities.
I grew up in the Bronx and in Irish Italian neighborhoods, and there was always a guy walking around the neighborhood who would go and visit the stores and such. That's the PBM?
Well, the PBMs now are actually all owned by the big insurance companies.
Yes.
So they're not really a separate company. It gets a little bit confusing. But basically, Normally, I love middlemen. I'm not one of these middlemen are horrible guys. I think that usually they're market makers. They reduce friction. So I try to be safe. But in
I'm
this
against
case,
middlemen.
In this case, it's actually they exploit a loophole in federal law. They have an exemption from the federal anti-kickback statute. I don't know why or how they got this exemption, but in any other federal program, you couldn't do what they do. And this is what they do in Medicare Part D. When they're negotiating prices, the insurance company's PBM division, when they're negotiating prices with the drug makers, they don't go in and say, hey, we have huge buying power, we have 10,000 pharmacies, we want lower prices on all these drugs. Instead, because if they did that, they'd have to pass on the lower prices because there are caps on the copays. Okay, what they do is they say, we actually want a really high price, and we can base the copay at the counter on that really high price, but then give us a huge rebate, and we can pocket the rebate, because we're exempt from the federal anti-kickback statute that in any other federal spending program would make that illegal. So Trump tried to end this. He actually, in his first term, they did a regulation from HHS that prohibited pocketing those rebates, said any rebate has to be passed on to seniors at the point of sale in Medicare Part D. And in the Inflation Reduction Act, they delayed the effective date of that Trump rule until 2032.
So let me put a fine point on this. Again, an issue in which voters, consumers agree is a bad thing, in which Democrats agree, many Democrats agree is a bad thing, in which President Trump has said is a bad thing. Many Republicans and Congress folks on this stage last year said, this is a bad thing. It hurts average, everyday working families in America. We need to do something about this. And yet the swamp still strikes back and says, no, 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 we're going to delay it down the road. By the way, this gets into the whole issue of transparency.
Let me get to some optimism, because we're more than halfway through the panel. This is why I'm very optimistic on healthcare right now going forward. First of all, I think that Trump learned a lot of lessons in this area in his first term when he was stymied in these different ways. For instance, in USMCA, he actually got Canada and Mexico to agree to pay more for certain classes of drugs, which of course would have been a huge breakthrough if we could replicate that in other trade agreements. Nancy Pelosi insisted that come out. They actually took it out of the agreement. She's not going to have the power to do that. No one's going to have the power to do that when he gets these provisions in trade agreements this time. And his healthcare team is fantastic. It's phenomenal. Yes. It's unbelievable. What do folks think of RFK running HHS? Are we excited about it? It's going to be unbelievable. How about Marty McCary running FDA? How about Jay Bhattacharya running NIH?
Here.
So we've really got a dream team coming in. Yeah. And I think that he did that incredible healthcare transparency order in his first term, that all the prices for everything in healthcare were supposed to be posted. 75% of hospital systems are in violation. They're just not complying. Well, I mean, when we get Dr. Oz in at CMS, we get this new team in play, they're going to say, hey, you don't comply, you don't get paid. Yeah. And we're going to force them to comply.
Steve,
so I'm really optimistic with the team we have coming in.
Speaking of lessons learned from Trump's first term, and we all want to make America healthy again. That's why RFK Jr. is going to be one of the great HHS secretaries ever. But can we all agree, everyone in this room, that never, never, never again will we let the government shut down our schools. Never again should they shut down our government. Never should they shut down our churches. What they did was so terrible for our health, and we will never let the government do it. It was the greatest abuse of power ever. I want to make one point about the drugs, because this is so important. Folks, we are on the cusp of so many incredible breakthroughs in medicine. It is so exciting. We, in everyone's, unless you're over the age of 9. By the way, I'm 65. I'm so excited to learn that I'm going to be able to get Social Security for the next 65 years of my life, right? But we can...
65, you're living young. We know 150.
Exactly. So look, we are going to have cures soon for cancer, for epilepsy, for multiple sclerosis, for all of these horrible diseases. The fundamental problem with these price controls, be very clear about this. When they impose price controls, it delays the introduction of these new drugs that can save lives. So in other words, price controls on drugs kill people, and we got to get rid of them.
I want you guys to comment on this. So other nations have an industry or something that is innate to that nation, and they promote it. America has the greatest innovators in the world in human history. Yet many politicians beat up on the innovators. talk about how there are solutions. Everyone here is probably very frustrated that politicians talk a big game, but there is legislation to fix the PBM problem. There is disruptors in place now with RFK Jr. and the others you mentioned. The fact of the matter is, solutions are real. And what I like is Donald Trump says to his staff every day, how many days left? So there's not much time. Go ahead.
I think that the Republican Party and the conservative movement have suffered from a lack of ambition. And I think that Trump and Elon Musk, people like what Doge is doing, let them loose on our healthcare bureaucracies, let them, bring some badly needed efficiencies. I think that, look, people by and large, voters, not just on the right, but everyone, they hate big pharma, but they also hate big insurance, and they also hate big hospital systems, and they also hate big government.
Yep.
We hate everything involved in healthcare except probably your own doctor. And one of the problems that we have is that everything that's happened in the last 20 years in healthcare has pushed towards bigger, more bureaucracy, more consolidation. We have a situation now in Medicare. This is so crazy. We have a situation in Medicare where if you go to your physician's office and they're an independent physician and they're not part of a hospital system, they have to bill Medicare a lower amount than if you go to the exact same office and they're part of a hospital system.
Right.
And so all the physicians' offices are getting bought up by the hospital systems because we'll pay them more. That is an insane incentive because now they're part of some huge bureaucratized system that is generally inefficient, and they are less able to exercise their own medical judgment. So what I've been telling people, and I think we have the right team in place to do this, is be willing to blow everything up. Be willing to get a real functional market in healthcare that's free of all these bureaucracies, government.
Well, and that's why these disruptors are so important.
And let me-
Look, before you say, I want to get to the EPIC Act because that's the solution. But Langer, go ahead.
Let me just add to this because it goes beyond obviously the pharmaceutical side of it, the drug side of it. But again, if you are changing the way we reimburse doctors for their time, what you're going to do is like everything else with price controls, you're going to get fewer of them. We should have been, for the last decade, doing whatever we can to produce more medical care, more doctors, more nurses, and more physicians' assistants. We are facing a massive gap between the number of physicians that we have and the number of patients who are going to need them. This is the coming crisis in medical care. We need to be starting today with fixing that.
Another point, and something that Trump did in his first term that's highly underappreciated and something we have to expand on in his second term, and I think all of you would agree with me, everyone should have the right to try these drugs. So in other words, if they have a new cancer drug or a new drug for heart disease, right now, the government holds these up by 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years. And Milton Friedman used to say, this is a perfect example of how regulation kills people. They say, oh, look at how, all these drug approval processes. And they say, oh, there's a new drug that's going to save 50,000 lives a year. If the government, as Milton Friedman would say, if the government holds that up for 3 years, guess what? The government just killed 150,000 people.
Right.
So everybody in this country should have the right to try experimental drugs. How many are with me on that?
Hey, guys, we're getting to the 2-minute warning.
There's another side of that coin, though, which is no mandates ever.
Yes.
It's your decision. No mandates ever.
All right, guys, I think we'd all agree when we follow politics, patients, innovation get hurt. There's no reason why the Republican Party or the conservative movement shouldn't be the party and the movement of science and solutions. But we're short on time. Real quick, one solution, the EPIC Act. Tell me about the EPIC Act.
This is a one-page bill that just fixes that pill penalty that we were talking about
Very good.
earlier.
I want to say,
it's pretty rare to have a one-page bill. I'd like to see more one-page bills in Congress. This is a one-page bill. It's written by a congressman named Greg Murphy, and it just says the price controls are not stricter anymore for pills than they are for injections.
All right.
That's all it does.
So
I have a one-sentence bill that would solve all these problems. Government is the worst medicine.
Here.
All right, so wrapping things up in less than a minute. It's like being on the radio and I'm looking at the clock.
Yeah, looking at the clock.
How can we be more pro-science, more pro-patient? The right medicine, the right therapy to the right patient, the right time at the right price.
Well, I think this is the challenge to the new team that's coming in with RFK and Marty McCary and Jay Bhattacharya, and I think we've got a lot of people who have been very committed to science, and you got to do it by don't tell us, show us.
Yes.
Publish the results. Prove
All right.
it. Don't expect us to take your word for it.
Steve?
I'm going to go back to what I said at the very outset.
No, we're up on a
We have
break.
a lot of seniors in this room, a lot of people in their 50s. We're going to make a pact today that we're going to get, everybody's going to get out of AARP and we're going to join AMAC, okay?
Here, here.
That's the way
And
to
no
solve
more
the problem.
freeloading. No more freeloading from other countries on our innovation.
Hey, we are in a good place in this country. We should be hopeful and understand that innovation and science is on.
And how cool is this, by the way, that today you're going to see the two most popular leaders in the world, Javier Milei and Donald J.
Here,
Trump.
here.
I mean, how about that for a
Thank you
couple
very
of-
much.
Thank you all very
Thank you
much.
very
guys.
much.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Welcome back to CPAC Day 3 here in Maryland, right outside of Washington, D.C. I wanted to share a little bit about Trump Knife. Our sponsor, Patriot Addict, just made their all-time top-selling Trump Knife deal even better for elections. For a limited time for Election Day special, they are offering additional 10% off for RSBN viewers and giving you guys a total of 30% off. Use coupon code RSBN30 to get 30% off as for their Election Day special. Grab your Trump Combat Knife today. These are super high quality knives that you can add to your collection or gift it to your loved ones in this upcoming holiday season. Get yours for 30% off today. Use coupon code RSBN30. Visit patriotaddictdeals.com. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com and use coupon code RSBN30 for 30% off. This deal is election special and won't last too long. And what a great way to start off the day here at CPAC Day 3, hearing from a panel just now, and we are waiting on President Donald J. Trump to take the stage just now today. Many still entering into Day 3 CPAC through the security, of course. So much happening in the last few days. Some great interviews we've been able to see. Sage Steele actually talking to Kathy Lee Gifford on an event that happened back in the 90s to her, and it really showed President Trump's soft side of when he was able to help her and her newborn daughter out, where she flew them on a helicopter to Atlantic City to protect them, and he promised her husband at the time that he would take care of them. A really impactful story, that Sage Steele was able to show on her as well with Kathy Lee Gifford. And as far as celebrities go, not many people talking about the good that President Trump has done. We saw Tom Hanks, of course, making an appearance on SNL for the 50th anniversary, making fun of Americans, talking about having a MAGA hat on, making fun of them. This is the old Democratic jokes that they've been making over the past few years. A big mistake on their part. And with President Trump in office, it was the American people's mandate to put him back into office now. We see many things happening over the last few days as far as executive orders, him continuing to sign. Many appearances at the Black History Month event the other day as well. Tiger Woods stepping out, and Sage Steele actually talking about, she teared up in the moment seeing him walk out. And it was a great event. So many that were able to attend that event that he was able to support and show the president's support to just overall the American demographic. We talked about on the campaign trail, we saw Black Americans, young generation of Americans, as well as Arab Americans, Jewish Americans, all coming together to support the president in his agenda. Common sense, going back to, many of the policies that have been happening and what's been exposed by DOJ, whether it be the Department of Education, with the Department of Defense, USAID, many of these being exposed on the daily, really, with the Trump administration. And Caroline Leavitt, in her interview, somebody asked her, are you exhausted? And she said, yeah, absolutely, but it's been so much fun. And she was even talking about the media. They have to be exhausted in the press room for just all the coverage that they've been able to give and all the events that are happening consistently throughout this first month of President Trump's 2.0 presidency, going from 45 to 47 in the differences that between the two administrations completely. With the fast action, he's had 4 years to think about it, and they have implemented that. promises made, promises kept, to say the least. So it's just been a great last few days here at CPAC, walking Media Row, meeting so many new people and friends. We're going to have some great interviews potentially coming up as well. We might be talking to Patriot Mobile CEO Glenn Story a little later as well. He has a fantastic story. He was one of the that started the, and he was one of the ones that started as a Christian conservative company, and he supports Christian values. With that, many of America's children are being impacted by much of the Department of Education. We see Linda McMahon coming in the next few weeks, potentially being voted in on her Senate vote as well. But I wanted to talk a little bit, too, what you can provide your children and to instill in them Christian conservative values. The living tales. American families have never been so fractured and pressured. Knowing this was never God's plan. And we're actually going to hold, and we're going to go back into session. Thanks for watching.
Good morning, Patriots! All of you are good people. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Because when they run you down, they take away your freedom. And freedom is the basis of our constitutional republic. And we've got a defender of freedom right here. Eric, I am so proud to be here today with you.
Glad to be here, Gordon.
Eric, we got problems all over the world. There are wars, there are disturbances, there are conflicts, but let's start at our southern border. This week, the State Department designated 8 Latin American cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. 6 of them are Mexican. So those 6, primarily 2 of them, control our southern border. What do these designations mean?
Well, it certainly unlocks a lot of tools that can be used against these cartels. They have plagued the Mexican society for decades. I feel terrible for a Mexican policeman who, within days of coming on a job, gets a very unwelcome visitor, and they say, plata y plomo, silver or lead. You're going to pay you or we're going to kill you. And so I think most of the Mexican people really want to be rid of the cartels. The United States has invaded Mexico twice, 1845 and then around 1912, 13, chasing Pancho Villa. I don't think we should do that at all, but I think by designating them terrorists, it unlocks a lot of surveillance capabilities, a lot of intelligence gathering, and certainly the ability for special operations units to do of, by, and through Mexican units to help really degrade these cartels' ability to terrorize the society.
So what you're saying is that we are going to bulk up the confidence of the Mexican forces, I guess, right?
Yeah, the federales, the federal police there, very corrupt. The state and local guys are very intimidated and cowed. They've actually had to use the Mexican Marine Corps as one of the only reliable forces against the cartels, and even they have problems. So again, having a true mentorship, providing significant technology to overmatch the cartels, hopefully helps degrade their ability to terrorize that society. But again, partial of the guilt is on America. We need to stop our own drug appetite, because that still flows through Mexico, and that illicit profit screws that society up.
It's interesting. Do you think that the Mexican forces can actually outfight the cartels? Because I get the impression the cartels are pretty good.
They're pretty good, but they've never met a JSOC level force.
Okay. You mentioned 1845, President Polk sends the U.S. Army down there. What happens if we have to resort to that?
That's a long time from now. Look, we don't want our southern neighbor collapsing. We don't want it to be a narco state. Colombia was on its way to becoming a full narco state. Remember during Pablo Escobar, and he blew up the Justice Ministry and blew up airlines, and the U.S. never had to invade. They sent advisors of, by, and through, severely degraded the cartels, the FARC, et cetera, and eventually got them to a peace deal. So I think that kind of solution is possible. But we just have to be extremely careful. I think there's been talk about even allowing the private sector to help the government, because the more government we send, we don't have a great track record of stabilizing difficult countries like Iraq or Afghanistan. So I think being extremely light in the touch
and being very severe in the cartels is necessary.
Okay, we got a problem not only at our southern border, we actually got a bigger problem at our northern border. They call it the longest undefended line. Well, you know, the number of terrorist watch list suspects apprehended at our northern border is more than double the number apprehended at the southern border, even though the number of migrants coming across our southern border far exceeds those from Canada. And the problem is that the Canadian government has actually allowed dangerous elements to use Canadian territory essentially as a staging ground for assaults on America. What do we do about Canada? I know the president has imposed tariffs, the Canadians have done this and that, but what do we do?
Some weeks ago, when the president was threatening tariffs on both Mexico and Canada, it was about that border issue. And I think Canada committed to spending a couple of $2 billion in some very specific border security capability. The RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, not a bad organization. It requires leadership. Canadians have fantastic special operations units, so they can interdict the terrorists within their own border. It comes down to leadership, and hopefully the Canadian people will dump Trudeau very soon.
We got a lot of problems in the world. Let's go to Europe. What did Britain just do to Apple a few days ago?
They just tore up the Magna Carta. You know, I remember a few years ago, the Magna Carta was visiting the Museum of the Bible, and it's such a significant document because it's the first time that it defines a citizen's role versus the government. And I feel like we should keep it because they've lost the right to have it. Because what the British government did, they forced Apple to turn over the encryption keys for their cloud storage. And so the government police can have unlimited access to anyone's iCloud account and all the pictures, content, whatever, with no warrant or any probable cause. It's the biggest invasion of privacy in the world. It's something that not even occur in China.
You know, it's interesting because J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference last week talked about how freedom was being eroded in Western Europe. This is really the same thing, isn't it?
Case in point. I mean, terribly. It's that surveillance state that there's a reason our founding fathers have a constitution, but immediately a Bill of Rights to define what government cannot do, and the British people don't have that, and they are lacking for it. And you can see the slow eroding, even destruction of that society.
Because in Britain and in other places, we have these pictures of like people being rounded up for posting nasty comments.
Yeah, you can misgender someone and actually go to jail. There was a guy that, as JD pointed out, a guy sent to prison for praying for his unborn child less than 200 meters away from an abortion clinic, and he was sent to prison for that. It's extraordinary. Wasn't doing anything violent. He was praying.
Okay. I got to have time for a commercial. The Trump tribe of Texas is over there. Everybody give them a hand. Oh, I love you too. I asked Twitter what they wanted me to ask Eric. And if I were sort of up to date, I'd actually take out my iPhone 5 and scroll down and get to the answers. But I'm not only old, but I'm old school. So here is a question for you, Eric, from Twitter, a guy named @NIXREL828. And he asked, what are we going to do with regard to future relations with Korea? There's a lot in there.
So if you haven't noticed, Korea had a bit of a political meltdown. There is massive North Korea-sponsored and CCP-sponsored subversion inside South Korea to shift their government leftward. The previous president saw that, declared martial law, probably a bit clumsy in how it went down, but it was because there was a lot of funded, organized subversion to capture that government, and now they're in real political turmoil. Beyond even North Korea threat for South Korea, their biggest threat is demographic. They are collapsing. It's one of the lowest birth rates in the world, and it's like people have stopped having children. They don't date, they're not married, they don't have kids. Demographic collapse is a real possible problem for them.
And what we're seeing is a possibility that the communists could actually take over South Korea. And I know that sounds inconceivable, but the people who are now leading in the popularity polls, they are pro-North Korea, they are pro-China, they are anti-America, they're pro-communist. This is a dangerous situation because South Korea is a really important country.
An extraordinary economic success to literally climb out of a very agrarian, super poor, starving society at the end of the Korean War to one of the highest standards of living in the world, with unbelievable internet connectivity, productivity, industry. I mean, they make an enormous amount of vehicles, steel, electronics. Their aerospace industry is incredible, and I can't believe they're throwing it away.
Yeah, and that really is a situation which is hard. We've got Korea CPAC here. Talk to these people around the... They are fantastic. And, oh, there they are. Save Korea. You know, and the good thing, Eric, is that when conservatives in South Korea... When the conservatives in South Korea, when they rally on the street...
Well, and it's important to remember, 1953, we were still fighting against millions of Chinese communist troops there.
Yeah, and
we did fight a war. It was the Korean War after 1 million plus Chinese volunteers rolled across the Yalu River.
And that war, quote unquote, ended with an armistice, 1953. And there has been no peace treaty, which means there is still technically war on the peninsula. The North Koreans actually believe it because every once in a while they have these big terrorist events and cyber attacks all the time against South Korea. And by the way, in that armistice is China. So we are technically at war with China. There's an armistice. What's going on in China, Eric?
Look, Xi Jinping has kind of made himself dictator for life. Normally, after Mao, they were only staying for 10 years. And this last, 2-3 years ago, he changed the process, has really run an anti-corruption campaign, smashed any political opposition. It's important to remember they have political factions there as well. The Shanghai faction, the Young Princelings, he's one of those because his father was literally someone that was rolling with Mao back in the 30s already. And the Communist Youth League. Xi has smashed all that opposition. I mean, Jack Ma, who's kind of the combination of Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg all in one person, made some negative statement against the Central Bank of China.
Oh, yeah.
He was disappeared from public view, and he reappeared 6 months later lecturing at an elementary school in rural China. And the government said he had embraced supervision. So it's very Orwellian. Look, the issue with China, it's really a global competition of governance. Do we, as citizens that have rights under a constitution, under natural law, we choose our own government versus being effectively a serf under a Chinese Communist Party, very centralized rule where you have 0.0 rights. That is the global contest in governance. And so when people say, well, we're contesting China in Africa or elsewhere, it is that global competition for how shall we govern ourselves, or shall we govern ourselves, or shall we be ruled?
You mentioned China and Africa. That reminds me, a good friend of mine, Jonathan Bass of Argent LNG, had a question for you, and that was, Blackwater provided security for American companies. Now you have the Wagner Group providing security for Chinese enterprises, especially in Africa. Who is going to provide security for American businesses going forward?
Part of the issue with USAID, and I would say an over-reliance on U.S. government everywhere, doing stuff, wasting an enormous amount of money and not being very effective at it, is it really crowded out the private sector from doing a lot of those creative solutions. And I think the great thing about capitalism, if there's a demand signal, the private market will respond, and as American companies do start to go abroad for energy, minerals, infrastructure projects, American private sector will be there right there with them.
Great. Another question from Twitter. This is from @RRA. Is there a plan to improve relations with Cuba?
I think the whole issue of we're invaded, right? Every day, well, much less now. But we had millions of people coming to America illegally. It is, again, that competition for governance. They're coming here to America because the water works, the power, the sanitation, et cetera. When I go to really rough places and I see everything is chaos, but you go to a hotel, a nice hotel, and the power, water, sanitation, and the food is there, it is a little microcosm of good governance. It's the private sector organizing things. We have a very robust private sector here with 3 levels of government: state, local, federal. The more things we do at the local level and at the private level, the better we are. Cuba has gone completely the opposite way, and a lot of the people coming from these failed countries have an all-government, all-the-time solution. Cuba, of course, embraced all communism from the early 60s, and that has completely and totally collapsed. And I think a great outcome of a Trump presidency would be that these countries that are trapped in communism are actually liberated from it, whether the people rise up and say enough, like Milei said, afuera, with these big government, big bloated incompetencies to be done. You got another one in Venezuela, where the people voted in socialism in '99. They've had 3 elections. The leftists completely and blatantly stole the election last summer. They lost 70-30, the Maduro regime, backed by Cuba, backed by the Chinese Communist Party and Iran. They deserve our support, our moral support, and they need to get rid of this cartel. I mean, Venezuela has effectively become a narco state. We should do business with them, but do enough business with them to flush them out.
Eric, we have run out of time. Let's talk to these people now. You talked about the Trump presidency, which means that, of course, America is back. But there are a lot of bad actors in this world. So you need to tell them what we Americans are. So hear it. We are the United States of America. And remember, everybody, USA. Come on, let's say it. USA. 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 Thank you, everybody.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House.
I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch?
You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference.
And welcome back to CPAC 2025, Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I'm Robert McNeely with Christina Loren, anticipating President Trump and his wonderful speech today. Excited to see what he has to say on the heels of 1 month of being back in the White House.
Back in the White House, he has been nonstop, moving at a pace that many of us can't keep up with. But in the first 100 days, that is what he intended to do. He's fulfilled all of his campaign promises so far with just a few. There's a few things he still needs to do. And hopefully he's going to talk about that today, give us a timeline. We could not bring you this unstoppable coverage of President Donald J. Trump because, as you know, if you watch RSBN has been along with him every step of the way. Every executive order signing, RSBN has brought it to you. And part of the reason why we're able to do this is because of our great sponsorships. Colonial Metals is one of those sponsors, the brand new flagship sponsor of RSBN. And they're very important right now because President Trump is inheriting a tough economy on the heels of reckless government spending that we didn't even know about as American taxpayers. We're now seeing sharp declines in the stock market, volatile swings, and one bad day can wipe out gains that took you years to build. This is where Colonial Metals comes in. They want to help you diversify your portfolio with precious metals, and we're talking about physical gold and silver. Assets that historically perform well during times of economic downturns. They also offer a hedge against inflation and currency devaluation. History has shown us precious metals stand the test of time, and Colonial Metals Group offers you direct access to your assets. They want to help you protect your hard-earned money. As Americans, we work so hard. That's why we're the richest country in the world, because we work for it. We want to help you hold on to your savings. Visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN to learn more. Again, that's freegoldguide.com/RSBN for your Colonial Metals Group retirement protection kit. If you want to talk to somebody, if you like to do it the old-fashioned way, as many of us do, you can get your questions answered immediately by calling 866-317-2155. 5, 9, and again, a big thank you to Colonial Metals Group.
Such an outstanding group. Paul Stone joining us on a regular basis to really analyze this for you. And with that no obligation free gold guide, it makes sense just to review what you can do with your own properties, assets, and especially a 401k or IRA plan to convert that into these tangible metals. You know, gold has increased 7,000% since 1971 when the Nixon administration ended the gold standard. So, you know, rather interesting to see that currency grow over time. We'll send it back to the main stage live here at CPAC 2025. Stay with Right Side Broadcasting.
Sarah Carter, and your moderator, CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Hi, Carol.
I love Sarah too. I love Sarah too. We all love Sarah. But how about Julio? Guayavera, huh? I like this. It's a bold move.
Red, white, and blue. Still, yeah,
I love
got
it.
the Latin flair, but still patriotic.
It's good. It works. It's kind of like a little. It adds to the international flavor of this.
I just missed Florida, so I'm looking forward to go back.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's dive into this awfully important topic. I want to be made irrelevant in this conversation because all of you are doing amazing things. But Sarah, I just want to pitch it to you to get started.
Okay.
We went down to CPAC, Mexico. We're in Mexico City. By the way, my Cuban wife was like, I don't know if you guys know this, there's like a little rivalry between all the Latinos and Latinas.
Very.
Not the Latinx, because that's like an unexistent thing. But you know, the Cubans and the Puerto Ricans and the Venezuelans, there's like, you know, they have their own little rivalries. And I will tell on my wife a little bit. She's like, oh, the Mexicans. I don't know. Should we be doing CPAC Mexico? And then she like falls in love with the Mexicans. If you've ever been to Mexico City.
You absolutely fall in love.
And let me tell you, Americans have to be careful because we're like, oh, we can't go to Mexico City. It's dangerous. And after I got back from Mexico City, I was like, I think Americans ought to stop saying that because have you been to San Francisco or LA or New York City? I think we got our own problems. But the point is we go down to Mexico City and with Eduardo Verostegui and Rosie and all these new friends we made. Tell us a little bit about what they're doing in this great orphanage, Chalco.
So we were very blessed when we were in Mexico. We had an opportunity to be with Coledo. It's a nonprofit organization that works with children that have been trafficked. These are all children, kids under the age of 18. So they have special homes in undisclosed locations in Mexico that are specifically for the kids that have been rescued from their abductors. So whenever you hear stories, and we were talking about this backstage with the AG, with Julio, with Matt, whenever you hear stories like, is that really true? Are children really being abducted? Are children being trafficked? Yes, they are, because I took you and Mercy with Rosie to these homes so that you could see for yourself and meet these children. And we were able to go to the homes and talk to some of the children that were being kept there. Some of the children are as young as 6 years old. And this is in Mexico. We have homes in the United States as well. So when we discuss the topic of human trafficking, and when I'm on television and I talk about it, when I work on investigative stories and travel like Julio to Central America, and we talk about the U.S.-Mexico border, and you see these beautiful little children, 2 years old, crying because they're alone and they've been trafficked into the United States. I want you to imagine what it must be like for those kids to be brought into this country and then literally delivered into the hands of their abusers. But when I was backstage and I saw that video clip of President Trump, and after he was shot, and thinking how close we all were to losing him, and how grateful I am to God that he is now the president of these United States.
Literally saving children's lives.
Literally saving children's lives. When we were here last year, and I'll let you move on right after I say this. When we were here last year or the year before, we were always talking about what are we going to do? How are we going to stop this? It's being stopped right now because we have a president that actually cares. He's not.
Wait, I thought it was the Democrats who cared about people.
Right. Yeah. Oh, they're supposed to.
But they're the ones who. It's all about the children.
Right. And it's about. But this is about actually, really, if you care about the people that are being trafficked, if you care about our children, and the fact that we need to protect them from fentanyl, that we need to protect them from the drugs that are pouring across the border and the dangers that lead to gang infestation in our communities, then you have to care about shutting down that border.
That's right.
No longer are we emboldening the drug cartels or the human traffickers. We are saying absolutely not. You are on call. We are coming after you. Your time has ended. It is over for you. And our president, President Donald J. Trump, with the help of this administration, is going to do that.
So these nuns, I think they're the Sisters of Mary.
Right.
They're actually in some of the worst poverty areas all over the globe. They're in Korea. They're in the Philippines.
Correct.
They're in Mexico. They pull, Nancy's sitting here in the front row. She knows this. They pull 4,000 girls approximately out of the most desperate of situations around Mexico. And they tell their families, give us your daughters for a period of time. They learn many languages. They have rosary, I think, every night at 6. They have amazing formation. It's like a small number of nuns. And when I say there are a small number of nuns, they are small nuns. But I don't know if you know something about nuns.
They are.
The smaller the nun, the more they pack the punch. These are tough ladies. These are tough and sweet ladies. And they're surrogate mothers for 4,000 girls, many of whom pulled out of trafficking, pulled out of sexual abuse, pulled out of just terrible poverty. And you see this room and you realize one child at a time.
Right.
One child at a time. You save one child. You change history, right?
You change history. And a lot of these young women, and Nancy, you can attest to this because you know them as well, they get treatment. So these children, once they've been abused, once they've been sold into trafficking, the houses where we were at, there was a lot of sexual abuse. We went both to a house that held young girls. We also visited a home for boys. A lot of these children get psychological treatment, medical treatment, full treatment. So it's an all-around, all-encompassing, multi-purpose, multifaceted home to get them prepared for the future and for their future lives. Many of these young girls, in fact, a few of them have become international lawyers fighting against human trafficking.
The graduates of these programs are amazing, and they have such character. We walked into the home with the boys, and you meet them, and then they sang for us.
Yeah, they did.
Not a dry eye in the house. Can you imagine, after being through things I can't even imagine?
I can't. Yeah.
Most of us can't imagine. They still have the character and the strength to raise their voices to God and to, have this beauty about them. And so it's. I'd just like to encourage you all to, if you ever read cynical reports of what's this trafficking thing, I don't know. It seems like they're making it up, putting it in movies and everything else. Chris, you and I are old now. You seem to have lost your hair. I seem to have had my hair turn a different color. We both had brown hair at one point when we were working together on the Hill. You're now doing great work in Georgia. What can this room do? What can CPAC do to help those of you who are in law enforcement get the bad guys and make sure they don't victimize any more kids?
Well, and Sarah was talking about one element. That's restoration. Think about it. Let's talk a little bit about what human trafficking is, sex trafficking. And what we see in Georgia, we're talking about the average age of a victim is a 14 to 17-year-old girl. So we're talking about the 8th to the 11th grade. And human trafficking breaks human beings. And I believe everybody in this room believes in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being. And we have an obligation to put those human beings, try to put them back together. But you do it through restoration. But you also do it, Matt, through legislation. And that's why your ranking system matters, to make sure that legislators and the public understand what laws need to be passed. Because as you said, 8 years ago when I became Attorney General, people said that we were making this up. But we're literally having children.
Making it a political issue.
Making it a political issue, trying to scare people. But when you have 14 to 17-year-old girls being bought and sold 5 to 10 times per day, this is an issue that I think we not just have a legal obligation, but a moral one as well. So absolutely. So education. Every single person in this room can be trained on the signs of human trafficking, and I'd encourage you to do it. We in Georgia, our First Ladies, put a training system together. You got to educate, you've got to legislate, but you also have to prosecute. And that's what we've done. So in 2019, in our state, our governor, our legislature gave us the authority to prosecute human trafficking. In these 5 years, we've rescued and assisted over 200 victims. That's 200 lives that will forever be changed. We've convicted 50 individuals on trafficking, and this is sellers as well as buyers and enablers. What's an enabler? Well, we prosecuted a clerk in a hotel that was in on the act as well. And as Sarah said this, you cannot be serious about fighting human trafficking if you're not willing to secure the border. Because gang-affiliated, human trafficking, 80% of human trafficking is gang-affiliated, both in the country as well as transnational gangs as well as the cartels. And finally, we have an administration that's not willing to coddle criminals, but President Trump and A.G. Bondi and Kash Patel, they're willing to go after and partner with us too. So the cavalry is coming, and the people in this room are the cavalry as well, and God bless you for doing it.
So when you go to the airport and the either TSA official or the airline official, you know, I have 5 daughters, and when they look at me and ask me a couple extra questions, or my daughters a couple extra questions, you might think that they're harassing you. They're not. Because what these perpetrators do is they act like the little girl with them or the little boy with them is their kin. And oftentimes, especially with all this illegal immigration, they're not. And so welcome those questions. And if you see something that doesn't look right, go tell someone, I don't think this looks right, because they're masquerading as families, but they're really victimizing these kids. Is that right, Chris?
And that's a critically important point. When you train, you'll see the signs of human trafficking. Then you got to get over the stigma of actually going to somebody in law enforcement and saying, hey, I think something's wrong. We would be better off to be wrong than let one more child be abused, okay? Please take this seriously.
So what Chris is saying is all of us together collectively, all of you who support CPAC, we're the only group that ranks and rates every state legislator, every state senator, every state House member, every U.S. senator, every congressman, every governor. We're ranking all these people. There's all these international people. I think we should start rating the EU personally, the EU Parliament as well. But it's all the same stuff, guys. We're fighting all the same evil, satanic battles. But that's a good tool, and what we're using that tool for, including the money when you buy tickets and everything else, it's going towards these causes. One of them is hold these legislators accountable, and human trafficking is one of the ways we want to hold them accountable. Julio, the border, you spent a lot of time there. Sarah spent a lot of time there. Mexico's a complicated country. As I said, Mexico City is a beautiful country. They've elected this left-wing leader, unfortunately, to the presidency. But behind that, there's a lot of Mexican victims in the country with the rise of the cartels and everything else. Give us a little insight of the latest in the battle.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, by the way, I think the cartel heads are sweating a little bit that Donald Trump was elected president.
Thank God. Yeah, definitely change dynamic. No, I mean, that's what always would surprise me, especially when the border crisis was at its peak, because whenever Republicans would obviously criticize saying this is the wrong approach, they say, well, that's racist. You're just fear-mongering, you're scared.
And that would back us down. I mean, I always used to say they used to put me on CNN because I looked like Colonel Sanders or something. It's like when the black commentator knows that they call the white guy a racist, initially 5, 6, 7 years ago, the white guy's like, I got to get out of this conversation. There's no win here. Today, that's all changed because people of color have had enough of everyone being called a racist, because there's actual racism, and they've ruined the term by making it a political term.
Right, and so it would make me upset, because obviously with the increase of illegal crossings and human trafficking, that became more profitable than drug smuggling, because that became a cash cow. Alejandro Mayorkas, he said one of the most idiotic things, but it's because he was forced to by policy.
Which one?
It was at the very beginning of the Biden administration, where he said, if any child comes to the border by themselves, we will take them in. And that was the worst thing to say, because that was the dinner bell for these human smuggling organizations.
That's right.
Because not only is there a guarantee of a supply that that they can provide for this demand, but it was the green light. It was a green light for that. And then, of course, as the cartels got that influx of cash, the Mexicans became victimized even more from their activities. So by emboldening these very, very dangerous criminal organizations, not only is it a threat to us here in the United States, but it's also a threat to the everyday Mexicans. And so, having a strong border and actually taking on these organizations is actually the best thing that we can do, not only for the United States, but also for our neighbors in Mexico. And I went to Oaxaca after the election to interview migrants to see what they were planning on doing now that Trump was going to be in office. And we were interviewing these group of Venezuelans. And as we were interviewing them, a small motorbike came up from behind. And if anyone has seen any videos from violence in Latin America, if a motorbike is coming, that's not usually a good sign. And this guy jumps off. He tells me to stop recording. He starts interrogating me and my team. And we're trying to figure, what's going on? We have permission. We asked, that they're fine with talking with us. And I was very concerned because I didn't know who this guy was. I didn't know if he was affiliated with any local gang or the cartel. It turned out that he was actually concerned about us outsiders coming into this camp because he said, the reason why I'm doing this is and trying to force you guys out is because there's always people coming into the camps and taking away the women and children. And so this is, as Sarah was saying, this is real. It was the worst it's ever been with the destructive policies and the deliberate policies from the Biden-Harris administration. It is absolutely disgusting that this was not only allowed to happen, but it was made to happen.
At the tune of over 500,000 children coming into our country unaccompanied. Just think of that number.
Over what period of time?
That was during the Biden administration. So you had over 500,000 children.
We don't know where they are, right?
Over 300,000 were placed into homes we have no way of tracking. So we have no idea where they're at. Some of these places where they placed them, and I give Tara Rodas so much credit for this because she's a hero whistleblower from HHS, right? Tara, for those of you who don't know, look her up. But some of these children were placed in strip clubs. Like HHS literally turned over people who wrote down strip club addresses for these children and they can't find them. So now that we have Tom Homan in office, this is, as the borders are, with President Trump, this is a top priority for them to locate these children, to ensure that if people are abusing them or if they're in the hands of abusers, that those people are prosecuted by the Department of Justice with Pam Bondi.
So, Chris, can I say something on this real fast? I want you to jump in, but there's a political side to this too, which is the Democrats cynically believed that they own the black vote, that they own the Hispanic vote, that they own the immigrant vote, that they own the gay vote. They own these voting blocks. And so I believe they opened up the border, not because they have compassion for kids. If they're giving them to owners of strip clubs and stuff, that shows that was crap. But the fact is, this was a cynical ploy to let millions of people, 15 million at a minimum, into this country to change it demographically. I think the irony is a lot of those people, when they realize who we are and what America's all about, more and more of them are going to vote our way. But what's your take? Am I wrong about the politics?
No, you're right. And here's the other thing that I think this is important for conservatives to understand. When I got into this 8 years ago, we didn't have a lot of criminal jurisdiction, but now we have human trafficking and gangs and organized retail theft. And I was told by somebody on the other side, be careful dealing with some of these issues because, Matt, like you said, you're going to get criticized for who the criminals are. And I said, well, I don't care what the criminal looks like. I care about the act that they engage in. But if we're going to look at something, let's look at who the victims are. Who is most often terrorized, vulnerable to human trafficking? Lower income, racially diverse immigrant populations. Who's most susceptible to violent crime and gangs? Lower income, racially diverse immigrant population. And when the woke DA won't prosecute property crimes and the CVS and the Walgreens and the Walmart has to close, which communities are most often impacted, lower income, racially diverse, and it's us conservatives that believe in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being, and we're the ones that believe no matter what your race or gender or where you're from, you deserve to be safe in this country, and we now have a president that agrees with that, and we in the state of Georgia believe in it, and it is paying dividends electorally as well.
And as much as I love a good political fight, I love a good political fight more than anything else, I'd give all that up to be able to shake hands with the head of the Democratic Party and say, let's work on this together.
Absolutely.
You'll save the lives of millions of children if they will just engage us on the idea that if you don't secure your border, you're victimizing children.
Well, it's a human issue. It's not conservative, liberal, Republican, or Democrat. It is a human issue.
Well, and that's why, I mean, I can't emphasize this point enough. I always make sure to, whenever I'm talking about this issue, no one had heard of Tren de Aragua before 2021.
Yep.
They started in Venezuela when all the Venezuelans were starting to leave back in the 2010s. It then became a Latin American issue. And then when Biden opened the border, and then we had all these Venezuelans coming, Tren de Aragua followed. And now we have cells all across the United States. And like, okay, it's great that we're really trying to make efforts to crack down on them. But it had to take cases like Lincoln Riley in order for people to actually take this seriously. And so many other victims as well. And that's why I have to laugh, because as we all seen, there's been anti-ICE protests by people who look like me. And they're, say, we have to stop deportations, you have to, screw ICE and all this stuff. They're taking away hardened gang members right now. That's who they're prioritizing.
Come on, Julio. I know you're as cynical as I am. How are these? First of all, I wouldn't take on Tom Homan if you gave me like $1 million. He scares the hell out of me. He's going to be here, and I'm going to be very deferential. But second of all, these are paid agitators. Sometimes they have a pink you-know-what hat on their head. Sometimes it says BLM on their shirt. Right. Other times it's like anti-ICE. This is a coordinated, well-funded campaign to destabilize our political gains, right? And momentum.
And Antifa. And Antifa as well.
Oh, no, Antifa. Chris, I don't know if you understand this. Excuse me. I always forget. I know we're friends, General. Excuse me. Antifa is what did the guy say, the FBI director? It's a made-up.
Yeah.
It's an idea.
It's an idea. It's not
an idea.
An actual group.
It's an idea until they punch you in the face, and then it's not such a good idea.
And I would say that,
exactly
after
right.
2020, because of the unbalanced judicial system that we previously had, even though the rioters stopped, the systems that were in place in 2020 to maximize that chaos, it never went away. And so that's why I kind of have faith now that we have Cash Patel at the FBI.
Kinda.
I do.
That those networks will finally be dismantled. And that's not to say there can't be any other types of chaos, but the systems, that never went away.
Can I just say,
well, and this is...
you have children, I have children.
Right.
Marty's probably done this. Here I'm living in the swamp. Not very popular in the swamp. Not very popular in my neighborhood. Not very popular with a local paper. You know that.
And not afraid. Not afraid to put the Trump sign
But
up.
I had to sit my girls down. I hated this. This was one of the grossest moments. Sat them down and said, the FBI comes to the door. Don't let them in. Don't talk to them. Don't trust them. I felt like dirty in saying that because I'm a pro-cop guy, but that's the reality. Cash Patel coming in, Tom Homan coming in, Trump coming in, people like Chris Carr in office, we got to stop the weaponization.
Well, that's it.
Absolutely.
That's it. And I know we're running short on time, and I just want to say this really quick, too.
She's a TV person, so she's very good at the prompter. When it's over, it's over.
Yeah, it's over, it's over. It's like, okay, sorry. But this is what Matt's saying is absolutely essential. What we were up against the last 4 years was a weaponization of our bureaucracy in such a way that it was destroying the foundation of our nation. It was breaking and tearing our nation apart. The reason we have people like Cash Patel and others, thank God, in these bureaucracies is to root out that corruption and to expose it. And the only way we're going to be able to protect ourselves and our families is by doing what's right. Common sense tells us, don't leave the border wide open. Don't do it. We protect our homes. We shut our front doors at night. Why do we leave our border wide open? This is going to take a lot of work. It's going to take the FBI. It's going to take the DOJ. It's going to take UAG, you know, working day in and day out in order to save our country. Because as much as we're talking about the victimization of these children, our adversaries are out there, China, you know, Iran and others, and they're seeing that border, and they saw that border as the last 4 years as an open sieve to destroy our country. And many times it comes across as a proxy war, like they did with fentanyl coming from China. And so we have to be very aware, and I'm just so grateful to be living in this time, in this amazing time where I know our country.
Did this room do a good job or what?
Wow, this
Thank you guys.
amazing.
You saved America. I think you saved civilization.
I do too.
I know that sounds like a broad term, and I just want to say in conclusion, thanks for being here, of course, and keep up the good work, Chris. And we got 2 real journalists here. These are real journalists.
Thank you.
The new version of journalists. But I just want to say one thing in conclusion. When you see the videos throughout the next couple of years, when you read the false charges about how either Cash or Tom Homan or Kristi Noem or Donald Trump or fill in the gap are destroying the lives of these mostly Hispanic people who are here illegally as deportations occur, all the lies and slurs that will come out, videos that will be true, probably deep fakes.
Right.
You know, instead of the ones when they said, well, Biden doesn't really have Alzheimer's, he's actually sharp as a tack. Yeah, whatever. When you read all that, understand behind that, what they're doing actually in securing the border is saving the lives of millions of kids who would have committed, you know, killed themselves with fentanyl, who would be victimized because they don't matter in our system. So don't let them lie to you. Know what's behind the headlines. Every country that believes in freedom starts with a border. And Chris and I are Catholic, even at the Vatican, by the way. You can't get in the Vatican without an appointment.
That's right.
And a country shouldn't be any different than that. So thank you all for being here today, and keep up the fight.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
And welcome back to CPAC 2025, live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we cover everything that is the greatest conservative gathering of the year. Thank you to our sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network, The Living Tales. American families have never been so fractured and pressured. Knowing this was never God's plan. And patriotic homeschooling mother Jane H. Smith, an MD, medical doctor, began a mission to inspire and empower families through storytelling. Told through the lens of a young boy, the stories bring to life spiritual concepts woven with adventure, mystery, and the supernatural, igniting the reader's heart to believing they are priceless, powerful, and loved by their creator. Go to thelivingtale.com/RSBN today. Receive a free 9-hour audiobook with your purchase of Henley and the Book of Heroes. Again, that's livingtale.com/RSBN. Sending it back to the main stage now for you, live at CPAC 2025.
I'll ignore the Go Vols being a Georgia Bulldog myself, but thank you all for joining us today. We are honored to be here with such an important panel focused on one of the most important issues. You just heard from our chairman, Matt Schlapp, that the weaponization of government is tearing our country apart. And thankfully, in November, the voters brought an end to that damage.
Amen.
But unfortunately, there are still victims of that weaponization. And thankfully, there are prosecutors and elected leaders who are working to fix it. So I want to start with someone who's had to live through this weaponization. Savannah, you are well known to this audience, not just for a slightly popular show that some of us have seen on Bravo. My wife's a little jealous.
Well, thank you.
But also for some of the challenges your family faced when prosecutors who put politics over public safety harmed your family. Can you tell us your story?
2 years ago, both my parents went to prison for a combined 19 years. My dad got 12 and my mom got 7. This was in Fulton County, Georgia, and where prosecutors labeled us the Trumps of the South. And I spoke at the Republican National Convention, and as I like to say, I would take that as a compliment. I will be the Trumps of the South. I'll take it. But it's sad. I mean, because of that, I got custody of my 10-year-old sister and 16-year-old brother at the time. And that's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen with us. There were huge Fourth Amendment violations, and the government even went to accuse us of money laundering and terrorism just so that they could access certain financial documents. And when you have things like that happen, it taints the entire case. And I tell people all the time, if you want to convict them, I'm fine with that. But do it based off of the truth. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction. And our judge, too. That's a whole other story. First off, I do not believe prosecutors should have full immunity. That, we have to get rid of that. People have to be held accountable. And our judge, she is the youngest African-American female appointed by Obama. And you look at her Wikipedia page, and her notable cases are ruling against Trump for mail-in ballots. She also refused to allow the victims of Hurricane Helene to register to vote late. And then my family's case. So I think you have something in common there.
So you mean to tell me that the weaponization of justice actually has a face? And it's your family.
It does.
It's families who care about the communities they live in.
And I think what's sad is we had the money to fight this.
Yes.
And we spent millions of dollars. I want to say it was about $6 million on trial lawyers. And they still ended up in prison for a combined 19 years. And most people don't have those resources. That's why the DOJ has a 98, 99% conviction rate, because they scare people, and people have to plead out no matter if they're guilty or not. And 1 in 20 criminal cases results in a wrongful conviction. I would argue it's more than that, and that is why I had lunch at the White House on Thursday, and that's why I am a daughter fighting for justice for my parents and to get them home.
Yep. So now that we know what the problem is, we have 2 gentlemen who are going to have to fix it. No pressure.
Yeah, none.
Mayor
whatsoever.
Jacobs, can you talk a little bit about accountability and redemption? Because we still want to hold the actual criminals accountable. And then we want to ensure those who come home have the resources to stop that cycle of crime. I know you've been doing that work in Tennessee.
Yeah, right. As conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. They've used the criminal justice system for weaponization against political opponents while allowing violent criminals to literally go free, and it's been done at a huge cost, not only to public safety, but also fiscally. First of all, law enforcement's an extremely difficult job. We lost an officer that was killed in line of action a couple years ago. He was a young man named Tucker Blakely. So my hat's off to everyone in law enforcement, as well as in the criminal justice system at large. As you say, when you think about the criminal justice system, obviously some folks have to go to jail. They've committed crimes that necessitate that they have to be removed from society. We also have to realize that 97% of these people will come back out of jail at some point, and what happens then. So in Tennessee, we're very invested in reentry programs that lessen the rate of recidivism. That's the 3-year rate at what people go back to jail. Across the country, it's 70%. In Tennessee, it's still at 50%. One of the organizations that we work with is Men of Valor. It's a Christ-centered prison ministry that walks with men through their incarceration as well as post-incarceration. The people that complete this 1-year program It is a great program. The people that complete this one-year program, their recidivant rate drops to less than 15%. So it makes a significant difference. And the great thing is, this is a private organization. So there's very little government funding that goes to it. But I think that when we're thinking about criminal justice, we have to look at those two. It's public safety, but it's also fiscal responsibility. And we can do both.
I agree completely. And I think the faith element is so vital to this process. These are people we are restoring to our communities to make sure that we stay safe.
Well, now we have a president that is bringing Jesus back to the center. And I think when you have that at the center, everything else falls into place.
100%. And, the question I think a lot of people ask is, can you win on this message? We saw last fall, and I think one of the great successes of that cycle was the only attorney general's race that flipped Republican. The only race in general that flipped at all was Dave Sunday in Pennsylvania, who ensured that we pushed out progressive prosecutors and brought in a conservative leader. Dave, can you talk about how this message resonated with voters and got rid of that progressive prosecutor movement that has made so many people, so many of us here, you're in Washington, D.C. or close to it, unsafe?
I'll say that the best policies, I think, all come from your own personal life experience. And, I was a little bit of a knucklehead when I was a kid, and so I joined the Navy right out of high school. I came home and I worked at UPS for 8 years, all through college and all through law school. And when I worked at UPS, I'll tell you, I worked with people that worked so unbelievably hard, that fought every day to put food on their table and take care of their families. I then went on after law school and became a prosecutor. Prosecuted, everything from gang murders to domestic violence killings, drug traffickers. And what I realized all those years of prosecuting and putting people in jail, that the reality was if our community is not safe, nothing else matters. And the only way we could get to that place was by not only holding people accountable, but by embracing redemption for those that have already served their time. When people come out of prison, what I want to see is them work. I want to see people have career jobs. I want to see people take care of their families and pay their taxes and pay restitution. And more importantly, recognize that they have the power within themselves to change their lives. They don't need government to do it. They can do it themselves. And when you apply that to the criminal justice system and work with the business community, the manufacturers associations, when you work with the faith-based community, with substance use counselors, mental health counselors, you get everybody together, then what happens is magic, and crime rates go down. And our crime rate went down almost around 45%. Our homicide rate dropped by over 80% during that time period. And this is critical because success breeds success. And then other people that weren't quite sure started coming to the table. And we realized our prisons are full of people that have severe mental health illnesses. And so we tried to find a way to help get them to get mental health treatment. It took the pressure off police departments because the police need to be out there doing their job and getting the bad guys, not sitting, at a hospital staring at someone who's going through treatment. So my point very simply is I wasn't sure how the community would respond to that. That's my life story and how I've handled myself. And they responded in a very resounding and positive way. And that speaks volumes, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think when you speak about mental health within the prison system, there was a hearing, and the former director, Colette Peters, which I say former, thank God, she was probably the worst thing to happen to the Bureau of Prisons, and I'm saying that as a woman. When she was sworn in, she gave me hope. I was like, finally, there's a woman in power. And she let us all down. She testified, and over half the deaths in the system were due to suicide. Over half of the deaths in the system. So it shows that there is a mental health crisis, and we have to take care of that first. And I like to tout myself as kind of the James O'Keefe of the prison system, because it has been my mission the past 2 years to absolutely deconstruct them. And the things that I have uncovered are extremely damning. I mean, the corruption that goes on within these facilities, these officials should be the ones in prison. And until we hold them accountable, we're going to continue that same rat race over and over and over again.
We continue to allow the political decision makers in our criminal justice system to harm those who work in it and who are forced into it or who have to live through it because of the mistakes that they've made. I don't think there's a single cop in this room that's protecting us that wants to harass parishioners at their churches or that wants to go into communities and harass parents at school boards, and yet that's what we had for 4 years. What does that do to a police force? What does that do? Mayor Jacobs, you have to oversee a lot of these law enforcement officers. It decimates their mental
demoralizing.
health. It's demoralizing.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And back to the mental health aspect, we've done a great disservice to law enforcement.
Yes.
With essentially making them the mental health experts and the caretakers of folks who have severe mental illness. In Knox County, we estimate that about 35% of our daily census at our jail suffers from mental illness. And the reason is there's no place else for these folks. So you have law enforcement people who are trained to be cops, or in this case, corrections officers, and they're forced to be mental health professionals, which they're not. I was really happy. We just started a mental health court in Knox County. There's only about 300 around the country. It's a new concept in Tennessee. But basically, folks that qualify, that have mental illness, stand in front of a judge, but instead of going to jail, the judge oversees their sentence, and they have to go to counseling. They have to be on their meds and all those sort of things. But yes, that frees up police resources because then they're no longer acting as mental health professionals. They can do the job that they're trained to do, and it makes things safer for everybody.
Right.
And also, you're exactly right. President Trump's First Step Act is overwhelmingly popular with Republican primary voters. So it is a winning issue.
With the First Step Act, my biggest issue, I am a huge advocate for the First Step Act, but what the last administration failed to do was implement the First Step Act. And because they failed to implement it, you have the Bureau of Prisons that's asking for more money. Well, instead of asking for more money, why don't you actually implement the First Step Act, the Second Chance Act, and it could reduce, they are wasting upwards of $1 billion.
I have an answer for you, because they're not concerned with public safety or fiscal responsibility. They just want to make sure that bureaucrats get more money, more power. That's why.
Exactly. And I think, too, taking the Bureau, I have heard, and let's hope this is right, but taking the Bureau of Prisons away from the DOJ and giving it to DHS is going to be the most brilliant move, in my opinion, because I do not believe the DOJ should be able to charge you, sentence you, and house you too.
We spent 4 years with the Biden administration acting as judge, jury, and executioner. And in that pace, I think what we don't talk enough about is what did that actually do to law enforcement. In my hometown of Roswell, Georgia, we lost an officer 2 weeks ago, the first one in 40 years. We've talked a lot about the problem, and there are real consequences. The good news is there is a solution, and that solution was delivered by all of you in November. And I'm excited, Dave, for you to talk a little about how we're going to keep communities safe now that you have a federal government that supports law enforcement, supports the rule of law, and thanks to Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and others, is going to actually start solving these problems. You deserve to be safe. Dave, I know you're part of that solution because the voters sent you up in Pennsylvania to solve this.
They did. I mean, I ran on if our communities aren't safe, nothing else matters, and it's something that I believe in my heart. I mean, when you look at the challenges facing us right now, if you think about, I mean, millions of times a day someone online is trying to get to our children. Every single day, all day long. We have an aging population in America, and every single day, millions of times a day, people are trying to steal our seniors the money that they saved up throughout the course of their life. And I don't care if it's $1 or $1 billion, they earned it. It's their money. They can do with it what they want until the day they die. And I find it, and so when you add on the technology right now with AI, it's become so complex. Drug trafficking has become complex. And so what I look forward to doing is collaborating with all of our partners, from local law enforcement to state law enforcement to federal law enforcement, and really bring everyone together with a common goal, which is to make our community safer. That's to get fentanyl off of our streets. I mean, that's to go after the organized crime, these gangs that are shooting up our cities, and hold them accountable and put them in prison. The data shows that when you get the right people in prison, crime goes down astronomically. And so you have to use precision policing, targeted prosecutions, and you have to do it in a manner that's fair and that's safe and that's constitutional. And at the end of the day, that's how we'll make our community safer. So,
Mayor, you have now the keys to solving a lot of these problems within your own city. You've actually seen the successes and talked about it. What should people here know and take back to their communities? What should this audience be telling their local officials when they go to town halls? And yes, that's me asking you to take a challenge. You should go to a town hall. It's cold in Alexandria, Virginia. I still go. I hope y'all do too. Can you tell them what message they should be bringing to their elected officials?
It ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets. Make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully. And that's pretty much it. That's all so many of these issues. And the justice system should never be used for political purposes. Justice is supposed to be blind. And for the past 4 years, it's had a target on certain individuals because of politics. And that's absolutely, in fact, of all the things all the horrible things that happened under the Biden administration, and there's a lot of them, all right? I think that was the worst thing, because a politicized, weaponized justice system, that is literally the definition of a banana republic, and we were this close to slipping into that.
Yep. Savannah, I'll ask a similar question. What can people know about your story? How can they make a difference and impact, and how can we get your family out of this nightmare and back to the rule of law in our society?
Yeah, for me, I believed bad people go to prison. That's just what I think as a kid is ingrained in you. And that is so far from the truth. These men and women are going to enter back into society. And I believe that God put us on this earth to love people and love people well. And let's not forget about those men and women that are incarcerated, who maybe need an additional hand, who need a little help, who need people to believe in them, because right now we have a very hopeless system, and there's nothing more dangerous than a hopeless person. And right now, with all the issues that we're working on and restoring hope within these individuals, I think Alice Marie Johnson is a prime example of what happens when someone believes in them. Alice was pardoned by President Trump the first go-round, and now he has brought her on as the pardon czar, and he went out on a limb. He believed in her, and he gave her a chance. So just don't ever think you're too good to give out a helping hand.
Makes a lot of sense. I think communities of all backgrounds came together to support President Trump. And the reason is, there's one thing that binds this room together. It's we care about public safety. And we care about the rule of law. And unfortunately, at whatever conference is happening back in the Biden administration, apparently that wasn't in the topic areas. So Dave, I'm going to leave it to you to answer. What do we do next? What do we expect to see next? And how do we restore? How do we do the hard work? You've touched on what you've already done in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
How do we do the hard work going forward of fixing this problem? Because unfortunately, as you've heard over the last 3 days, the Biden administration apparently left us with a lot of problems. I don't think any of us are surprised by that.
Shocker.
So I'll try to be as quick as I can. I'm looking at the time.
Yep.
So to start with, we have to have the courage to fight tough battles. And what I mean by that is a lot of the things we're talking about up here, severe behavioral health problems, the opioid epidemic, issues with regard to trauma on children. These aren't things that we can solve in a day. These are things that will take time and courage to be able to work through them. They're greater than the political cycle. And when we come together as a community and we work on this, and these are all conservative values, and we come together and we do this, our community will begin to get better. You have to have the courage to do it. The second thing is we have to support police. And what I want, you said something earlier that was so fantastic. We expect our police to be domestic violence counselors, mental health counselors, substance abuse counselors. We expect police to have the answer to every single problem within a split second, oftentimes 10 to 15 times a day. And we have to get them the support so that they can do their core function of patrolling, keeping communities safe, and investigating very serious crimes and putting the bad guys in jail. So support your police. And I said, don't always have the courage to take the tough battles, like winning Pennsylvania.
Like winning Pennsylvania. Right? That was an important one. Yeah. I think it's easy to conclude on this. Today, we are being protected by strong, brave men and women of the Secret Service, of law enforcement. Yeah. We owe it not just to ourselves, but to them to make America safe again. We know President Trump will do that. We know that our friends up here on the stage will do that. And CPAC remains committed to ensuring accountability and redemption are what are the tenets of law in this country. Thank you for joining us, and let's make America safe again this year.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our
CPAC 2025 live with Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. Thank you to our sponsors here, Byrna. They're fantastic. Freedom and security are the cornerstones of the American way. And that's why I've partnered with Byrna, a company that embodies these values across the country while based in Fort Wayne, Indiana, the crossroads of America. Byrna's commitment to safety is personal for every American. And as a passionate advocate of the Second Amendment and the Bill of Rights, like we are here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I understand the importance of self-defense. That's why I stand behind Byrna's less lethal launchers, effective, easy to use, and most importantly, legal in all 50 states. With no background checks and the ability to ship directly to your doorstep, Byrna Less Lethal ensures that safety is never out of reach. Whether you're protecting your home or loved ones, Byrna's powerful, less lethal kinetic and tear gas ammunition can incapacitate attackers for up to 30 minutes, allowing you to protect yourself and your loved ones without the legal ramifications of taking a life. So join me in supporting a 2A-loving organization at Byrna.com/RSBN. This American company is committed to giving everyone peace of mind. Visit Byrna.com/RSBN to receive 10% off my curated Byrna bundles. Thank you for sponsoring Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And a programming note as we're here at CPAC 2025 from National Harbor in Maryland, just outside of our nation's capital. Really a beautiful day. It's warming up this weekend as well as we look over the Potomac into Alexandria. An absolute star-studded scene looking over the beautiful Washington Monument. I can see the National Cathedral in the background as well, roughly about 10 miles away from those beautiful monuments and churches, which are really a shrine to not only the inaugural holder of the presidency, of course, our founding father, General George Washington, but his successor coming to CPAC 2025 today, President Donald John Trump, the commander-in-chief, to address this wonderful gathering of conservatives and populists and liberty-loving grassroots warriors committed to the future of this great nation. You know, the great one, Mark Levin, always mentions that we were potentially living in a post-constitutional era, especially under the last administration. This administration in the last month has restored law and order and constitutional governance to the United States of America. An experiment nearly 250 years in the making. We've had Kash Patel confirmed, now the FBI director. He was sworn in by our 87th Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, just yesterday. And his speech, really from the heart, ready to get committed to defending the young people in our country, the next generation of leaders, but also our constitutional principles. So an amazing time for this country as the cabinet comes together, as these coalitions of conservatives and liberals come together for the United States. We're going to throw it back to the main stage now. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live at CPAC 2025.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Let's go. It's a great honor to be here. Mercedes and Matt, thank you very much. Congratulations on everything that you've accomplished with CPAC over the years. And again, it's a great honor. I'm truly humbled to be here. Thank you. I have two words for all of you. I said this before. I don't speak a lot publicly. I like being the behind-the-scenes guy doing my job. I'm not a public speaker. I don't often come out and speak. But when I do, I speak from the heart. I have a lot of passion. I had the option for teleprompters. I said, no, thank you. I just wanted to come and say a few words and say two words. We're back. USA, USA,
USA! USA! Let's go. Again, thank you for the support of the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America. He will be here in a couple of hours. He's excited to be here. He's got a great history of coming here. Some of his all-time greatest speeches that have gone on for hours have been right here. He'll go out before the speech is expected to be 40 to 45 minutes. Comes out on stage, comes back 2 hours later. Doesn't go off. He goes off the teleprompter. It's let Trump be Trump. Speak clear and transparent to you, the American people. What you see is what you get. He's a great man. He's a great president. And there's so many stories I could tell. It's been a long journey. And speaking of journeys, President Trump oftentimes behind the scenes will say, "You are so lucky I took you on this journey." And Team Trump that is out there will know exactly what I'm saying, whether it's subpoenas, grand jury testimonies, indictments, out on the campaign trail, big victories, out on the golf course, state dinners, championship games, World Series, Super Bowl, on the plane, in the Oval Office, good times and bad times, no matter what the news cycle is out there, he would sit and say, "You are so lucky I took you on this journey." It's been the journey of a lifetime for me. I've been with President Trump for 32 years. I started caddying for him back when I was 15 years old. I caddied, I worked in the bag room. And this real estate mogul came up to Westchester County, New York, to buy a golf course. Pulls up in the limousine. I couldn't believe it. I went to high school. I was probably a sophomore. That Monday in school, you won't believe who I saw, who I met. The New York State real estate mogul and tycoon who redefined the New York City skyline, Donald J. Trump. And here we are 32 years later. And Mr. President, if you're watching, this has been one hell of a journey, the greatest journey of my lifetime. Thank you for having me. And by the way, thank you for joining us and supporting us, everybody out there, all great American patriots. We appreciate each and every one of you. We campaigned in a courthouse this past summer. We were all over the place. Literally, the campaign run out of the courthouse. Not only the courthouse, but we would be running around the country, barnstorming every state rather, seeing all of you out there campaigning. So much fake news out there, all of the leaks, all the defamation, all the BS that went on out there. He went out there, the indictments, everything, the lawfare. He went out there, and as he raised his hand in Butler, Pennsylvania, during that assassination attempt, and raised that fist and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That's exactly what he does behind the scenes every day. He could be out at Mar-a-Lago every day, golfing in Palm Beach, Florida, California, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, but he'd rather choose to be out there and fight for putting America first and making America great again. His behind-the-scenes moments in the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, in the hospital, just to show you his mindset. The guy just got shot in the damn head. Somebody attempted to assassinate him. He's in the hospital. And I show him that iconic picture of him raising his fist. He goes, "Hey, Dan, how's it playing?" Sir, the entire world is wondering what's going on right now. How's everybody doing? How's the team doing? And myself and Susie Wiles and Stephen Chung and Walt Nauta were back with him. He cared about everybody else. He cared about his family. We're connecting him with Melania, Ivanka, Don Jr., Eric. He's speaking to them. How's it playing? I showed him that iconic photo. Doug Mills took it from the New York Times, great photographer. He stared at the picture, just stared at it. And he said, "How is Doug Mills doing? Is Doug okay? Call Doug and see if he's doing okay." That's his thought process with everything going on. He's just a fighter. He's truly, I call him like America's greatest host.
because he's a great man, and everybody in the administration, the cabinet, and the people that spend those moments with him behind the scenes will understand, and they get what I'm saying. He just loves America. He loves people. He's just a happy-go-lucky guy, and the guy works his ass off from 5 in the morning till midnight. The guy barely sleeps, and trust me, I know from the phone calls and the messaging and things that we would put out on social media and platforms. But to be in the hospital with everything shot in the head, and he's worried about everybody else. A few hours later, we went wheels up. I believe we went back to New Jersey that evening. He was on the plane joking with all of us on the plane to make us feel, I mean, we were all, to this moment, to this day, and none of us will ever forget it. He cared about all of us on the plane, trying to make us all feel better and lift us up. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your 47th President of the United States of America. I have hundreds of stories I could share with you. Let's talk about in Pennsylvania, when he got excited to go work at McDonald's, because that's where Kamala claimed to have worked. For 2 weeks, we heard about going to work at McDonald's. He was excited to go do it. And sure enough, you all saw in those viral videos and on the news, he was at McDonald's having a good time with that French fryer and the people driving through. I'll never forget that moment when we pulled in with thousands of people lining the streets. That was the night he also went to the Pittsburgh Steelers game. But the guy couldn't wait to get to McDonald's, and he knew that it was a big moment for us. And it was pretty damn awesome, was it not? McDonald's. Joe Biden. You guys are all garbage. Trump supporters are garbage. Oh, really, Joe? Garbage. We're going to Wisconsin. And the team, Justin Caparelli, give him a lot of credit with regards to being on the plane. We're heading out to Wisconsin, and he comes up and he says, Mr. President, we can have a garbage truck upon arrival on the tarmac. I mean, what a time, what a campaign. What a campaign. Oh, sir, and by the way, before we went wheels up, I have an orange vest for you to wear. If you want to wear it, you go wear it off the plane. Give me that vest. Let's put that vest on. He puts the vest on the plane. We're still flying. He's being brief. We're going to land. There's going to be a garbage truck upon our arrival. It's going to say Trump 2024 on it. And sure enough, an hour and a half, 2 hours later, we land the plane. We look out the window, and there's the garbage truck being escorted to the motorcade. And there's the president sitting with his orange vest on, just looking out the window like this. I mean, just total classic and priceless. He gets off the plane, he wears the vest into the garbage truck, right? Great moment. But then he wore it in the motorcade to the rally. Then we get to the rally, he meets Brett Favre, who endorsed him. Backstage, taking photos and clicks, laughs, good times, he's getting ready. We're feeling good because this election's coming up. Where's the garbage vest? Out onto the stage. And I don't know if you heard the stories of why he wore it, but he thought he looked rather trim in it. And then so he's sitting, looking in the mirror. I look rather thin in this. I look very trim. I look good. He wears the orange vest out. Hour and a half rally, comes off stage, walks back out. Time to get in the motorcade to go back to the plane, right? You take the vest off, right? He wears the orange vest into the motorcade. He said, I'm not taking this off till we get on the plane. He kept the vest on the entire time. That was a big moment for us when we were all garbage. It was like that deplorable moment. We're all sitting backstage saying, here's the moment. I could go on all day, but I don't have that much time left. We're very grateful for you. There's so many times that the president is just so grateful for the support he sees out there on social media. I mean, we won the election in an electoral landslide, swept all 7 swing states. And we not only have the 45th president and the 47th president of the United States, we got a great president who's going to put all of you first. He's going to fight, 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 and he's going to continue. And his legacy will go down as one of the greatest presidents of all time. And together, everybody in this room, with your support, we're going to make America great again. God bless each and every one of you, and thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Wyoming, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman.
I bring you greetings from the great state of Wyoming, home of an abundance of affordable and reliable energy, wildlife galore, wide open spaces, gorgeous rivers and streams, magnificent mountains, beautiful blue skies, and not one Liz Cheney anywhere to be found. In 2024, Wyoming provided President Trump with his largest margin of victory of any state in the nation, and we are so proud of the job that he is doing. We are ecstatic that he is exposing and eradicating the massive government waste, fraud, and abuse that we have known for decades has been happening, and yet no one before would do anything about it. We are overjoyed that he has tasked Elon Musk and his team with overseeing DOGE, using their skills to implement what may be the closest thing to zero-based budgeting that we will ever see in the federal government. We are thrilled that he recognizes that we are a government of, by, and for the people, and that its primary purpose is to protect the homeland and secure our God-given rights and freedoms. It is quite apparent that the Democrats long ago stopped caring about the concerns of working-class people, the truck drivers, farmers, airline employees, miners, custodians, and construction workers, among others. And they paid for such neglect by being shellacked in the last election. But far be it for them to undertake a legitimate self-assessment of their policies and ideas. They are instead engaging in kabuki theater while standing in front of government agencies, screaming their opposition to everything good and just generally making fools of themselves. The agencies that they have chosen for their performance art are telling, are they not? The Department of Education, a $270 billion woke monstrosity that has presided over the steady and unrelenting decline of public education. And USAID, a $50 billion anti-American purveyor of ideology so toxic that even the bureaucrats who work there knew they had to hide their programs so that they could continue to fund such things as transgender comic books in Peru, so-called sex change operations in Guatemala, and anti-Israeli rappers. By now, everyone has heard about the crazy things USAID and other bloated and unnecessary bureaucracies have spent our money on, and we are rightly infuriated. But there is more to this story than bureaucrats and leftists attempting to out-crazy each other, and it is critical that we understand the full picture, in part to ensure accountability, but to also understand how these actions, this overwhelming misdirection of assets, this radical anti-humanist agenda has weakened us here at home and allowed our so-called political leaders to ignore their primary responsibility to our citizens. In short, this obsession with pushing the woke agenda has real-world consequences and has caused real-life suffering. The way that I often describe it is that a government that does things that it should not be doing becomes incapable of doing those things that it should. What we can describe as the social and economic reality of opportunity costs. And it is this phenomena that I, as the chairwoman of the House Anti-Woke Caucus, want to make sure people understand. We are not just dealing with stupid comic books and radical anti-American leftist policies. We are also dealing with an obsession that has become so all-consuming to those on the other side that the toll in human suffering and property destruction cannot be ignored. As a devastating example, let's look at the recent California wildfires. The cause and magnitude of those fires cannot be written off as an act of nature, because that is not what happened. Rather, a substantial number of fires in California are started by arsonists and homeless encampments, and that appears to be the case in terms of this recent conflagration. Even setting aside the cause of the fires, however, this catastrophe was years in the making, with resource management, overregulation, and failed water policies all finding their roots in a fixation on climate change and global warming. Ah, yes, with Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass deciding that the threat of a 1 to 2 degree change in temperatures 100 years from now warrants whatever suffering we may come about today. Let's start with the radical environmentalist decisions for the last several decades to fight every effort to undertake proper, effective, and safe forest and range management practices and to implement better fire protection policies. In fact, one such organization fought to block a wildfire prevention project near the Pacific Palisades to protect a shrub called the Broughton's milk vetch. We can thank this group for their efforts to protect this shrub, although such protections were clearly only transitory since they also burned in the November fires. But this is not an isolated situation, and we have watched it play out year after year in Western states, as the so-called experts and environmentalists would rather our forests, our prairies, and our homes burn to the ground than allow us to implement common sense and much-needed treatment techniques to prevent these catastrophes from happening in the first place. Did you know that in 2020, Gavin Newsom vetoed a fire mitigation bill that had been passed by both houses of the Democrat-controlled California legislature? That bill provided funding for vegetation management to maintain defensible space around structures, reduce flammable material, reduce fire risk, and harden evacuation routes. In his veto message, Governor Newsom exposed his moral corruption by stating that any efforts to fireproof California could not take precedence over his plan to replace single-family homes with affordable housing and multifamily units. I could spend hours regaling you with the many ways in which radical environmentalism and the fear-mongering surrounding our ever-changing and healthy climate has destroyed our natural and human environment, but I think you get the gist. In short, in the name of climate change, in the name of our environment, in an effort to burnish their elitist bona fides, these people have largely destroyed the very things that they claim to hold dear, with their policies and actions being responsible for spewing more carbon and pollutants into the atmosphere than our collective humanity could in hundreds of years. And that is why we must expose them for the frauds that they are. Charlatans who prove time and time again that they know nothing about the environment, climate, resource management, how to build strong, vibrant, and resilient communities, or human nature. But like so many dictators before them, believe that they are the experts who are entitled to micromanage our lives, mandate and restrict our mode of travel, control our food supply, and shove us into 15-minute cities and multifamily homes. Now, it is often easy to make fun of people like Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, Kamala Harris, Al Gore, John Kerry, and others, but these people have caused and will continue to cause real human suffering unless we stop them. And one tool that we have is to expose the true cost of their woke ideology. But it isn't just failed environmental policies that are to blame. We must also call out the entire DEI industry as being one of the many culprits resulting in the death and destruction that we have suffered. First, as I mentioned earlier, California's wildfire problem is largely man-made, with the homeless population and arsonists being responsible for well over 50% of all of the fires. All in the name of being equitable and inclusive, you see, personal and community responsibility are relics of the past when it comes to modern-day California. And nothing epitomizes that more than in allowing the homeless to literally run your cities into the ground and, when they so choose, to burn them down. Second, DEI is not only insidious because of what it means in practice, but in the fact that it allows politicians and bureaucrats to divert our precious resources from where they should be focused to pet projects that have nothing to do with carrying out the functions of government. The stories from California are legion, of millions of dollars being spent on DEI workshops and training, of hiring based on race, sex, sexual orientation, and intersectionality, rather than on whether the individual could physically do the job. And the outcome? Empty reservoirs, broken down fire trucks, air-sucking fire hydrants, no evacuation routes, and not enough firefighters. DEI is a disastrous concept in theory and wholly destructive in practice. It undermines faith in our institutions and allows unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats to redirect hundreds of billions of dollars into programs that we don't want, don't need, and that ultimately destroy everything that we hold dear. Fortunately, we now have a political leader in President Trump who understands how destructive these environmental policies have been to our communities and how insidious DEI policies are to our physical, mental, and financial well-being. Thank God, in other words, that we have finally awakened from this woke nightmare, and it is a new day in America. God bless CPAC, God bless President Trump, God bless our warriors who are fighting on behalf of all of us, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch.
Welcome back to CPAC 2025 live here with Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely with one of the loveliest redheads out there, Miss Christina Loren, of course, Ashley Brassfield as well. It's the Redhead Show, and I get to be the honorary Strawberry Blonde. But let's talk about more Republican Reds.
You know, Republican Red, we have so much to celebrate right now, and Republican Red is a great conservative company, family-owned, that can help you commemorate this historic time in our nation's history. We invite you to celebrate the golden age of America with Republican Red's wineries, iconic wines. Whether you prefer white, red, or sparkling, they have a variety for you. Here's what you need to know about this company and why we love them. Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give Republicans a way to honor their beliefs and inspire lively conversations. It's a family-run operation dedicated to preserving conservative values in California. So they're going against the grain in California, and they are making some delicious wines. Check out what they have to offer at RepublicanRed.com. Order now, and your bottles will be shipped directly to your doorstep. Use the code RSBN at checkout, and you will even receive an additional $5 off. RepublicanRed.com. That's where you want to go. And they have these fantastic labels as well that you can keep forever. You can keep that bottle forever and repurpose it if you'd like.
Oh, yes, and some great toasts to America, you know, retaking the House and the Senate, putting the champion, Donald John Trump, back in the White House. He'll be here today at CPAC live from National Harbor, Maryland. We're just south of our nation's capital. A beautiful, clear day. It's getting warmer this weekend as well. So you can see in the distance over the Potomac, just across the bridge is beautiful Alexandria, the Old Town, and then also Washington Monument, the National Cathedral in the distance. Two great symbols of the Judeo-Christian really standard and practice that our founders put forth in our founding documents. Katie Pavlik actually mentioned yesterday at the Shabbat dinner that one of the symbols that the founders wanted for America was Moses leading his people out of Egypt into the Promised Land. How interesting is that?
I love it. And, a great woman of faith is coming up next. You will hear from Wyoming at-large Representative Harriet Hageman. She is a brilliant lawyer. She will probably bring the House to their feet. She is so smart, so sharp. And President Trump knows just how good she is, what a great resource she is when it comes to the law. She is a champion for rural America, for farmers' rights, and for unleashing American energy that we have right underneath our feet, especially in the great state of Wyoming.
Oh, and apparently she has already spoken, so they might be ahead of schedule slightly.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Director. And she is just a phenomenal person. I mean, she took down peacefully and patriotically the evil Liz Cheney.
Yes, she did. She took her out. She throttled Liz Cheney.
Oh, it wasn't even close. And we know how much of a deep state globalist she is, along with Benny Thompson. Well, we're going to send it back to the main stage now. We'll see you back here in a bit, live, Right Side Broadcasting at CPAC.
All right.
Sadie Schlapp.
Oh, come on, your favorite governor, let's go. Okay, we're waking up here. All right, I think Governor Sanders, Sarah, Sarita, my sweet Sarah. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to have Sarah with us. We are in countdown mode right now because guess who's coming? Who's going to close out CPAC?
I mean, just a slightly well-known individual, maybe the most popular human on the face of the planet right now. So, America's favorite president.
That's right, President Trump. Are you all excited? So this is such a blessing for me. Sarah and I worked together at the White House for several years, and I mean, Sarah, seriously, what you have accomplished is amazing. And we're so proud of you. Just to start right there. We were trying to raise our kids during that time.
Trying being the key word there. We were trying to raise our kids, and somehow they turned out amazing.
Yeah. Which says a lot, really, truly. They were all in the backstage. Sarah brought her daughter Scarlett with my girls, and they were doing the whole posing of taking pictures together. We're like, this is the next generation of leadership, seriously. But let's get to it. Okay, so you were at the National Governors Association dinner, and President Trump had this interesting exchange with the governor from Maine. We're all in the family here. Tell us what happened.
Well, I think it was classic Donald Trump. If he doesn't like something, he's going to call it out. I think it's one of the things that has made him so incredibly popular. And one of the reasons he's been able to get so much done is because he doesn't care who's in the room, what it looks like. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks in that moment. And that's what he did. And frankly, he's on the right side. I'm so tired of hearing the left say that they care about women when they can't even tell you what a woman is. And we finally have a president who will stand up for women and fight back. And I think that it's a great thing to see Donald Trump being the one to sign executive orders that defend and define what a man and what a woman are, which it's sad that we have to do that. But also, as a mom of a daughter that is a 12-year-old volleyball player, that we have somebody that's saying, no, we're not going to let men play girls' sports. And Donald Trump is doing that, and I think he's right to call people out who are on the wrong side.
So we have a rating system that we rate at CPAC, all the state legislatures, all the governors, all the federal legislators as well. Governor Sanders has ranked the top conservative governor in America. The top, #1. And I know partly is because we're related, but no. But Sarah, tell us about, you're in the middle of the legislative session. You have so much going on. You've been in office now. And what are you planning to accomplish this legislative session? what do you think the people of Arkansas really want and what they're focused on?
We're working on that, and President Trump is very quick to remind us on that every time I see him. But what we've really focused on is bringing conservative principles back, and everything from opening up universal school choice. We were one of the first states in the country to do that. Starting next semester, every single student in Arkansas will be able to choose where they go to school, and their parents will be empowered to make that decision. And I'm really proud we were one of the leaders of that. We've cut taxes 3 times in the state of Arkansas in just 2 years, now making us competitive with every other state in the region. We are getting indoctrination not just out of our K through 12, but also out of higher education. And we don't care if you're tenured or not. That is one of the big pieces of legislation that we have going through this cycle. We're also removing cell phones from the classroom, and I signed legislation this week. Bell to bell, no cell, and really proud of what we're doing for young people, for parents, for families, and we're going to continue fighting and making Arkansas the most conservative state in the country.
And people are moving in. It is becoming a popular destination. I mean, walk us through why your state, and you know, we always talk about these federal elections, and obviously having President Trump in office is such a critical win. But these states are just as critical as well, because we meet people from California who talk about how horrific it is to live under Democrat oppression. Let's just call it what it is. And here we have a perfect example of what you're doing in Arkansas to be that blueprint for other states. What's your advice to other governors, especially Republican governors, that are trying to do the same? And we talk about conservative principles, but these are American principles of being pro-family, pro-economic prosperity, pro-safety.
Well, one of the big differences now is we actually have a partner in the White House instead of somebody we have to fight every single day. I got to see Lee Zeldin yesterday. He's the new head of the EPA. I said, I'm just glad we have somebody there that we don't have to sue every single week, and we can actually work with to get things done. You know, over the last several years, Republican governors are the ones who have held the line. While Washington was a completely broken, dysfunctional mess, Republican governors are the ones who stepped up and worked on securing the border. We sent Arkansas Guard to the border 2 separate occasions over the last couple of years because Joe Biden wouldn't get the job done. Now we have a partner in Donald Trump who's not going to just be a partner, but he's going to be a leader. He's going to be the #1 fighter, pushing back on some of the crazy wokeness that we have seen the left try to impose on our families, on our schools, on our businesses. And Republican governors are going to be right there with him. We're going to make sure that our schools do not become indoctrination factories for the left. We're going to make sure that you can run your business the way that you want to, and that you can raise your kids the way that you want to, as it was intended in this country. And I'm proud of the work we've been able to do. Arkansas is now the #1 state in the country that people are moving to. It's not Texas, it's not Florida, it's not Virginia, it's Arkansas. So if you don't live there yet, we're ready for you to move and call that your home. We're the #1 state for economic growth. We're the lowest cost of living. We are booming on all fronts, and it's because we're implementing good conservative policy that lets you live your life without constant government intrusion. And that's something we're proud of and something we're going to continue to do in our home state.
Gosh, wouldn't she make a great vice presidential pick in 2028? I think so. I do. Sorry, Sarah, you don't have to respond to that. Okay.
I'm not. Very happy to be in Arkansas.
Okay, maternal health, you're providing funding. I really want you to talk about this problem this crisis you discovered in your state, how you're solving it, because it's not only impacting states like Arkansas, but other states as well in the South. Walk us through what you're doing there.
You know, one of the things that I think is so important for the pro-life community is that we don't just focus on the baby when they're in the womb, but it's what does that look like after, and making sure that we are actually fighting for kids every single day. And that's something that's really important in our state. We had about 10% of moms in Arkansas that were never seeing a doctor until they were in labor. That's unacceptable, especially when they have that access to care. They just weren't taking advantage of it. We know that healthy moms make healthy babies, so we've invested heavily in making sure that those women get the care that they not only need and deserve, but they know that their life and their child's life has value. And it's something that we want to protect at every single stage. And so we're investing heavily in the maternal health problem in Arkansas, and something that we're going to expect to see a dramatic impact and dramatic results just in a short amount of time.
So we've seen President Trump right now, where he's been in office for 32 days. It feels like it's been like 10 years that he's been in office. It's so remarkable to watch the amount of work he's been able to accomplish. Now, as us, the Trump 45ers, is that what we are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes us sound older than we are.
Makes us sound so old. Help me figure out here. Like, I'm watching this and going, I'm amazed. I'm amazed. It is so different from what our experience was at the time. Give us that comparison of what you're seeing, and also what advice you're giving to this next administration right now.
Look, I can't say enough good things about the president and his team and what they're doing. You know, we used to joke that you aged in dog years during the first administration because it was like 7 at a time. And so
we haven't aged, not a bit.
Well, we didn't, but it was the most intense, most, I think, polarizing, difficult time that we've seen probably in political history in a very long time during Trump's first administration. Nobody expected him to win. And when he did, they weren't happy that he was here. Then they saw what life was like under a Trump administration, and they had a chance to see what life was like without Trump in the White House, and they didn't like it very much. And so now that he's back, people want to see him doing exactly what he talked about on the campaign trail. They want a strong economy. They want somebody who will secure the border. They want somebody who's going to take China on. He was the first president in my lifetime that actually called China out and is holding their feet to the fire. I was the first governor in the country to kick China out of our state, off of our farmland, and impose a fine on them. We know that's popular. And it was because of Donald Trump that we were empowered to take those type of strong actions. We have a president who's going to make our allies actually respect us and our enemies fear us. It's a total opposite of what we saw over the course of the last 4 years. You know, you joke at the speed of which Trump is moving. They always have heard the moniker that we wish that government could move at the speed of business. Well, he's redefining that all over again. There's the speed of government, there's the speed of business, and now there's the speed of Trump, which is unlike anything I've ever seen. And he's doing so much so fast, they don't even know how or where to attack him this time. Yeah. And so I hope that he can keep up this pace. I've never seen anybody with the level of energy that he has. As you know well, it was not surprising that we could get a phone call from the president at midnight, 1 a.m., asking us to do a laundry list of things and then calling us back a couple of hours later at 4 or 5 in the morning and saying, "Did you get all that done?" I'm like, "No, I didn't." But he doesn't sleep. He doesn't expect anybody else to sleep either. And he has he's almost twice my age and he has twice my energy. But it's because he loves this country. And he did not need to run and take this job on, but America needed him to be willing to do it. And anyone else that would have gone through the level of intense criticism and the attacks, 2 assassination attempts on his life would have given up. But this is a president who I think that only emboldens him more. The more they come after him, the stronger and tougher he gets, and the more he comes back ready to deliver for the American people. And I love getting to see him with this mandate and with this level of excitement for his presidency, because he deserved it the first time and he didn't get it. And now he's getting it and he's winning, and because he is, America's winning.
So I love always getting the insider information. So there would be times, this is so funny, we'd literally our first meeting was like 7 o'clock in the morning. I can't even remember. It was so early in the morning. We're half asleep, and before you know it, they'll be like, President Trump had tweeted something out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we would all look at Sarah, and we'd be like, okay, Sarah, this is what he said. What are our talking points? I mean, that's how it was. I mean, it was so really learning on the job too. So now that you've transitioned from being, the president's spokesperson, the press secretary at the White House, into being the governor of a state, how does that feel? I mean, how is it so different?
It's really different when you're the one sitting in the chair and it's your name on the paper to sign legislation or an executive order. There's a different weight and responsibility that comes with that. But I could not be more thankful for the experience that I had in the White House, because I learned so much from the president. One, never back down, never stop fighting, and always do what you think is right. And the rest of it works itself out pretty well. And that experience, I think, gave me such great perspective. And one of the most important things and takeaways was that I didn't need the outsiders to define me. In those moments, the most difficult days that we had in the White House, of which there were many, we didn't need the outside world to define us. We had a creator who had already done that, who had given my life meaning and purpose. Amen. And my job is to believe that and try to live up to the path that he laid for me. And if I do that, the rest of it, whether it's in the White House, my house, or the governor's mansion, gets really simple after that. And so proud of what we've been able to do, and glad that I got to do it alongside some of the most amazing people on the planet.
You're going to make me cry. Sarah would get up every time we'd go into her office. She would have her scripture open every day. Every day. It's what guided you. Every day.
Otherwise, I'm not sure we would have survived.
I would agree. And I'd come in with my holy water, the Protestant, the Catholic, we're all in it together, okay? So I just want to get this question in real quick, because, Doge has been a phenomenon. It's been a phenomenon in the federal government, but you have like pre-Doge.
We started something we called Arkansas Forward. It was a project to go in, look at government efficiency, waste, fraud, and abuse. Just within the first 6 months, we've already identified at least $300 million in savings, which is big for Arkansas. Our budget's $6 billion. And so for us to identify that level of savings already that we're implementing, and some of it was as basic as getting rid of old phone and fax lines that haven't been in use in years. We will now save the state of Arkansas $1 million a year, just eliminating things like that. If we can do that on an Arkansas small state level, I can't imagine what they're going to continue to be able to uncover through Doge and the amount of savings and waste, fraud, and abuse they're going to be able to get rid of. It's an exciting thing to see.
So, Sarah, what inspires you every day?
My family. I have, my daughter's here, so I'll cry when I talk about my kids. I have the 3 most amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. They're 12, 11, and 9. My husband is incredible. He has the patience of Job because he is married to me. And I know I'm not an easy personality, so...
You're easier than you think. You're wonderful to work with.
But I have an incredible family that loves me no matter what, and my kids are perfect reminders of everything that's at stake, everything that's matters and is important in the job that I do. And I don't mean the job as governor. While that is a big role and one I love and I'm proud and honored to have, There's no more important and bigger task that I have than being a mom. And so I take that really serious and trying to do the best I can to deliver for my kids.
So my call to action to you all is that you pray for Governor Sanders and her family, because it's really hard to raise a family, be in the public eye, and do the incredible work that you do. And what is your call to action to our CPAC family?
To keep fighting. Without you showing up and cheering and championing not just the people that are running for office, but more importantly, what they stand for. Find people who love this country as much as you do, support them with everything you can, and keep showing up, because it makes a difference. Because there are moments where you're running for office or you're in office and you think you're all by yourself and nobody is there. And so when you look out and you see a room of people like this who love America as much as you do, it is a great reminder to keep fighting and not to let the naysayers get you down. So keep showing up, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, we love our Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Lynchburg, Virginia,
And good morning. This is RSBN here at Alabama, of course, and Matthew Alvarez will be going back to CPAC Rally Day. Of course, President Trump speaking there. We'll be going back to Robert McNeely and Ashley Brassfield, Christina Loren soon. Coming up next, President Javier Milei will be the next speaker. So looking forward to hearing from him. And then after that, Stephen Miller, the great senior advisor for President Trump. So a lot going on, as there have been 75 executive orders signed in 33 days. So President Trump working at historic speed and strength, of course. A lot of great messages on Truth Social this morning. So thank you so much for tuning in, streaming in here live on RSBN. Let's head back to CPAC, back to Robert, Ashley, and Christina, and also back to National Harbor, Maryland. Group, Colonial Metals Group, of course, freegoldguy.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here at the network when it comes to that retirement warning as well. So tax sheltered IRA, 401k backed in gold and silver, all tax free. So all you have to do is go to freegoldguy.com/RSBN for more information. You see that QR code there on your screen as we're about at the top of the hour right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, day 3 of CPAC coverage. RSBN hosts Robert McNeely, Ashley Brassfield, and Christina Loren doing an awesome job, of course, over 3 days. So many interviews. If you've missed any of that coverage, you can go on our Rumble page, our YouTube page, also on our website, our app. We have all of the different coverage that we have there. Now, coming up next is Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, of course. Then after that, Stephen Miller, the great senior advisor for President Trump, will be speaking. And then Patrick Bet-David, and then the list goes on. So a lot coming up here as we are 33 days into President Trump's great second administration, 75 executive orders signed in just 33 days. The country happy to see a lot of great posts from the president this morning as well, including talking about the southern border being closed, and also other information, including 6 hostages being released. I mean, there's so many things going on in this country right now that are good for the people, and that's what we, the people, obviously are happy about. So, again, it's about 11 a.m. Let's go to freetrumpbook.com. You just heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Let's talk about her great father, the former governor of Arkansas and now U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. freetrumpbook.com. He and the team doing a great job there, working on all of these awesome books. So all you have to do is go to freetrumpbook.com, check out all of the materials there, and you can get them for free by going to freetrumpbook.com. All right, let's go back to CPAC at National Harbor, Maryland.
Hola a todos. Es una gran alegría para mí estar nuevamente en los Estados Unidos y es un honor poder hablar ante todos ustedes hoy. Muchas gracias a los presentes y especialmente gracias a CPAC, que siempre ha tenido una consideración especial conmigo. Gracias, Matt. Gracias, Mercy. Hace apenas un mes dije en el foro de Davos que creo que estamos atravesando un punto de inflexión en nuestra historia. La historia transcurre en fases o etapas, momentos en donde el espíritu de la idea se materializa en una persona o en un grupo de personas, a veces cercana, a veces con kilómetros de distancia entre ellos, pero con un hilo conductor invisible que si se pudiera observar, presumo sería muy similar a las imágenes que observamos de redes neuronales del cerebro humano. Hoy estamos precisamente en uno de esos momentos en los que la historia, con H mayúscula, está cambiando su curso. Estamos viendo en tiempo real el destino del mundo bifurcarse hacia un nuevo camino, distinto del lugar al que nos estaban llevando las élites y el establishment político de nuestros países. De la misma manera que en la década del 30 se podía vislumbrar que la llama de la libertad se estaba apagando y que comenzaba un nuevo cambio de servidumbre para la humanidad, hoy finalmente podemos decir que la era del Estado omnipresente ha terminado. Hoy somos testigos de un momento en el que la larga marcha del Estado sobre el individuo está llegando a su fin. Me refiero, por supuesto, al colapso del modelo colectivista y el amanecer de una nueva era de libertad. Nos hemos preparado para este momento y creo que genuinamente que estamos dando una batalla crucial para el futuro de la humanidad. Pero como siempre digo, solo se puede obrar de forma eficaz si el diagnóstico desde el que uno parte es el correcto. Hay que entender dónde estamos parados y a qué nos enfrentamos para poder saber cómo llegar a donde queremos. A lo largo de todo el mundo, las sociedades occidentales se enfrentan a un mismo problema y a un mismo enemigo. Una clase política que extrae cada vez más recursos de los ciudadanos a través de impuestos, con el fin de implementar un modelo de expansión estatal ilimitada. Una clase política con complejo de Dios, que pretende regular cada aspecto de la vida de la gente, haciendo honor a una de las máximas del fascismo de Benito Mussolini: dentro del Estado todo, fuera del Estado nada y nada contra el Estado. Hemos llamado a esta clase política el Partido del Estado, una casta extendida cuyos miembros, más allá de diferencias superficiales, comparte la idea fundamental del avance del Estado sobre la sociedad. Son todos aquellos que por interés económico o convicción ideológica o incluso cierto idealismo ingenuo trabajan para los intereses del Estado. Los medios de comunicación tradicionales o ligas y media, la oligarquía sindical, los empresarios prebendarios, los burócratas permanentes no electos y, en consecuencia, intrínsecamente irresponsables, las organizaciones mal llamadas no gubernamentales que hacen el trabajo sucio de los políticos, las instituciones académicas que proveen el marco teórico para la expansión estatal, los organismos supranacionales y todos los que de alguna manera pertenecen a la gran secta del colectivismo mundial. Y, por supuesto, esto incluye a los partidos políticos tradicionales, que sin importar su color, coinciden en la tesis fundamental que más Estado siempre es mejor. En Argentina, por ejemplo, teníamos un sistema político compuesto por unas 50 sombras de socialismo. En Estados Unidos existía la ilusión de bipartidismo de un partido demócrata que marcaba la agenda y un partido republicano incapaz de enfrentarlo hasta la llegada del presidente Donald Trump. ¡Viva! Curiosamente, el mío lo van a tener que esperar hasta el final. Curiosamente, el presidente Trump es un outsider, igual que yo, porque la tarea que tenemos por delante, el desafío que tenemos por delante, no es para políticos tradicionales que han vivido toda su vida del sistema. Es para gente que no le debe nada a nadie, que no está comprometida por los vicios del sistema y que sabe que es más importante el cambio que el poder por el poder mismo. En el establishment político de nuestras dos naciones existía una mentalidad más o menos explícita de que el avance del Estado equivalía a avance de la democracia, que cada conquista del Estado implicaba un acto de justicia social ante las supuestas injusticias de la libertad, que el rol del Estado era llevarnos a una utopía igualatoria mediante la creación sistemática de supuestos nuevos derechos que obviamente debían ser financiados por los pagadores de impuestos. Es justamente en el centro de este esquema que se encuentran los políticos, los principales beneficiarios de este modelo de expansión ilimitada del Estado, esos que hacen de vivir de otros por la fuerza un estilo de vida, depositarios de poderes y privilegios que serán la envidia de cualquier monarca de la historia. No importan las peleas televisivas ni las supuestas diferencias partidarias, todos trabajan para el mismo Dios, el siniestro, y su manifestación en la tierra, el leviatán del que hablaba Hobbes. Por eso, salvando algunas particularidades propias de cada nación, todos los que estamos aquí tenemos una misma misión: quitar el poder al partido del Estado y devolvérselo a la sociedad. Es decir, como decía Albert Nock, que describió en su libro En nuestro enemigo el Estado, que el poder social fue progresivamente arrebatado y trasladado al Estado por la fuerza. Nuestro objetivo es hacer el camino inverso, aumentar el poder del ciudadano y quitarle el poder al Estado. Por su... ¡Afuera! Me too. Sorry. She's my girlfriend. Por supuesto, no puede hacerse gestionando mejor el Estado tal cual existe o simplemente administrando correctamente los recursos de que dispone, sino que el único camino racional es achicar el Estado hasta su mínima expresión posible. Reducir el tamaño del Estado es en sí mismo un acto de justicia, porque cada erogación del Estado es una sustracción del pagador de impuestos. Desde nuestro punto de vista, el único Estado aceptable es el Estado más chico posible para devolverle al ciudadano lo que es suyo. Por eso, todas las atribuciones que no tengan que ver directamente con la protección de los tres derechos fundamentales, que son el derecho a la vida, a la libertad y a la propiedad privada, deben volver a su origen, los individuos asociados de forma voluntaria sin intromisión del Estado. Esto debe ser así porque, a diferencia de la economía, el poder es un juego de suma cero. Todo el poder que tenga el Estado necesariamente no puede obtenerlo al mismo tiempo la sociedad. Por eso no creemos en soluciones parciales o compromisos de centro. Sabemos que hacer las cosas a medias es una invitación al regreso del Estado, que como un cáncer metastásico solo sabe expandirse y debe ser obligado activamente a retroceder. No sirve intentar alcanzar un justo medio. Todo lo que exceda su función esencial debe ser definitivamente quitado de su órbita o más temprano que tarde volverá a usurpar lo que no le pertenece. Sabemos que no es una tarea fácil. El Estado moderno tiene herramientas de sobras que han crecido en sofisticación con el paso del tiempo. No estamos hablando de un Estado obvio como el fascista o el comunista, sino de un Estado sutil e insidioso que avanza sobre el individuo a través del arte, de la propaganda y la infiltración cultural. O al menos así era hasta hace poco, ya que le resulta cada vez más difícil disimular su carácter totalitario. Hemos visto, por citar solo un ejemplo, que en ciertos países de Europa ciudadanos están siendo arrestados por expresarse en redes sociales. Pero en términos más generales, hablo de la financiación de la academia, incentivando la elaboración de estudios que justifiquen la implementación de políticas públicas intervencionistas y de la compra encubierta de medios de comunicación mediante la pauta pública. Hablo de las múltiples ONGs que viven de nuestros impuestos, de los subsidios a la cultura para producir propaganda, y aquí en Estados Unidos, por supuesto, el escándalo de USAID, que destinaba millones de dólares de los pagadores de impuestos a financiar desde revistas y canales de televisión a fraudes electorales como en Brasil o gobiernos con aspiraciones discriminatorias como el de Sudáfrica. Y como decía, gobiernos con aspiraciones discriminatorias como el sudafricano, entre tantas otras aberraciones, incluyendo la agenda de la paranoia climática, los excesos de la ideología de género y la investigación que derivó la creación del virus del COVID-19. Sin embargo, lo único que realmente logra este mecanismo de bajada de línea globalista es transferir riqueza de la clase baja de un país rico a la clase alta de un país pobre. En pocas palabras, hablo de una red global de influencia y formación de opinión pagada con los impuestos de los ciudadanos, un aparato de propaganda sin precedentes en la historia humana, quizás el escándalo político más grande que hayamos visto. Y luego esos mismos hipócritas acusan a Elon Musk de interferir en las elecciones de otros países. Claramente su descaro es tan grande como sus aspiraciones totalitarias. Y si ese nivel de colectivismo en sangre hubiera tenido soluciones, sus apologistas tendrían al menos algo a lo cual aferrarse. Pero ni eso. Esa fue históricamente la excusa de los estatistas del pasado, que la prosperidad llegaría mediante la administración racional de recursos por parte del Estado, recursos que el sector privado era incapaz de aprovechar. Pregunta, ¿y acaso quién maneja el sector público? ¿No son humanos? Sin embargo, hemos sido testigos de que a mayor expansión estatal, peor es la calidad de vida de la gente. No por nada Hayek dedicó su último libro a explicar este fenómeno, al cual llamó la fatal arrogancia. Pero esto no es accidental. Más allá de su evidente incompetencia, la clase política no se dedica a solucionar problemas. Al fin y al cabo, un problema solucionado es un área de la que el Estado debe retirarse. Al contrario, la clase política se dedica a perpetuar los problemas y así vivir de ellos para siempre. Por eso viven creando problemas nuevos, instalándolos desde sus aparatos de propaganda para luego ofrecer a sí mismos como solución. ¿Y en qué consiste esa solución? En la implementación de regulaciones que causan todavía más problemas a ser solucionados por más regulaciones. En medicina se usa el término iatrogenia para referirse al daño que sufre un paciente como consecuencia de la atención médica. Podría decirse entonces que el régimen estatista consiste en la iatrogenia como política de Estado. O sea, es el médico que se enriquece a base del deterioro progresivo e intencional de sus pacientes. Con el modelo del Estado presente, el Estado te quiebra las piernas para después venderte las muletas como un sobreprecio y obligarte a agradecerle, y te persigue si no lo haces. Como contrapunto, dicen algunos testimonios que en la medicina tradicional china el médico familiar cobraba honorarios de forma constante por mantener a la familia sana. O sea, según la leyenda, cuando un miembro enfermaba, el médico dejaba de percibir los honorarios, viéndose incentivado a resolver la enfermedad de una forma eficiente y rápida. Imagínense tan solo pudiera funcionar así el Estado. Cuánta miseria nos hubiéramos ahorrado. Hoy, a quienes queremos desmantelar este sistema demencial nos llaman antidemocráticos. Pero nuevamente, esta es una tergiversación de las palabras, algo muy propio de la izquierda, para variar. Ellos no le llaman democracia al gobierno del pueblo, sino al paradigma de expansión total estatal ilimitada que ellos mismos administran. Para ellos, la democracia existe si y únicamente si ganan los que ellos quieren, para poder someter a la gente a sus caprichos. Pero cuando la minoría electoral son ellos, la elección de la mayoría pasa a ser autoritarismo. De hecho, muchos de los que nos acusan de antidemocráticos ni siquiera fueron electos. Toman decisiones que afectan a miles de millones de personas alrededor del mundo y, sin embargo, nadie los conoce. No son responsables ante nadie más que sí mismos y no pueden ser echados por el voto popular. Y así y todo vienen a hablarnos de democracia. En fin, dicen que Trump y yo somos un peligro para la democracia, pero en realidad están diciendo que somos un peligro para ellos. Somos un peligro para el partido del Estado, para quienes viven de su expansión ilimitada, para quienes quieren un individuo dependiente y sometido a sus caprichos regulatorios. Y ¿saben qué? Tienen razón, somos su peor pesadilla. Venimos por sus privilegios, habiendo sido elegidos por la mayoría de cada uno de nuestros pueblos, con el mandato claro de quitarles un poder que no les pertenece. Hoy nuestros países, Argentina y Estados Unidos, necesitan pasar por una segunda independencia. La primera nos liberó del poder de las monarquías europeas. La segunda nos liberará de la tiranía del partido del Estado. Por eso hemos puesto tanto esfuerzo en identificarlo, porque no se puede luchar contra lo que no se conoce. Y tener un enemigo bien definido es un aspecto fundamental de nuestra batalla cultural. Ahora ya lo conocemos, le hemos ganado en las elecciones y estamos en proceso de desarmar su leviatán, que es una herramienta de opresión perpetua. No tenemos ninguna fórmula secreta, solo conocer la historia humana y saber qué es lo que ha funcionado y qué no. Por eso, con humildad, quiero reflexionar un poco sobre cómo venimos llevando adelante esta batalla. Nosotros trabajamos con firmeza y de frente, sin dar lugar a compromisos. Defendemos un conjunto de valores que no estamos dispuestos a negociar, así como ellos no han estado dispuestos a negociar a la hora de quitarnos nuestra libertad. Lo que ellos impusieron sin nuestro consentimiento está siendo eliminado sin el consentimiento de ellos. Por eso hemos pasado la motosierra por los sectores y atribuciones del Estado que consideramos superfluos, redundantes, innecesarios o directamente perniciosos para la sociedad. Y más aún, este año emprenderemos la fase 2 de este proceso, que hemos bautizado como la motosierra profunda, para continuar achicando el Estado, devolviéndole a la gente la riqueza que jamás debió habérsele sido arrebatada. Lo interesante es que este proceso de justicia tiene un correlato político, porque por su naturaleza el partido del Estado se financió históricamente de gasto público mal asignado y de negocios turbios con el Estado. Por eso, achicar el Estado es cortarle la manguera a los clientes del Estado enquistado en él, que ejercían un feroz resistencia al cambio, valiéndose el dinero de los pagadores de impuestos para mantenernos subyugados. Nuestro método es similar al de nuestro querido amigo Elon Musk: revisar oficina por oficina, conservar lo que sirve y funciona y descartar el resto. Por eso le obsequié una motosierra. Con nosotros nadie que no pueda justificar el costo de su salario en impuestos está a salvo. Muchos de ellos tendrán que volver al sector privado y ganarse la vida ofreciendo sus bienes y servicios en el mercado, tal como los pagadores de impuestos de los que han vivido tantos años. Mi más sentido pésame a los políticos que creyeron que este momento nunca llegaría y no están preparados, porque se van a llevar un baldazo de agua fría. Por suerte para ellos, en toda desgracia hay una oportunidad y debido a nuestro avance desregulador, los salarios del sector privado seguirán subiendo, por lo que si hacen las cosas bien podrán ser parte del progreso, pero lejos de la casta estatal. Como ya he dicho, esto no es una tarea sencilla. Aquí en Estados Unidos, burócratas rebeldes han intentado sabotear el trabajo del Departamento de Eficiencia Gubernamental y están recurriendo a mecanismos burocráticos ilegales para intentar bloquear cualquier reforma, lo cual también sucede en nuestro país y es algo con lo que debemos luchar día a día. Pero nada de eso nos ha tomado por sorpresa. Somos conscientes de que van a hacer lo posible por detener este cambio, sin importar el daño resultante. Si tienen que destruir el mundo para conservar sus privilegios, lo van a hacer. Y nosotros vamos a seguir luchando. Pero hoy el problema se extiende más allá de las penurias a las cuales el modelo del Estado presente ha sometido a cada una de nuestras naciones individualmente, porque la decadencia de nuestros gobiernos durante la historia reciente a lo largo y a lo ancho de Occidente no solo empobreció material y espiritualmente a nuestros propios ciudadanos, también nos debilitó política, económica, cultural y socialmente ante el enemigo externo. Nos volvió moralmente débiles y nos hizo vulnerables ante las peores expresiones de la barbarie, los peores enemigos de la libertad. Y a ellos no se les puede dar un centímetro, porque cuando huelen sangre avanzan envalentonados y sin piedad. Esto quedó demostrado durante los cobardes ataques perpetuados el 7 de octubre de 2023 en Israel, que costaron más de 1.000 inocentes y la captura de 251 personas. Esta semana Israel recibió los cuerpos sin vida de la familia Vivas, que permanecían secuestrados por el régimen terrorista y asesino de Hamas, entre los cuales se encuentra una madre y sus 2 hijos, un niño de 4 años y un bebé de tan solo 9 meses. Es tan inescrupuloso y sanguinario este régimen que, en el último gesto canallesco, no tuvieron mejor idea que exhibir burdamente sus ataúdes ante el vitoreo de una multitud sin el más mínimo respeto. Esto es lo que está en juego y no podemos darnos el lujo de fallar. Por eso es fundamental que las naciones que hemos abrazado en las ideas de la libertad permanezcamos unidas y colaboremos unas con otras. Debemos formar una alianza de naciones libres, porque como ya he dicho en otra ocasión, el mal organizado solo puede ser vencido por el bien organizado. Solo mediante esta internacional de derecha podremos ponerle un fin a la casta política a la que nos enfrentamos, que está hundiendo a Occidente en la más oscura profundidad, y recuperar el ímpetu para proteger a las fuerzas despóticas que nos quieren subyugados. Por eso quiero también aprovechar para anunciar que Argentina quiere ser el primer país del mundo en sumarse a este acuerdo de reciprocidad que pide la administración Trump en materia comercial. De hecho, si no estuviéramos restringidos por el Mercosur, la Argentina ya estaría trabajando en un acuerdo de libre comercio con los Estados Unidos que sea mutuamente beneficioso y que no cargue injustamente sobre las espaldas de los productores argentinos, pero tampoco sobre los de los americanos. Esto es así porque solo trabajando juntos aquellos que queremos construir un mundo libre podremos salir adelante. Solo así podremos salir de la pesadilla del Estado omnipresente y así poder seguir haciendo lo que sabemos hacer como Occidente, poner a prueba los límites de lo posible, confiando en la creatividad de la sociedad y no en la discrecionalidad estéril de los burócratas. Solo así podremos retornar nuestro camino de grandeza como civilización, haciendo honor a nuestros antepasados que dieron la vida por ver un mundo libre y una humanidad próspera. Solo así, finalmente, podremos reencontrarnos con nosotros mismos y volver a crear en aquello que nos hizo grande como civilización. Que Dios bendiga a la República Argentina, que Dios bendiga a los Estados Unidos y que las fuerzas del cielo nos acompañen. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller.
Hello, CPAC! Who is ready in just a few short hours to hear from the man himself, our 47th President, Donald J. Trump? My friends, it has been a long road, has it not? It's been a long road. And these last 4 years, we felt every single painful minute. But nothing, my friends, is sweeter or more extraordinary than victory. Who here has enjoyed the last 30 days of America's new golden age? And who here has been filled with pride and excitement in watching President Trump install the most extraordinary cabinet and team any of us has ever seen? Our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And of course, we have at the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk. White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. And perhaps the most exciting of all is the fact that every single day, the entire White House staff, the entire administration, the entire cabinet, on behalf of President Trump and his extraordinary leadership, is getting the lies out of our schools, the men out of women's sports, the poison out of our foods, the woke out of our military, the predators off our streets, and the illegal aliens the hell out of our country. It's happening. It is happening. Every day under President Trump, he is saying hell no to DEI. He is saying hell no to CRT. He is saying hell no to the indoctrination of our children. And is saying hell yes to the idea that America belongs to Americans. A historic slate of executive orders have been issued by President Trump
to reclaim control of this government, to reclaim control of our destiny, to reclaim control of our future, and to restore the idea that under a democracy, the entire federal bureaucracy works for President Trump and not the other way around. He is the elected head of our government. And to all the people in the media, all the people on the radical left, all the people in the Democratic Party screaming about democracy, Donald Trump is the one who is saving democracy. Donald Trump is the one who is saving our Constitution. Donald Trump is the one who is saving America. And any federal bureaucrat who defies the lawful orders of this president will be fired. President Trump will ensure that whether you work at the FBI, whether you work at the CIA, whether you work at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Department of Health and Human Services, career civil servants, also known as bureaucrats, work for the American people, and they work for the president the American people elected. They do not set their own agenda. They do not write their own rules. They do not work for themselves. They work for each and every one of you. You pay their salaries. You pay for the buildings they work in. You pay for every single thing they do. And if they are not following the laws, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, then they will find a new career. By the way, speaking of the FBI, who here is thrilled about Kash Patel? Let us not forget what President Trump endured in order to get to this point, to climb to the top of that Everest summit. Let us not forget what this whole movement has endured to reach this glorious day. 8 long years of weaponized government, the Russia hoax, the Ukraine hoax, one lie after another, one fraudulent impeachment after another, one hoax, one smear. Government weaponized at every level against democracy. Government weaponized at every level against the people. Democrat prosecutors, Democrat attorneys general, Democrat careers using their power to try to sabotage the democracy of this country, to try to keep President Trump off the ballot, to try to throw President Trump in jail, to try to arrest his aides and his supporters. An authoritarian movement in this country that has at every step tried to stop the workings of our democracy. And President Trump, on a field in Pennsylvania, nearly lost his life. And a few weeks later, another assassination plot. And let me ask you this question. When the lawsuits came against President Trump, when the lawfare came against President Trump, when the weaponized law enforcement and intelligence community came against President Trump, and when the bullets came against President Trump, did he falter? Did he back down? Did he yield? Did he surrender? Did he waver? Or did he stand up tall and strong and raise his fist into the air and say 3 immortal words, fight, fight, fight? Every day, that is what he is doing for you. He is fighting for your families. He is fighting for your children. He is fighting for your future. He is fighting for the fundamental idea that this country belongs not to the bureaucrats, not to the radical left communists, not to our foreign enemies, not to the criminal cartels, not to the criminal aliens. This country belongs to the law-abiding, patriotic, God-fearing American citizens. It belongs to the people in this room, and it belongs to the patriots watching at home today. I want you to know that every single morning President Trump wakes up and he thinks about you. And all day long, as he's signing executive orders, as he's meeting with world leaders, as he is orchestrating and directing the actions of this government, he is thinking about you and your future. President Trump's heart beats for the American people. President Trump's heart beats for the American Republic. And President Trump's heart is filled with nothing but love and loyalty for this republic. No president has done more in 30 days than President Trump has done. But we need you to stay in the fight. It is not enough to celebrate the victories we've achieved thus far. Every single day, we need, and President Trump, our president, needs you to be involved in pushing this agenda forward, promoting every single victory, every success, every agenda item, being involved at every level of politics to keep driving forward. You think they're just going to give us our country back? You think they're just going to roll over, move out of the way, stop their scheming and their lying? Or do you think we are going to have to be on top of it every single day, focused every single day, driving forward every single day with unrelenting focus and passion? Because God gave us this country. Our founding fathers fought and died for this country. Generations of Americans have sacrificed and bled for this country, and we are not going to let the radical left, the communists, and the America haters take our country. It's not going to happen. Not now, not ever. But it's going to take everyone in this room to stand with President Trump each and every day, to stand by his side every single day as President Trump boldly and bravely leads us into this golden age. And if you do that, I promise you, if you support this president and his leadership vision and his command and his inspiration, I promise you that if we follow President Trump, then this is what our future will look like. The best economy in history, the strongest border in history, the proudest and most patriotic children in history, and the single greatest future in history. And we will prove worthy of this moment. We will prove worthy of this period. We will prove worthy of this opportunity given to us by Almighty God. And I swear to you, and I promise you, and I pledge to you, it will all be worth it. And our children will grow up in a world where they can say, America is stronger, more incredible, more courageous, more united, more devoted, more committed, more incredible, more exceptional, prouder, and more amazing than it has ever been before with the leadership and the vision and the drive of our President Donald J. Trump. So I ask you all to send a message right now to all the bureaucrats, to all the radical left commies, to the criminal aliens, the foreign gangs, the transnational terrorists, to everyone who threatens the future of this country. Do you stand with President Trump? Do you support President Trump? Do you believe in President Trump? And do you believe in the future of America? Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States. I love you.
The 47th President of the United States of America.
And, you know, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox.
Welcome back to CPAC Day 3. We are here with Christina Loren, and I'm Ashley Brassfield. What an incredible day so far. So many great panels and speakers here at CPAC. I want to tell you a little bit about our sponsor, Angel Paste. Angel Paste Miracle Cream does wonders for your skin. The hundreds of 5-star reviews of RSBN viewers themselves tells you all you need to know about this great American-owned company. Everything is sourced and made in the USA. Angel Paste Miracle Cream was created 15 years ago and has been getting rave reviews ever since. The most popular Angel Paste is orange because of the immune boost it gives your body, and the Jasmine Miracle Cream, which repels mosquitoes just in time for spring. The vanilla is packed full of skin-plumping vitamin B, and sandalwood is perfect for men. Their Miracle Mist is a hypochlorous acid spray that cleanses and soothes your skin but doesn't dry it out. It's perfect for men because it comes in a black glass bottle and is a super low maintenance and Manly Man approved. Angel Paste has been supporting President Trump since the escalator and is a Christian-owned company that hires veterans. Ann 80 bought Angel Paste, and here's what she had to say. Angel Paste is the way to go. I wonder why my skin was so itchy with other products I was using. Then I found Angel Paste. My skin is so soft and hydrated, and I'm glowing at the age of 80, and my itchy skin disappeared. Thank you so much for the wonderful product. I buy the unscented. I also have Jasmine, and I can't wait to try other products. Go to angelpaste.com. That's ANGELPASTE.com and read the glowing reviews. You can even get 10% off with code RSBN. Well, Christina, we are just a few hours, I believe, away now for President Trump taking the stage here at Day 3 CPAC. And, you know, we've had so many people stop by the booth so far, friends and, you know, other people that have spoken at the conference. So far, we spoke to Glenn with Patriot Mobile earlier as well. And just a great day so far.
It's been an amazing day. And of course, the grand finale is today when we get to hear from the hope of our nation, Donald J. Trump. We don't have a confirmed time, but we're hearing it's going to be somewhere in the afternoon, somewhere around possibly 2 p.m. But in the meantime, enjoy this coverage live just outside of Washington, D.C. at 2025 CPAC.
Good morning, CPAC. How's everybody today? You're looking beautiful. And I tell you what, honey, I've been here several days. The energy and the excitement in this room is unbelievable. It's hard to believe that a year has gone. Thank God we lived with 4 years of a president who tried to shove down our throats Marxism and the moral decay of the fabric of our country. And here we are. Fast forward. We got President Donald J. Trump. We have 2 genders. We have DEI gone. We have equality over equity. Border crossings down 93%. And we have a world stage where America is now respected and feared. So what do you think? Give me your 2 seconds on this.
Pretty good. Next question. How is everybody? Come on, let's go. It's exciting times, is it not? Well, I was thinking about something about this cabinet that we have now and thought to myself, we really have a cabinet that looks like America here. First of all, we have a president that knows how many grandchildren he has, and he loves every one of them. That helps. But let's look at this cabinet. We have the first, I'm sounding like a liberal. We have the first person of color as the FBI director. Have you heard them say that? No. First Cuban American as Secretary of State. The first gay Secretary of the Treasury. The first straight Secretary of Transportation in 4 years. We have one of the highest ranking African Americans, Elon Musk. We have the first hillbilly Vice President, J.D. Vance. We have the first Secretary of Defense who isn't 114 years old. We have women in the cabinet who are proud to be called women and know what the hell a woman is. And then there's Donald Trump, who's on course of being the greatest president, if not modern history, all history. Look what he's done in 4 weeks.
Bravo, bravo. Give a round of applause.
And one other thing about Donald Trump. I told Donald Trump this at a Hanukkah party a few years ago. He's the greatest friend Israel's ever had. And so are you, by the way, and I want to thank you for that. He's the greatest friend Jews have ever had, so we have the first Jewish president in American history, too. Looks like America, that cabinet.
So speaking of that, first of all, I want to do a real sincere shout out to Mercy and Max Schlapp, because their steadfast support of Israel is seen throughout this conference and day in and day out at CPAC. So we really need to thank them for that. It's really, really huge. You know, there used to be a time that depravity, murder, brutality was not acceptable to either party, when Republicans and Democrats alike were determined to eradicate the enemy. But here we are after an October 7, where we really learned what today's Democrat Party is. It's the Republican Party, it's conservatives, it's Jews, it's Christians who really care about what's going on in Israel and are appalled at the heinous acts that happened on October 7th. It's the Republicans, it's the conservatives, it's Donald J. Trump who have said Israel must conquer, Israel must win, Israel must do what it needs to do, not just to defend, but to go on offense and get rid of the enemy. So I just want to remind everybody that a year ago, I interviewed the father of a hostage victim at that time, Sagid Dekelhen, and here we are a year later. He's out. But, honey, I want you to talk about what we saw the other day with 4 bodies coming out of Israel and the joy that was exhibited by the Palestinians in Gaza as these coffins were shown.
These bastards must be eradicated. It's that simple. You don't take a 9-month-old baby and a 4-year-old little boy and their mother and torture them, strangle those kids with your bare hands, chop up their bodies so nobody they think will notice. Remember when that mother was being pulled with her kids and she knew the people doing this are subhumans. They are rabid. They're not animals. Animals don't do this. Donald Trump knows this. These are the same people who attacked us on 9/11. These are the same people who decapitated 70 black Christians in a Congo church 48 hours ago. All of them. This is the enemy. It's not about land. It's not about borders. It's not about any of that. They seek to extinguish us, these Islamist terrorists, and we're going to have to extinguish them before they even have a shot at extinguishing us. Another thing, constitutional crisis. Give me a break. The Democrat Party that hates the founders, that is pushing CRT, the 1619 Project, that tells us the Constitution's too old and too white. The Democrat Party that doesn't believe in the First, Second, Fifth, Sixth, Ninth, 10th, 14th Amendments. The Democrat Party that doesn't believe in separation of powers. We don't need lectures from them about the Constitution of the United States. That's number one. Number two, you activist judges, which are basically slip and fall, ambulance chasing lawyers in black robes. That's what they are. You either act like judges or get the hell off the bench. You are the people destroying the Constitution. The President of the United States has a right to make personnel decisions. He has a right to make budget decisions. He has a right to restructure the bureaucracy. You know, I happen to have here a copy of the Constitution.
Not that you need it. I mean, you really do pretty much
This
know
little
it.
baby sticks with me all the time. And let me tell you something. You know how many federal district judges are in this Constitution? None. They're created by Congress. That's right. So Congress has the power to make decisions over the executive branch. I thought it was separation of powers. Judges have the power to tell the CDC what to put on their website? How's that separation of powers? We have a big problem in this country. We can't decide if we're a constitutional republic, a federal republic, a representative republic, or a republic at all. And the truth is that if they have their way, the people who are worried about the Constitution, first of all, what Constitution are they worried about? The old Soviet Constitution? Because they're sure as hell not worried about our Constitution, that I can tell you. You can't be a Marxist and Islamist, a radical leftist, and support the Constitution of the United States. You just can't. What Elon Musk, with the leadership of Donald Trump, have uncovered is a government within a government. It's not just waste, fraud, and abuse. It is a subterranean government that is spending trillions of dollars to push a radical left agenda. And we have no help from you in the media who are attacking the very people who are uncovering the bloat and the spending and the waste and the criminality. Why the hell aren't you uncovering it? That's your damn job.
Well, and it's the same media that likes to avail itself of the First Amendment, right, when it's convenient. So,
oh, can I?
Yeah.
AP and the rest of you big corporate media, it says freedom of the press. It doesn't say freedom of the corporate press, okay? The President of the United States can decide which press he wants in the press room and which he doesn't. Who died and gave you permanent seats in the press room? NBC and ABC and CBS. Besides, we don't get news from you people. I wrote a whole book on it called Unfreedom of the Press. You're Democrats, you're leftists, we know exactly who you are, what you're doing. You can do whatever you want on your own time. You can pretend you're in the press. We're not going to shut you down. We want you out there. Why? We want the schmucks out front so everybody can see what they look like. Well, that's okay.
And not only that, what happened on November 5th? I mean, November 5th proved that the American people are not fooled by the people back there, and they know and they're able to find the truth because Americans are smart and they know American values, they know right from wrong, and no media is going to change that. So, look, we don't have a lot of time.
By the way, I know. I can't stop.
No, but wait. I'm going to let you say something, but I do want to, I need you to reserve, because remember, I'm the boss here. I'm the boss.
30 seconds.
I need you to reserve time to talk about the misnomer that is birthright citizenship.
I will deal with that. Takes about 14 seconds. But
No.
You know, the media are funny, aren't they? They lied about Joe Biden. They didn't care. They didn't have any press conferences. And now they're worried about a seat at the table. They're worried about a seat for what? Let me tell you something in the media. Do we agree that Abraham Lincoln was a fantastic president?
Yes.
He was a great president. He shut down 200 newspapers. Donald Trump hasn't shut down anything. You're going broke because we, the people, are shutting you down. We're not subscribing. We're not buying your damn newspapers. We're not watching your TV shows. We support the First Amendment. We support free speech. We support freedom of the press. You don't.
How do you really feel about it, honey? No, just kidding. Okay, so now seriously, I think we need
She's pretty.
We need to talk about birthright citizenship because, again, this is a perfect example of what the left do. They take words like democracy and the Constitution, and then they exploit them because they don't really care about either of them. So they came up with this term, birthright citizenship, like anybody who comes here illegally and gives birth, that child, that baby, is an American citizen like magic. And that's not true. They cite the 14th Amendment. Do your Mark Levin thing where you give a little bit of a primer. No, because it's really important. It was so taken hostage, this paragraph in the 14th Amendment.
First of all, I wore the wrong socks, honey. I'm showing a little ankle up here. I'm not showing any more.
Okay, so I wasn't going to bring an intention to
All right, let me do it. I've been talking about this for 20 years. Read it yourself. Where's the phrase birthright citizenship in the Constitution? It's right next to abortion. It doesn't exist. So they have this invisible pen, you know, where they write these things in. The 14th Amendment was passed like the 13th and the 15th because of slavery and the Civil War. And the country came together and said, we must, in the Constitution, fix this. We must give equal rights to human beings who have been held as slaves and are now free. We must give them all the protections and rights of a citizen of the United States. Jurisdiction thereof meant the black slaves who were now free were in the jurisdiction of the United States, and all the rights and privileges, including equality and all the rest, would apply to them. It was written by Republican senators The 14th Amendment was based, this aspect of it, based on the 1866 Civil Rights Act, the first Civil Rights Act. Andrew Johnson, who was then president after the assassination of Lincoln, was a Democrat. He refused to sign that civil rights bill. So they overrode him and they said, we need to enshrine this in the Constitution of the United States. That provision applied to black people who were freed from slavery and were still being abused in the old Confederacy. And that amendment was passed by 3/4 of the state legislatures, including southern states that were told, if you don't vote for this, you're not coming back into the Union. We know what they meant. The author of the 14th Amendment specifically rejected the idea of aliens, specifically. In fact, they rejected the idea of what they called Indians, because they had separate countries at the time, or at least it was viewed that way. So they were excluded, underscoring the fact that you had to be a United States citizen and understood to be. So people who write that, all of a sudden, now it's interpreted to mean if you come into the United States illegally and you have a baby, that's a citizen, that baby? There is literally no language to back it up, no legislative history to back it up, no history whatsoever to back it up, and yet I suspect the courts are going to give the birthright citizenship crowd what they want. And they'll mention some 1898 decision involving a Chinese couple. It still didn't apply to illegal aliens. So illegal aliens have no constitutional basis, but I will just warn you about this. Hollywood John Roberts, that's what I call him because he's worried about the press. I don't think he, and I don't think his new best friend Barrett, will do the right thing. I think they'll join the three, I can't say women, because she wouldn't say women. They won't join.
That's okay, you can say it, go for it.
Two of the non-males, and one of the males. I think that's a 5 that worries me. But just understand, your Constitution does not provide for birthright citizenship, period.
So I just want to add one little fine point, because you said a lot. You said a lot there. You notice how it's the Republican Party that consistently has been the champion of equality and the rights of black people throughout history.
Every major civil rights bill, starting in 1866 through the 50s with Eisenhower, the 60s, the Republicans either wrote it, sponsored it, or they had supermajorities to get them passed. Never forget, the Democrat Party is the party of slavery, segregation, eugenics, Jim Crow. Now they're the party of Marxism, Islamism, and anti-constitutionalism. That's a fact.
And it was Woodrow Wilson who did what? He resegregated the military when he became president.
God bless you all. Our time is up. Be well.
We love you, CPAC.
And thank you, President Trump.
In a time when the very fabric of our nation seemed under siege, one organization was willing to fight for America's principles and defend our children's future.
Joining me now, Terry Schilling, president of the American Principles Project.
This is what happens when tolerance goes too far. It's a bit shocking to hear Democrats talk about them losing the culture war. After all, they started it. You're denying reality and you're denying them the care that they need.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of CPAC as we await the hope of our nation, Donald J. Trump, who's going to be speaking roughly around 2:30 p.m. That's when he's scheduled to speak. And of course, we're going to bring you all of the action. You will not miss a moment. You will see the entire message from the messenger, because we don't cut anything at RSBN. That's what makes RSBN great. And our sponsors allow us to bring you this amazing coverage. I want to thank one of our great sponsors, and tax season is here. Tax day, of course, April 15th. We know that a lot of people are receiving the returns right now. You might have them in the corner somewhere in your house in a drawer getting ready to file. Well, if you're somebody who knows you're going to be owing taxes and you've owed taxes for the last few years, you have back taxes, We have friends who can help you, and these are the experts who know what questions to ask, to know how to fill out these forms. They know who to get a hold of to help you with your back taxes, because the last thing you want is for the IRS to come after you. You can have your wages garnished. You could actually have your house seized. And so this is not something that you want to wait on. Act fast with our friends at Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion. Over 10,000 tax returns have been filed. And you know that through expertise, that is how you really learn how to find people, the areas where they can save, the questions that can be asked, and they know the people to reach out to as well. Don't wait any longer. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN. But it is important to call before the IRS starts to take more aggressive steps. And of course, we're seeing everything go through government efficiency now. This is really a good time for you to reach out to our friends. You can also call 1-800-958-1000. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN for more information. And if this is something you've heard us talk about and you know that they can help you, you want to act fast. Why not make that call today? tnusa.com/RSBN. As we continue on covering every single moment of the action for you, we can just feel the energy, the excitement is building as President Trump is probably on his way. He'll be in the building soon.
Absolutely. We saw the Secret Service president today and early this morning, the line out the door waiting to get through those checkpoints. But that means our favorite president is coming to the building very soon, and we're excited to bring coverage to you, of course. A lot of great speakers so far today, many panels that we just actually saw. Harriet Hageman, a great senator out of Wyoming, just passed by a few minutes ago.
Yeah, she's the single congresswoman representative for Wyoming at large.
Yes.
And so she's one of those states where you only have one representative for the entire state. So she's just about as important as a state senator. And she's a brilliant woman. Also, Tom Homan on the list to speak today.
Yes.
President Trump is going to bring the House down. He's going to have a very pointed message, not only because he knows that many of the people who he has been working with, the conservative movement, are here in the building. People from all over the world are here, from every single country. We have heard from people from Serbia, from the UK. People are here because they want to join forces with this movement. And it's the conservative movement, not just in this country, but around the globe, that President Trump is strengthening. He has become an icon. He has become such an example for us to follow, and not just us, everywhere around the world. Let's continue on with our coverage. This is where big decisions are made and where the party unites. Live from CPAC.
How you doing? How you feeling? Good? Okay. I got the lunchtime slot, which means some of you are either eating or wanting to go eat, but I do have a message for you. How you doing? Yes, it's great to be with you. How many of you here watch or listen to the PBD podcast? I'm curious. Okay, it's a good amount. All right, so I got a simple message for you with the limited time that I have here for you. First of all, it's an honor to be here at CPAC. This is my first time being here. Just had a chance to speak with Matt and Mercedes, incredible people. It's incredible to be around you, especially the fact that the person you wanted to win won in 2024, which is a very big deal. I got a question for you. Can you think about the two things tyrants fear? Let me ask the question one more time. What would you say are the two things tyrants running a country fear? What are the two things? First thing they fear is you and I having guns to protect ourselves. The second thing they fear is you and I having a megaphone to express ourselves. Now, I want you to think about this. In the last 3 weeks, I've interviewed two different people. One of the ones I had on the podcast 3 weeks ago, he flew in the entire time he was nervous. He was a former founder of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He started the IRGC with Khomeini in 1979. 3 months after I was born, I was living in Iran, and I brought him on the podcast. For many years, we've been wanting to have this man to come on the podcast, but obviously he doesn't want to come because directly and indirectly, millions of people died because of this man. If you go on Google, you type in founder of IRGC, you'll see his name and Khomeini's name. I bring him on. It's a little bit uncomfortable. I say, so let me ask you a question. When you guys took over the revolution. The Shah is gone. That's the last time the Middle East was at peace. No issues. Iran gets along with Israel. No wars. Things are good. Then you come over. You take over Iran. Khomeini flies in. You fly in. What is the first thing you guys did? He says, our #1 mission was to get all the guns out of people's hands. And I said, tell me why. He says, because we wanted to be safe. I said, safe from what? Well, we had to be careful because there was a lot of criminals who had a lot of guns. I said, citizens having guns are criminals. They're trying to protect themselves. So again, what do tyrants fear? First thing is what? Your guns, because you can protect yourself. 2 days ago, I got back from Brazil. We're flying out to Brazil to do a 3-hour interview with former President Jair Bolsonaro. How many of you guys love President Bolsonaro? So we're in Brazil. While we're about to go, they are briefing us on what to be prepared for before we go to Brazil. They say, #1, have an international lawyer ready in case something happens. #2, make sure you have an armored truck. #3, come with a good delegation. We went with 9 of us. And then we'll be escorting you all over the place. So we go and we experience everything. And then eventually the president comes. And the president sits there and we start conducting the interview. One of the most emotional interviews I've ever done. This man is crying, tears dropping on the table. I can't wait for the interview to come out this Wednesday. And I hear him speaking. About 15 minutes left for the interview to be done. Somebody comes in and is whispering in his ear, whispering in his ear. Boom. He swipes the hand. Interview ends. Doing all the stuff that he's doing. He gets out. 1 hour later, alert on the phone. Jair Bolsonaro has been charged and is facing 38 years in prison. For what? There's a judge there in Brazil. His name is Alexandre de Moraes. Anybody knows who he is? Okay. If there is a picture for someone that looks like a tyrant, it is Alexandre de Moraes. This man is a tyrant at the highest level. And he is the second man, the second point that tyrants fear is freedom of speech. I'm talking to the former president. He's not comfortable talking about certain things, but he let everything loose. He knows you can't talk. They don't want you to talk over there. So you got guns, freedom of speech, and in the world, we have 195 countries, of which 193 have constitutions. Of the 193 that have constitutions, only one country gives you full-on freedom of speech with nothing about hate speech and Second Amendment. We're the only ones here that we have in America. Now keep this in mind. Sometimes when we sit there, we hear about, next year's going to be United States birthday for 250 years. It's going to be amazing. We are one of the youngest countries in the world. It's awesome. Well, think about the oldest countries in the world. Iran, roughly 3300 BC. Egypt, 3100 BC. You got Assyria, you got Armenia, you got China, you got all these countries, right? Oldest. We are one of the youngest. But watch this here. Does anybody know what country has the oldest constitution in the world? What country has the oldest constitution in the world, including UK? We, the people, have the oldest constitution in the world. So now watch this. Some of you are clapping. You're like, I don't know what point he's trying to make here. I don't know where you're going with this. Let me give you some numbers here. Dominican Republic has changed their constitution 32 times. Venezuela 26 times. Haiti 24. Ecuador 20. Brazil's changed it 7 times in the last 100 years. While I'm there in Brazil, we're going to the airport. Our flight's at 4:30. We get there at 2 o'clock waiting. Our flight gets canceled. We have to redirect our flight. We go to Peru. And then from Peru, we fly out to Miami. And I'll never forget when we landed in Miami. It reminded me of back in July 15th of '89 when we're escaping Iran on a Lufthansa flight. And while we're going, everybody's waiting for the one magical word from the flight attendant. Anybody knows what it is? It's very simple. You can officially order alcohol. We've crossed the border. And we're like, we're free. This is amazing. We are officially out of Iran, right? So we land in Miami. I'm like, oh my God, this kind of takes me back to that moment when we left, Iran and experiencing what freedom's like. Then we get down here and I'm sitting and I'm talking to all these different senators and congressmen in Brazil, and here's a number I noticed. I want to kind of take it back because it's very important for us to be thinking about. In Brazil, they have 11 Supreme Court justices, of which only 2 are conservative. In Brazil, they have 81 senators, of which only 22 are conservatives. In Brazil, they have 513 congressmen and women, of which only 130 are conservatives. Let me just kind of take back a little bit and talk to you guys about maybe possibly the greatest accomplishment any president's ever done. If the Supreme Court justice was the other way around, 6-3, and when they said Colorado wants to remove the president off the ballot, and they would have succeeded, Kamala Harris would have been your president today. I understand, I'm with you. But I want you to think about why this is so important. For 25 years of my life, I was an atheist. When you live in Iran, my mother's Armenian, her last name's Bogosian, my dad's Assyrian, Bet David. I'm living in Iran, we're a Christian family, trying to make it work. We're going to school, you're going to church, kind of keep it quiet. And you dream about one day coming here. You're like, oh my God, I can't wait to one day come to America. It's going to be such a great deal to come to America. I'm sitting there kind of thinking to myself about all this stuff with Iran. And hey, the Congress, the Senate, all this stuff. You bring it to today. This man flips 3 Supreme Court justices. He doesn't do that. Kamala gets in. They would have done everything in their power they could have to prevent the president from speaking. They try to silence him. They took him all the social media sites. There's a lot of people that want to be friends with him today. Same people that silenced him. They said he can't use social media. Got off. Then you go from there, you dream about coming to America, and you sit there, you think about it, you say, oh my God, I cannot even believe the fact that I'm living in a country like this where you and I, as an atheist, you're like, maybe God this, I don't know about this, people are dying in Iran, I'm in a refugee camp in Germany for a year and a half, you come to the States, I'm a regular guy going to school, then all of a sudden I join the Army, I go to the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault, I'm in the Army, I'm in my uniform, quite honestly, I joined at first for GI Bill, and I'm standing there waiting. We're at a Labor Day, a Memorial Day, and I see one of my chief warrant officers on this side in tears. I see another colonel over here in tears. I see a sergeant first class on this side in tears. I'm like, why are these guys crying? Why are they crying? And then we go into the auditorium. They say, there's a movie coming out about your unit. You guys are going to get a chance to watch it before the world sees it. What's the movie? Saving Private Ryan. I watched this movie at the end. I'm like, I am so proud to be an American. I am so proud to be part of the 101st Airborne Division. I am so proud to be living here. So I watched. While I'm in the Army, because of my PT score, I was able to go hang out at this one camp for 2 days where we could play pool, jump in a lake, and all this stuff. This man hands me a Bible. I'm like, sir, I'm the wrong guy to give you a Bible. He says, my parents gifted me this Bible December 24th of 1974. I think you need it more than I do. I said, I'm telling you, it's not, you don't want to give it to me. I'm the wrong guy. He gives it to me. I start praying 3 times a day. Long story short, 25 years old, life changes, God's in my life. Everything from there has been revolutionary. It doesn't even make sense to me. It's a miracle. Here's what it made me think about. How many of you remember the last time you had one of those nights where you pray for an hour and you're on your knees and nobody sees you? Who knows what I'm talking about? Anybody's ever done that before? By the way, for some of you that are devout Christians, maybe it's a normal Tuesday for you, but for those of you guys that just kind of go to church once in a while, you've only done that 3 or 4 or 5 times in your life. Does anybody relate where you don't do that often? What were you praying about in June of 2024? What were you praying about when you're sitting there? What were we thinking about? What was going on? What were the issues? Everything we're watching, what's going to be taking place? And then you mean to tell me the president is a one look away from this being assassinated, and he lives, and all these miracles happen. President Obama in 8 years flips 1 seat. Trump flips 3 seats in 1 term. You don't think God's hands on America again? By the way, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is sometimes when we start winning and we start making money and we start driving the nice cars and our candidate wins and we're like, yay, it's great and it's awesome, our paranoia goes away. Let me just prepare you for something. We got to stay paranoid. We got to stay optimistic. They're plotting their moves behind closed doors while you and I are here at this event. We got to keep recruiting the next Bobby Kennedys, the next Tulsi Gabbers, the next Elon Musk. the next Joe Rogans, the next anybody. We got to recruit them over with common sense, with values, with the way we treat them. And if we do that, the future of America will look bright like never before. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum.
Good afternoon, CPAC. So great to be with you. We are gathered here today at a historic time, and in a few hours you're going to have an opportunity to hear from a very historic president. Here's a name you probably haven't heard of, Buddy Melgus, Olympic gold medal sailor from Zenda, Wisconsin, grew up on a small, teeny little lake in Wisconsin. How did a kid from a small little lake in Wisconsin go on to become an Olympic sailor? He became an Olympic gold medal sailor because he understood you never have to recover from a great start. So I've got a few questions for you. In our entire U.S. history, which president has been off to the greatest start in history? Yes, okay, I can ask that a different way. Which president in American history has had the most impact in their first 33 days? Trump. And, of course, we know the answer to this one. Which president right now, every hour, every day, is making America great again? There you go. I want to say thank you all for being here. This is such an important group. You are the difference makers. CPAC was the group that believed in President Trump when others didn't. You stayed with him. You worked so hard for all these years. And you were working because you supported President Trump, but you were working because you cared deeply about America. You wanted America to be better. You knew that America could reach its full potential. And now that is happening every single day, and it started here with you. Thank you, CPAC, for everything that you've done. Yes, President Trump has got a very clear and a very powerful vision on ways to make America great again, and at the center of that is energy dominance. He knows that energy dominance, when the U.S. is energy dominance, it's going to bring down inflation because energy is a component of every single product that we buy, every piece of food you eat, every vehicle you drive. He also knows that when we have energy to sell to our friends and allies, it's going to end our trade deficits. He knows it's going to create great American jobs. And he also knows that when we have energy to sell to our allies, it's going to end the wars abroad. And he is someone who wants to stop the killing. He wants to end wars. And President Trump, I believe, for that work, is going to win the Nobel Peace Prize. And this is a group that can help that happen for him. Yes, President Trump knows better than anyone that energy dominance is the foundation for American prosperity, for affordability and world peace. The Biden administration, wow, what a mess that we've inherited. The Biden administration, at the core of everything they're doing, we're beholden to a group of climate extremists. And when those climate extremists got the Biden administration to declare war on U.S. energy, and when they declared war on U.S. energy, it didn't reduce demand. It just shifted the supply to our adversaries across the world, to places like Iran. Iran, who sold hundreds of billions of dollars of energy through ghost ships and front companies to fund 24 terror groups against us. But President Trump wants that to stop. And he's got full maximum pressure against Iran. And he'll do what he did in his first term, which is financially he'll bring that country, or the Ayatollahs, not the country, but the Ayatollahs to their knees. But back home, The climate extremists that wanted it to shut down U.S. energy, what did they do to Americans? They raised the price of everything. Electricity prices 30% higher under the Biden administration. Some of you, if you live in the Northeast, you're going to be staring at 15 to 17 to 20% increases again this summer. This is all what we've inherited. And when we have high energy costs, that hurts our economy and we deindustrialize. And that's why President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency. It wasn't just about price at the pump. He understood the mess that Biden left us, and that's why he declared that energy emergency. And part of that solution, last Friday, he created the National Energy Dominance Council. He asked me to chair it. He asked Chris Wright to be the vice chair. And with that, with the work that we're going to be doing, it covers everything. It covers electricity, it covers oil and gas, it covers biofuels, it covers export, it covers exploration, all the things that we need to do to have our country become an energy powerhouse. But let's just talk a little bit about one of the things that were left, and that's in the energy emergency, and that is our electrical grid in this country is absolutely in danger. The climate extremists worshiped an ideology that defied physics, economics, and common sense. They believed that that was the existential threat. I will tell you that there's two existential threats that this administration believes in. One was existential threat was Iran getting a nuclear weapon. That would change the world, and this administration, working with our allies, is going to make sure that doesn't happen. And the second thing is, the second existential threat is losing the artificial intelligence arms race to China. This country has shut down more electricity than China has opened in the last 12 months. And we need electricity because electricity drives AI data centers, and AI data centers manufacture intelligence. And when we manufacture intelligence, it's going to change every job, every company, every industry. It's going to make the federal government more productive. But no, what did the Biden administration do? They focused on highly subsidized, unreliable, unaffordable, and weather-dependent sources of energy. We all know, you don't have to have a PhD to know that the sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day and the wind doesn't blow 365 days a year. And yet the Biden administration was trying to convince Americans that we could run a full-time society on part-time, intermittent, and expensive power. They pushed a Green New Deal that was a lot more like a Green New Steel because it was stealing your taxpayer dollars at the same time, raising the price of electricity for all of you, raising the price of food in this country, and jeopardizing our grid. We have today, for the first time, I was in tech for 30 years before I ever ran for office. We never used more than 1% of the nation's electricity in the whole technology sector. But now with AI coming, the demand is increasing, and that's real demand with real value, not artificial demand where we say we're going to stop driving internal combustion vehicles in favor of an EV. We're going to subsidize those EVs at 15 times anything we've ever done before, and then we're going to buy our batteries from China, who control 85% of the rare earth minerals. The whole plan was crazy. But what do we have right now under President Trump? President Trump knows that we weren't in some kind of mythical energy transition. He knows that we've got to have energy addition. He also knows, because if anybody has studied Energy 101, you'd know that any quote, transition would fail because only one time in all of human history, only one time in human history have humans ever transitioned off a source of energy. It was in the 1880s. Anybody know what that was in the 1800s when we transitioned off energy? Whale oil. I heard somebody knew the answer. Yes, we transitioned off of whale oil. Whale oil became very popular because it was cleaner, but then along comes oil. And oil we could refine into kerosene, and kerosene was better than whale oil. And so who knew, but you're hearing it here at CPAC, that it was over 150 years ago, fossil fuels saved the whales. And I think we've got some T-shirt merch experts here in this room, and I just think that could make a great slogan on a T-shirt, by the way. But President Trump's got a plan for energy dominance that's going to help drive us forward. All of you know that we've got $36.5 trillion of debt because we hear it over and over again. But has anybody ever come on this stage and told you how much America's assets are? No, because nobody knows what they are. And the Biden administration is playing hide the ball. But in the Trump administration, we're going to build that balance sheet. And we have trillions and trillions of dollars worth of natural resources. And we're going to make sure that we understand that our assets far exceed the debt that we have. But before Joe Biden left office, one of the things that he did was he took 625 million acres of offshore potential, trillions of dollars of revenue potential for you, your kids, and your grandkids, and with a stroke of a pen said, we're never going to develop that. Never. It's off the table. I got it. You can boo for that if you want to, but that's literally 1/3 of the lower 48 here. He was trying to rob us of that. But he's robbing us of those revenues and also of the American dream. But President Trump got into office, and with an executive order, he reversed that ban. That 625 million acres is back on our balance sheet, including some of those acres are where? They're in the Gulf of America. One of the other falsehoods is that somehow that those climate extremists cared more about the environment than any of us in this room. And I know how deeply this group cares, and I know the people in my home state, the farmers and ranchers, 4th and 5th generation, they live on the land, they care about the soil health, they care about the water, they care about the air, and that's why in North Dakota we had some of the cleanest air and water in the country, and we were an energy powerhouse. We can do both of these things in our country. Because when you shut down U.S. energy and you push that supply overseas, you push it to places that use child labor, that don't do reclamation. They don't have any kind of regulatory environment like we have. And so it's cleaner. If you care about the environment, you want every drop of energy, every electron to be produced in the United States. That's the way to save the planet. And the Biden administration, they sanctioned Alaska 68 times with executive orders. 68 times Joe Biden issued orders that tried to shut down energy development in Alaska. They sanctioned Alaska more than they did Iran, if you can believe it. But those days are over. One of the other executive orders that President Trump signed is one not just unleashing American energy, but unleashing Alaska's potential. And when we do that, we have an opportunity to sell energy to Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, our allies in the Pacific, who we need more than ever because of the growing threat of China. So let me ask you, as we close out here today, when we talk about being energy dominant, we know that one thing that President likes to say, and I'm sure you'll hear it to say, which he wants us to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to do that. But the U.S. Geologic Survey, which is part of Interior, we've got a job to actually go out and map those resources to find out how many trillions or hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets belong to all of you, the public. So we're going to map, baby, map, and then we're also going to mine, baby, mine. We're going to mine, baby, mine, because we've got to get critical minerals developed back in our country. We can't be dependent. We're buying uranium from Russia for our nuclear plants. We have to be able to have those supply chains be right here. So we're going to do all of that. And when we do all of that, we're going to be able to build, baby, build. President Trump is the greatest economic developer that's ever existed. Nobody sells America better than he does. Chris Wright, my partner in this from the Department of Energy, he and I were asked by President Trump to join him when he was meeting with the Prime Minister of India and the Prime Minister of Japan. In those meetings, President Trump said to those leaders, you've got a deficit, a trade deficit with our country. We think you should solve that. What would you like to buy from us? Perhaps some energy? 30 years ago, he wrote the international bestseller, The Art of the Deal, President Trump did. I've seen him in action. Right now, every day, he's writing the sequel to that of The Art of the Deal in real time. Yes, he is, but he's dealing with the world leaders. They're coming to him, and they want to buy American, and we want to build American. And we know that President Trump is not only making America strong again, he's going to make America affordable again. He's helping with your help. He's fighting for the agenda, and you know what he's going to do? He's going to make America great again. Thank you, CPAC.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House.
I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch? You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference. It made all the difference.
Welcome back to CPAC Day 3. It's been an action-packed day so far. We are patiently waiting on the entrance of 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. But first, I want to talk to you about one of our sponsors, Trump Knife. Our sponsor, Patriot Act, just made their all-time top-selling Trump knife deal even better for elections. For a limited time for Election Day special, they are offering additional 10% off for RSBN viewers and giving you guys a total of 30% off. Use code RSBN30 to get 30% off for their Election Day special. Grab your Combat Trump knife today. These are super high quality knives, and you can add to your collection or a gift to your loved ones in this upcoming holiday season, which is coming up sooner than you think. Get yours at 30% off today. Use coupon code RSBN30. Visit patriotaddictdeals.com. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com and use coupon code RSBN30 for 30% off. This deal is an election special and won't last too long. Well, Christina, it's so glad to be back here with the booth with you. We're having a spectacular day so far. Continue to have speakers like Mr. Tom Homan. I believe he is coming up to speak at 1 o'clock, which is not too soon, which is not too far away from now. And we're also waiting on the President Trump to come speak as well.
Yeah, Tom Homan says there are still 600,000 criminal illegal aliens in this country. And he's not going to be happy until every single one of them is apprehended and deported. So I can't wait to hear what Tom Homan has to say. Of course, this is the largest and oldest gathering of conservatives in the entire world. And so you being a part of this with us, this is where history is going to be made today as President Donald J. Trump speaks. He's likely going to bring some new items to the table that we haven't heard about just yet because he's moving so quickly and he has so much to share with us. So I'm excited to see President Trump, number 47, number 45, and that time in between is what made the difference. That's why we're going to enter that golden age.
Yes, and Tom Homan really putting an impact on the president's mandate of getting rid of criminal illegal aliens out of this country, protecting the American people, keeping drugs out of the nation. And of course, it's been a great event. We've had so many speakers. We saw Kristi Noem last night at the Reagan dinner, speaking to Miss Mercedes Schlapp, who puts on just an amazing event here. Christina, we've had so many speakers. I wanted to ask you, what's been some of your favorites so far, interviews or speakers?
I think overall, because we've been out here, we've been talking to the crowds, we haven't had a chance to really stay completely engaged into the speeches. We're going to go back and watch many of them. But something that Vice President J.D. Vance said was, we need to keep our mind on the eternal as opposed to the temporal. And I thought that was such a beautiful tribute to Christianity. And one of the strongest feelings that has really resonated here with the entire crowd is the importance of faith and bringing faith back into governance.
Yes.
I think that people are not ashamed to talk about their Christianity. I think that this is a really special time. And Mike Lindell was saying just yesterday that it's time for a revolution. It's time for revival. And I really feel that here at CPAC. People are not afraid to embrace their love of God.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen faith leaders, in and out of the media row, but also in Washington, D.C., in the administration, praying over President Trump on the campaign trail, and even now. And it's hard to believe what's happened since the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, and how we've come today. But we talk about it all the time off air. President Trump seemed to have a calmness over him ever since that event happened, and even quoting scripture many times since then. It's been so impactful to see over the last few days. One thing I just saw on Twitter as well is, or X, excuse me, with our Doge boys, we have to respect them. But one thing I just saw was that Pam Bondi actually just made a tweet stating that the American Bar Association just cut all their DEI policies that they were implementing at the time. And this is very important. We've seen a lot of infiltration in our law school specifically with a lot of the DEI policies. So a great step forward there. She's doing great work, as well as swearing in Kash Patel, our favorite, yesterday.
Yeah, super excited to see him finally able to get in there and get to work. And of course, we're probably going to hear about some of the big moves that he's making as we move into the week ahead. It's Saturday. Our congressmen and women have the day off. Many of them are here under this roof, ready to hear from President President Trump. There has been a celebratory undercurrent. There's a lot of work being done, a lot of important conversations. Right now, people are having those conversations eye to eye, face to face. That's what CPAC allows for. But there's an undercurrent of celebration, and so many people have come from all around the country, all walks of life. President Trump's rallies, you saw people dressed up to the nines. A lot of people would wear their red, white, and blue attire, their President Trump attire. This is a movement like we've never seen before, and it didn't stop at the rallies. It continues on at CPAC.
Absolutely. It's an international ordeal, really. We've seen people from Australia, Korea, Romania, many other countries that whatever happens really in the U.S., it follows worldwide, and we've seen that the first time with Trump 1.0 and now with Trump 2.0. It's following suit. A lot happening in Europe with free speech, as well as banning much of the social media companies, specifically with U.S. companies. J.D. Vance speaking last week at the Munich Security Conference about this, and also said some words here at CPAC, which has been great to see him on the world stage, but here back home speaking to conservatives and the conservative grassroots.
That was his first big speech as a sitting vice president, and today, February 22nd, 2025, only 1 month into President Trump's new term, we're going to bring you back into the building and show you what's happening live at CPAC. Thank you so much for joining us.
Wow, Dr. Robert Malone, one of the most... Yeah, everybody, bring it up for Dr. Robert Malone. Probably one of the best-known contrarian voices during the COVID pandemic, arguing for rational policy during the pandemic. But I know him best as a rancher of horses and emus.
And welcome my friend Jan Jekielek. You may remember that I spoke about Jan's leadership and the Epoch Times at CPAC 3 years ago. And I think without CPAC, without Epoch Times, we might not be where we are right now. It's been my pleasure to build a friendship with Jan and to participate in his fantastic series, American Thought Leaders, and our little fun series of clips that we called Fallout.
That's right.
So I'm wearing a bow tie today, not my usual attire, in honor of Dr. Peter Hotez. You'll recall that Peter Hotez last December darkly muttered about the fact that as soon as President Trump was in office, there was going to be a series of virus outbreaks, of threatening viral events that were going to cause him a lot of grief, and to focus on responding to those. But instead what we have is two amazing things that happened on the same day.
Well, so who here noticed that the new HHS secretary is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Two things happened that day. First, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was sworn in, and second, there was an executive order signed by President Trump that established a commission to look at child chronic disease. A 1-2 punch that, in our view, is kind of revolutionizing the future of health. Robert.
I agree. So what is this thing, Maha? Make America healthy again. What does that really mean? Those of us that have kind of been in the sausage-making process have a pretty good sense. But let's go to what President Trump has defined as Maha in this amazing executive order. And what he's laid out, the mission he's laid out for my friend, your friend too, Bobby Kennedy, this amazing new Secretary of HHS that, can you believe this? He's both a bodybuilder and a biohacker. That's what we have as our secretary. And so what is Maha? A key factor in this is a refocusing of the entire government health enterprise from a focus on disease treatment to a focus on health promotion. And I really recommend that all of you take a moment to read President Trump's executive order creating the Maha Commission, which is across government. It even includes Treasury. It's an amazing document in which he talks about the crisis of health in America, the crisis of chronic disease in America, but in particular, it zeroes in on Bobby Kennedy's sweet spot, protecting the health of children in America. It talks about child's health. It talks about the epidemic we have now of all kinds of chronic diseases, including autism in our children, and it talks about the over-medication with Ritalin and all these other drugs. We're basically drugging our children into obedience and oblivion using these agents, getting them to be complacent in the schools so they don't cause trouble, making it easier to control them. That has got to stop. And that is the mission of the Make America Healthy Again movement, is to, within 12 to 18 months, this is the president's mandate, within 12 to 18 months, Bobby Kennedy has got to show measurable improvements in public health for American citizens. Now that is a tall order. And to do that, he's got to let loose, frankly, he's got to let loose the dogs of war. He's got to let loose the whole federal bureaucracy, transform it, and take this new leadership team that he's created under Donald Trump's direction and completely radically transform CDC, FDA, NIH, work with his partners at USDA to enable the health of Americans, and particularly the health of Americans' children.
So, but Bobby Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy did not work alone. And Maha was actually something that existed in America already, a kind of subculture, one that I didn't even know very much about, that I discovered on American thought leaders, throughout COVID. All these people that had been, hit by reality in some way. Maybe they had a child that had been vaccine injured. Maybe they were poisoned by something. And millions of Americans basically were not, many of us were just simply not aware that there was this growing movement of people that were looking at root causes of health. And Bobby was kind of a central figure in this. So him coming in as the HHS secretary, I mean, this is in terms of budget, the largest of the departments.
Yes,
right?
Well, except for defense. But China went through a Maha movement itself at one point in time. Isn't that right? And what happened?
100%. And so this is what dawned on us as we were preparing for this session. Back in the 90s in China, there was the health system had actually collapsed a little bit like what's been happening here. And these traditional methods of called Qigong, or kind of a Chinese yoga, became incredibly popular in China. The most popular was Falun Gong, and some of you will know that the founders of Epoch Times were Falun Gong practitioners. 70 to 100 million people were getting healthy. They were getting awards for getting healthy. And what did the regime do in 1999? They decided to crush this health and spiritual movement. So, I mean, this is something that totalitarians do. This is the other part that I realized. Totalitarians do not like healthy people, right? And it's a kind of a mindset. So, here we are.
So, China now is not only crushing its own health promotion movement, but they're promoting bad health in the United States. Talk to us about fentanyl.
Well, so, how many of you noticed that we have a new FBI director? Kash Patel, of course. One of the things that Kash kept talking about as he was going through his nomination hearings, he said 100,000 Americans a year are dying of CCP fentanyl, and that is going to be one of the priorities of the FBI. So that is the Make America Unhealthy Again movement. But we also have to have our own kind of individual agency here. We can't let Kash have to deal with this entire problem, or our foreign policy establishment deal with the entirety of that.
So if we have enough time, we'll talk a little bit about things that can be done about fentanyl. I think it's one of the clear things that HHS can do together in partnership with the other agencies, and particularly the FBI and CASH, to help make America healthy again within measurable responses within 12 to 18 months. But let's talk for a moment about what is public health. We all hear about public health, okay? Today's public health is not about medicine. It's not about the physician-patient relationship. It's not about empowering patients to take control of their own health, which is what we need to do in the day of Maha. What we don't need is top-down management of what you are able to do, what your doctor tells you to do, based on the government's mandates and your insurance company's profit. Okay, we have to get back to decentralized health under the control of you, the patient. But what do we have right now in public health? Public health is basically grounded in utilitarianism. It is functionally socialism. It is the logic of the greatest good for the greatest number. That is absolutely the centerpiece of modern public health, and it's based on big data. It's based on big data analysis of what on average is best for you, and then a top-down approach to cause you to comply with what the numbers say under close analysis is best for you. And as a consequence, public health has destroyed the practice of medicine. This is why your docs have no options. They have to treat you based on protocol because that's what public health is saying they have to do. Public health has taken over medicine. And as I say, it is focused on outcomes, optimizing outcomes, the best outcomes for all of us. What it needs to do is focus on opportunity. What we need to do is enable you to have the opportunity to choose whether or not to optimize your own health and have the information to do it. But what we don't need is public health telling us that we can't eat McDonald's hamburgers and drink Coca-Cola. What we need is the information so that you can make an informed decision about what you eat and what you do to manage your health, not to tell you and micromanage you about what your choices have to be.
And the bottom line of this, and think about this, okay? Inalienable individual rights. One of the core things America is based on, a core element of freedom. This approach, this CCP, Chinese Communist Party approach, what happened during COVID? They locked down. They used the totalitarian method. They used the collective rights method. What's apparently going to be better for the greater good. But what happens when you use that collective rights approach? Every time, to paraphrase Stalin here, okay, to make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs. And it turns out to be a lot of eggs, unfortunately. So we got to get back to this approach of individual rights, individual agency, and, the Hippocratic Oath on the medical side.
So there's an insidious thing that's happened. They've snuck some stuff in while Bobby was busy focused on confirmation. They've snuck in a UN Agenda 2030 item called One Health. Okay? The CDC surreptitiously agreed to the One Health policies of the World Economic Forum and the United Nations and the World Health Organization. What is One Health? Who's against One Health? Of course, we all think that animals should be healthy and the environment should be healthy, just like the Secretary was talking about with U.S. policy. But in One Health, your health is equivalent to the health of animals. Your health is equivalent to the health of a lab rat. And I had somebody post the other day, we put out an essay today about One Health and what it really means, and they said, hey, I'll be glad to sacrifice a lab rat if I can have a focus on my grandmother and improving her standard of living. In One Health, the health of animals and the health of the environment are considered equivalent to the health of humans, and this has now been slipped in, this policy that's right up there with the Green New Deal, while the new administration was distracted. Something that was in progress for 2-3 years under the Biden administration, they managed to sneak in. They managed to sneak in the new director of pandemic preparedness, a veterinarian who is the associate dean of One Health at Texas A&M, before Bobby even had a chance to sit in the chair. And this is what Bobby really needs your help with. This is what Maha needs your help with, is he is going to be up against an entrenched bureaucracy that is going to fight him tooth and nail every step of the way. And the only way that we're going to be able to get sustainable change is we have to have all of us, the citizens of the United States, saying, we support you, we support a focus on health in Americans, and we are not okay with this globalist agenda of One Health, and we are not okay with the bureaucracy sneaking stuff in behind his back. Now, we only have a little bit of time left, but let's talk a little bit about bird flu.
Well, so how many have noticed egg prices have gone through the roof? How many? Okay, front page of the Epoch Times, okay, the national edition, you should check it out. It's unbelievable, right? But what is the reason? You might think, looking at mainstream media headlines, that it's because bird flu has killed 55 million birds. No, people have killed 55 million birds in an attempt to stop the bird flu, but that's not necessarily the only way to do it.
So bird flu has been around for years. I think this is our 4th episode of fear, of promoted fear about bird flu. And it never materializes. It never transfers into humans so far. Let's hope that continues to be the case. But now, even according to the CDC, bird flu is not a major risk for humans. It doesn't transmit from human to human. It's not putting people in the hospital, and they're not dying at any kind of a rate. Bird flu needs to be controlled, but the policies of the USDA, which now have cost you $1.2 billion, and that's direct costs, for the USDA to compensate farmers that have had to kill their flocks, and it's not working. That is the old school way to control outbreaks. But bird flu is in all the birds. It's in migratory waterfowl. We cannot eradicate bird flu. So we got to think of something different instead of this, give a 3-year-old a hammer and everything becomes a nail. That is what USDA bureaucrats keep applying. I argue that instead of vaccinating chickens with a Zoetis mismatched leaky bird flu vaccine, heard anything like that before? Say COVID, okay, which will drive the evolution of more vaccine-resistant bird flu strains. We need to rethink this whole strategy. And what I advocate, and I can tell you, I hear rumor that this is being actively considered in the administration right now, and we may hear some announcements about this, is there's going to be a rethinking of how we approach this. And personally, I like the idea that we let loose the chicken industry to breed flu-resistant chickens and turkeys and ducks, rather than trying to jab them all with crummy vaccines or kill them all because they get infected. That's just one example of what can happen if Maha is unchained.
Well, and everyone, I think we've run out of time here. The bottom line is, let's focus on root causes of health. Keep that in your mind. This is what Maha is all about, and let's make America healthy again. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the CPAC straw poll. Please welcome CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp. And from McLaughlin and Associates, Jim McLaughlin.
This way I can follow him. They gave the chair. Huh? That chair.
All right, Jim, this is your big moment. By the way, do you all know one of the great things? Can we just start off by saying a warm round of applause to the fantastic competence of the Trump for President campaign.
Yeah, without a
Susie
doubt.
Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Michael Whatley at the RNC. What a difference a campaign can make. And Jim and John McLaughlin on the polling. Thank you, Jim, for your great work.
And you know what? We've been with President Trump from the very beginning. Believe it or not, he talked about running back in 2011. And I can tell you, this campaign was head and shoulders above, better than anything we ever did in the past. And I can't tell you that Matt is exactly right. Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Chairman Whatley, and I don't think I've ever complimented an RNC chairman. It was just unbelievable. But most of all, the guy we need to thank the most is Donald J. Trump.
Amen. Amen. And when you have, as we said on this stage, when you have confidence at the campaign and at the National Committee, it makes it easier for the outside groups like CPAC to figure out their lanes, and I think we were able to do that effectively as well. So thank you all for your great support. We saved our country.
And I will tell you this, you know how I knew Donald Trump was going to win? The people in this room. Because when we did the CPAC polls over the years, and you had the mainstream media saying, you know, Donald Trump couldn't win again, Donald Trump was winning overwhelmingly, not by a little bit, overwhelmingly in every single CPAC poll. You guys knew. You guys knew he was going to win the primary. You all knew that he was going to win the general election no matter what the Democrats threw at us. So with that said, let me say first, thank you. We really appreciate you taking the poll. This is the grassroots. And I always say CPAC, the folks that attend CPAC, you all are the base of the base. And just so everybody knows, we had over 1,000 people take the CPAC straw poll this year. I thank you for that, and that's great. Don't forget, by the way, when you come back next year, take it as soon as you get here, and it works out really, really well. So with that being said, we asked a couple questions. One of them was, what would you say, and I'm hearing this from voters. We do focus groups. We do polls every single day. We said the first few weeks of Donald Trump's presidency have been the best for the modern conservative movement in my lifetime. What do you think about that? Well, 99% agreed with that. Think about that. We don't see 99% numbers. We weren't sure what this number was going to come out at. It's almost like I get these numbers back and I'm saying, is this right? But 99% say this is the best in their modern conservative history. Then we said, now that the Republicans have a majority control in both the House and the Senate, how important is it to you that they rapidly pass Donald Trump's agenda? Is that important to you? 99%. Again,
who's this one guy who keeps voting wrong? If you guys find him, let me know. I want to have a beer with him afterwards and talk to him.
You guys know you took the poll. We got a lot of ballot security. We got to have the code, the whole 9 yards. I don't know, maybe somebody from the press is sneaking in.
I think the problem is you're not using a strong enough adjective to say how good it all is. I think they want it to be even stronger. So you have to work on your diction there.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Then we asked, how do you feel about President Trump's cabinet? How do you feel about it? Remember, by the way, remember how the left-stream media, or I call it sometimes the USAID media, was telling us he was going to have trouble getting these folks through? Well, this is how you feel about his cabinet. 98% of you say you're either enthusiastic or you're satisfied with it. 89%, nearly 9 out of 10,
said you're enthusiastic about his cabinet. Are you enthusiastic about them?
You know, I kind of feel like CPAC's been the first Trump cabinet meeting. You know, they were all here basically, so it's been pretty cool. These guys got an inside sight to it.
Oh, and then some. And by the way, I think virtually every member of his cabinet has spoken at CPAC
Absolutely.
in the past, not just this year.
Yeah, even the ones that are new to the coalition.
All right. Now, remember when Donald Trump is talking about and still talking about setting up a national security and an economic alliance with Greenland? And again, you know how the crazy Democrats, they say, oh, that doesn't make any sense. 93% of you approve of that because it just makes sense for economic reasons, for national security reasons. And by the way, we do a little bit of work over in Europe and whatnot. They also think it's a very good idea. Donald Trump, again, being a visionary. Then we asked you about DOGE. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about DOGE and who should be making the decisions in how we cut wasteful government spending.
And can I just let you know, sure. How many of you guys like that chainsaw? I call it the chromed out badass chainsaw. I just want you to know this great President Milei has told me that he's sending CPAC a chainsaw too, so it's coming our way as well. I probably will be a little more judicious in how I wield it, but I hope Elon wields it very aggressively.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he's going to. And I don't know if anybody saw the tweet recently, where I guess it was the truth, where President Trump said he wants DOGE to move even faster.
That doesn't surprise me.
Think about everything, and that's how he leads. That's how President Trump is doing history, doing things we've never seen done before. And when we asked you, who do we want in charge of DOGE, either Congress or President Trump, what did you tell us? Trump, 89%, 89-5, because you trust him to make the right decisions.
Let me jump in on this a little bit, which is you have folks saying, okay, what does the Constitution say? What does the law say on all this spending? I just want to preface this by saying, every time you heard a member of Congress and lots of Republican members of Congress tell you that spending fights are political losers, that shutting down the government is a political loser, that we have to go along with the Democrats on all this spending, we have to sign an omnibus, a minibus, a short bus, a big bus, whatever this spending thing was, that had all of this crap for USAID and everything in it. And your message in this poll is, Congress, you have a job with budget and oversight. Do your job. And if you're not going to do your job, Trump should do the job.
Yep. And by the way, we're going to get to that one, too. And with that said, okay, one time when I came to one of the CPACs, President Trump gave me a hard time because he only had a 95% job approval rating. And I said to him, I said, sir, nobody gets a 95% job approval rating. Trust me, Matt Schlapp, with Mercy and his 5 daughters, he doesn't have a 95% approval rating at his dinner table. So what kind of an approval rating does he have now? 99%. It's amazing. I've been working at a pollster now. I know you could never tell, but going on 4 decades now. I've been doing polling. We've never seen numbers like this. We've never seen anybody unite the conservative movement the way Donald Trump has done this. 95% say they strongly approve. It's literally amazing. And people say, you know, compare it to Reagan. And I said, it's way more popular than even Ronald Reagan was. And I never would have said this back in the day. Donald Trump has literally remade the conservative movement. He's remade the Republican Party. And it's because of his success. A lot of people say it's because of his personality. It's because he's been successful and he's doing exactly what you folks want him to do. So going back to Matt's point, do you think President Trump has been doing a better job, a worse job, or about the same as last time? And most of you folks thought he did a really good job last time. What do we have? 99% telling us he's doing a better job. And again, I was afraid people wouldn't say because they thought he did a good job last time. You got 99% again. And last but not least, last but not least, we actually asked because you guys are the conservative movement. You guys are the thought leaders, the opinion leaders. We asked folks who they thought would be the Republican nominee, who they preferred for the Republican for president in 2028, and who is it? Polls right, J.D. Vance. And why? Because he's viewed as the closest thing to Donald Trump. So, and that's exactly why. So I just want to say thank you. We couldn't have won the electoral victory, the decisive electoral victory we had for President Trump, the House and the Senate. It all started with people like you in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for your excellent work. He's a great board member. Give it up for Jim McLaughlin. And in absentia, your brother John, too, who we also love. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to have a big guest coming up here very soon. The room is packed. I'm expecting to look at X any moment, and a member of the media or of that weird Never Trump group that's meeting across town, they're going to show a picture of an empty room. But we all know the truth, which is I don't think we've ever had a CPAC quite this full and quite this level of excitement. You know why? Because we know we're on a 4-year journey to put America back on track. Let's get it done.
God bless you. Thank you.
Spicer.
It's our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they...
Welcome back to our live coverage from CPAC, and I can tell you right now, the excitement is building. The crowd is getting bigger and bigger as we await the hope of our nation, President Donald J. Trump, and we have had 3 exciting days bringing you back-to-back coverage of every single speaker so that you don't miss a minute of it. And I just want to let you know that you can go back and watch some of these speeches, some of these interviews, anytime on Rumble, on X, and on YouTube. Just follow us on all 3 platforms. We want to thank our generous sponsors who allow us to bring you this coverage. Americava Coffee is one of them. In America, as you know, we're stepping into a brand new golden age, an age of peace and prosperity. And you can start every day of our golden age with a cup of Trump Gold from Americava Coffee Company. It's woke free, it's America first, and 100% made in the United States of America. Americava Coffee is grown in the tropical island of Hawaii and roasted in the free state of Florida. Smooth, delicious, and 100% natural. We invite you to try the Let's Go Brandon Light Roast, Maganation Medium Roast, or the Trump Black Dark Roast. And for a limited time, we're offering you a great promo code. Our viewers, RSBN viewers only, will save 10% on their entire order if you use that promo code RSBN. Specialty Premium American Coffee. Use that promo code RSBN and save 10%. Let's make coffee great again and stay awake, not woke.
Absolutely. Yes, we actually just heard from some amazing speakers. Mr. Dan Scavino was on stage earlier, and somebody who's been very close to the president for a very long time. I think started off as a caddy at one of his properties and the Trump involved with the Trump organization, and has been a lifelong friend so far with the president. He handles a lot of his social media, has been with the president since 2016 actually, so great hearing from him. Had so many more great speeches, and we're only about, I think, almost at least an hour to hour and a half away from hearing from President Trump now. So many great speakers coming up. We heard from Robert Malone over, he was very involved during the COVID years as well, going on places like Joe Rogan. And just some great speakers overall, Christina.
Oh, yeah. And, President Trump, he's not just going to be here speaking. He's going to use this opportunity with so many high-profile individuals under one roof. He's going to have some important meetings before he actually takes the podium. And I think that what he has to say today is going to make headlines throughout tonight, throughout tomorrow, and probably for the start of the day on Monday as well. He's probably going to have a lot to say about what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. We might get some definitive answers as to where those conversations are going. We're also looking forward to what he has to say about Israel and now Iran, as they are connected to Hamas. So he has a lot to say. This is an international crowd, and I'm sure he's going to take his time, use it wisely in order to address the international issues, because we have so much attention on a global scale here at CPAC.
Yes, the art of the international deal. And so many people that he's close friends with, like Steve Witkoff, that he's putting in to negotiate the hostage situation, and Special Envoy of Hostages, Adam Bowler, speaking out about this recently in the last few days, with 6 hostages being released last night, and saying we do not negotiate with terrorists. And President Trump made this very clear in the past week as well, saying the hostages need to be let out and giving Israel the go-ahead to do what they need to do. It's been incredible to see.
Absolutely. And our relationship with Israel is likely going to contribute to what President Trump wants to do, which is to build an Iron Dome here in the United States with 100% American workers. But of course, in Israel, they've been able to perfect the Iron Dome.
Yes.
And so as we have been very closely allied with them, I do believe that they're likely going to share that intel so that we can do it right and we can learn from the mistakes that they've made in the past, and we can have an Iron Dome right here in America, because safety is a priority for our president. We're all sleeping a little bit better at night now, knowing that many of the criminal illegal aliens that came into this country have been deported, and there were more that are going to be on their way out as well.
Yes, and a bit of a sad scene when Caroline Leavitt spoke to Megyn Kelly. She talked about the Bibas children and the wife that they lost, and how terrible it is as a husband and father for the Bibas family, and just being very tragic. You know, she was on a call with President Trump when the news came out, and she said that she could hear it in his voice that it affected him. So, you know, I think it shows the strength that he has in continuing to fight against terrorist organizations like Hamas, but as well on our own southern border, the Jalisco, Sinaloa, and Trinidad and Aragua, protecting American citizens. And like you said, with the Iron Dome, putting them into protections too, and that's really an America First strategy. You know, we talk about the domestic strategies, but it really is America First to look at the international scale to continue to protect Americans on the national security level.
Absolutely.
Yes.
An event like this really allows the Republican Party, the conservatives, the movers and shakers here in Washington D.C., along with the grassroots organizations that really drive the conservative movement. Everybody has had a chance to get on the same page over the last 3 days. That's why a conference like this is so important. And of course, the grand finale now, just about an hour away, when President Donald J. Trump takes the stage. A lot of people are starting to come out. They know that this is their one opportunity to get a little food, possibly, and maybe have some more of those high-level conversations that happen behind the scenes. There are so many new relationships that are developed with that eye-to-eye contact. Those conversations that happen here are going to drive the future of this country. And you are right along with us to see this momentum as it builds. What happens here at CPAC is going to drive us forward. And so there's a really important message right now, and that is that the conservative movement has come a long way. It's unstoppable, and we got to figure out how do we get another Republican president in office after President Donald J. Trump, because if we're going to work at his pace and we're going to be 10 steps ahead of the game just like him, it's never going to be too soon to start even thinking about the midterms, and then beyond that, of course, the next presidency. And he will likely pick who his successor will be.
Yes, and somebody came up to me and said, is this the conservative party or the party of common sense? And I said, you know, they're interchangeable now in a lot of ways with so many of the picks that President Trump has brought in, and bringing in all Americans. He's the uniter. We talk about this with ex-president now, Joe Biden, saying that he was the one uniting the country, and it's actually President Trump.
Well, I always thought it was I got a little kick out of it when Kamala Harris would say she was the one who could unite the party, when she divided the country more than anybody. So we're having a good time out here at CPAC, and part of the reason why is because we dodged a bullet. Can you imagine where this country would be, where the morale in this country would be right now if Kamala Harris were to have been our president? we are enjoying the fact that President Donald J. Trump has won. And this is his victory lap. February 22nd, he was just inaugurated on January 20th. We're 1 month into his presidency, and look at what he's done more than any other president in our nation's history. This is what's quantifiable at this point. He has done more early directives than any president in our nation's history has been able to do in 100 days. And so, I mean, likely as we're able to find out more about what his plan is as it continues to unfold, we'll be able to quantify how much he's done in comparison to presidents past. But if he keeps on going like this, America truly is going to be in a golden age. Peace through strength is so much a part of that, and strengthening our military with Pete Hegseth and his ability to speak. I think that's his greatest gift. He's an amazing communicator. And President Trump, all the way down the line, every single member of his cabinet, they are great communicators. And that's what it's about. We've got to make sure that the message that's conveyed from the top levels of government to the American people is crystal clear.
Absolutely. And I would say even more Americans are now interested and involved in politics overall. Since this last election, you know, we really did dodge a bullet with not electing Kamala Harris as well as Tim Walz into office. President Trump's done so much by bringing so many interesting people into his administration to help from the private sector to the public sector. And it's obvious, you know, we heard from Mike Waltz yesterday, Director of National Security, and he really talked about this as well, just even being able to talk with our enemies in like Russia in Saudi Arabia. But it's really all-encompassing what President Trump's been able to do over these last few months. It's hard to even keep up with it a lot of the time that we've been saying. And our RSBN's done such an amazing job with that, with Bobby McNeely and Matthew Alvarez at the desk, of course. But we really did dodge a bullet, it feels like. And I kind of pinch myself that we've gotten to this moment now, going back to November 5th, I would say.
Absolutely. And if you've been paying attention to what RSBN has been able to do, obviously known for covering the Trump rallies, every single Trump rally, we brought you every moment of it, unedited live coverage, showing you the crowds, showing you the enthusiasm. But RSBN is evolving as well, now able to bring you breaking news from the desk with Matthew and, of course, Robert McNeely, our very own Bobby McNeely. And every time something big happens, we now have that desk to cover it. We gave you all-night election coverage on November 5th, letting you know that President Donald J. Trump would, in fact, be secured as the President of the United States. And the Americans had given him a mandate. These are the things that need to change. This is why we elected you, because you told us you would close the border. You told us that you would bring down gas prices. You told us that we would unleash American energy. And so far, he has stuck to his word on everything. And it's only been 32 days.
Yes, really light speed with all of this. And we talk about, especially with Doge and the waste, fraud, and abuse that's occurred, and the Democrats coming out yelling and screaming about all of this. I think Peter Alexander and Caroline Leavitt had an exchange yesterday at the White House, and he said they spent over $70 billion in 1 year, is what she said. And he tried to correct her and said that was over a 5 to 7 year period, Caroline. What does it matter, she said. It's $70 billion of the American people's money. It's incredible that they continue to fight back against this and going to the doors of the Department of Education, USAID, all were this waste, fraud, and abuse, and the hard-earned money of American taxpayers being spent on things that will not benefit them. It's extraordinary. But President Trump cracking down on that from day one, and Elon Musk and the Doge team as well. But it's what's happened in the government bureaucracy for so many years. It was time for a change. It was the American people's mandate by electing President Donald J. Trump in the first place.
Absolutely. Overwhelmingly so. Every single swing state voted for President Donald J. Trump, which is why we get to hear from him in just a few moments. He has really had that time to think about what he was going to do. And I'm sure he had many conversations along the way during that 4 year period after we were all shocked when Joe Biden stepped into office. He had time to really look at America. And, he had that insight as well from serving as president for 4 years, but he took that additional 4 years. He thought about what he would do. He knew how to make America great again. And now he's executing his plan, and we're so grateful here. There's so much love for President Trump right here at CPAC. It does have a rally feel to it, but of course, you have all the great lawmakers now under one roof as well who will codify his agenda. We need legislation in order to make his agenda long-standing. And so an event like this really brings everybody together. We thank you for joining us as well. Make sure that you hit that subscribe button on YouTube. You can follow us on Facebook, on X, on Rumble, and you can also follow us individually as well and stay up to date with what we're doing. Ashley Brassfield on Instagram. What's your Instagram?
At Ashley E. Brassfield on Instagram, and on Twitter, Brassfield at Brassfield Ashley. What about you, Christina?
Yeah, I invite you to follow me on Instagram, meteorologist Christina Loren, or you can also find me on X, Christina Loren. And we'd love to engage with you. Let us know what you love about this coverage. Let us know if there's something you don't like so much. We want to hear all of it because your feedback helps us to get better. And we always want to get better for you, the viewer, because it's about you, the American people. The American people who have decided that RSBN is a good source of information. And you know you're going to get it without being cut. Yes. That's the best part about RSBN, is everything is delivered nice and clear. You're not going through the focus of a hostile media. That's what happens when the media gets a hold of a lot of this information. They cut it up, they twist it, they shape the narrative, and then they give you what they think you should have for that news. And it's a little bit of a challenge to have to go against the media because they're not backing down. You look at the AP, they refuse to call it the Gulf of America, basically saying, President Trump, we don't think that what you have to say is valid. And he's not going to stand for that. And we stand for him at RSBN.
Yes, AP actually suing Caroline Leavitt now, and we'd like to talk about that in a minute. But we wouldn't be able to do that, all of that, without our sponsors. And I want to tell you about our sponsors at Colonial Metals. Those close to retirement can't seem to catch a break today. Maybe it's you or it's a family member you're concerned about. It's time to take control of your future. Don't let bad policies and record inflation take your lifetime of hard work away. Our sponsor at Colonial Metals Group helps me with my goal of protecting my financial future, having a self-directed IRA where I can safely store gold and silver assets that have stood the test of time. No matter what the economy or the government policies are, makes sense to me. Colonial Metals Group has helped me create a self-directed IRA where I can have direct access to my assets. If you have an IRA, 401k, or another type of government retirement account, you need to go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles as our great country. They helped Americans take control and safeguard their future. Their team of experts specialize in protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, physical gold and silver. Go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for your Colonial Metals Group Retirement Protection Kit, created specifically for our followers. That's freegoldguide.com/RSBN or call 866-317-2159. Qualified applicants can receive up to $10,000 in additional silver to their account. Call now.
You know, a lot of the speakers, they went in, they presented on stage, and then they maybe went home here in D.C. if they have an apartment, for example. But so many came back today because they want to see President Donald J. Trump.
Yes.
And I think it's a beautiful thing that they're here. They want to be here in person to make sure that they're there for his speech.
Right.
You have to wonder how many people he's going to shout out from the stage today because there's so many people that worked really, really hard to get him elected. He's always so good at acknowledging those who devoted their time, their passion. In many cases, they raised money, even door knocking, the grassroots level, in order to get him to that position. And he always does such a good job of thanking those who worked really hard for him. So I wonder how much time he's going to dedicate when he does take the podium to actually thanking the people that he's looking right in the eye because they came back here to watch him today.
The most present and transparent president in U.S. history is what we like to call him. And Caroline Leavitt talks about this. I told you earlier that the AP is now suing Caroline Leavitt for the incident regarding the Gulf of Mexico, now being renamed the Gulf of America, and not being allowed back in the White House, trying to argue that it's a violation of free speech. And, you know, it's a privilege, is what Caroline Leavitt has said, to be in that White House, but also to have access to a president that is so transparent, and it continues to be transparent in so many ways. But it's so interesting to see how the left-wing media continues to defy presidential orders, federal law at this point. So it's really astonishing.
Well, in the AP, they feed stories to every single news outlet in the country,
Right.
and they have earned a reputation of being the go-to source for breaking news. So this is a slap in the face. This is basically a partisan move on behalf of the AP. And so I don't blame President Donald J. Trump for being a little miffed by it, but for him to retaliate, that's what he does. If you're not going to play by the rules, well, there's going to be consequences. And I think that the AP is starting to understand that. He's setting a very valid precedent that he's the president now. We had to deal with 4 years of Joe Biden feeding into a media that would take whatever he had, they're happy to shape the stories in order to make him look more favorable, hiding the fact that he was cognitively declining. That's what we had to deal with. And you can't even call it the Gulf of America. Are we asking for too much?
Well, and two, I talked about this last week when I was actually at the Gulf of America covering. The ladies on The View even thought that it was a bit more inclusive of calling it the Gulf of America rather than the Gulf of the United States. So even the women on The View, which is very left-leaning to say the least, with Joy Behar and Sunny Houston to name a few, but it's pretty astonishing when they have to defy the presidential orders on something so simple and so really bipartisan in a lot of ways as a name change to the Gulf of America. And we saw this with Mount McKinley in Alaska and that change that occurred during the Obama administration. And people seem to respect that change, but
the AP is fine with it.
Right.
They're okay with that.
Right.
They'll change it back because it was rather recent. That's their mentality, but they will not call it the Gulf of America. And here's where it gets confusing. Obviously, hurricane season is going to start right around the corner now, and guess where a lot of those hurricanes originate? Tropical systems. The disturbances, they move over the warm waters of the Gulf of America, and then they get bigger, and they start to move toward land, oftentimes hitting the United States coastal areas. Florida, Texas, you know what I'm talking about. You have the biggest coastline there on the Gulf of America. Well, meteorologists, what kind of a position are you going to put your meteorologists in as these storm systems start to grow and get bigger? And they're just going to call it the Gulf because you're not being completely accurate. As a meteorologist myself, I know I want to be able to give the full name. So they're putting people in a very, very awkward predicament that they don't have to be in. This is one country. This is America. We're founded on Christian fundamentals. Faith, family, freedom. The American flag should be celebrated. Why cause more division in an already severely divided country?
Absolutely. And we've seen even with the other geographical changes that have occurred, he's spoken about Canada being the 51st state, buying Greenland from Denmark potentially, and even our part in the Panama Canal, protecting against communist China and the interests that they have there. We helped build the Panama Canal. We had many Americans die during that process in the turn of the century. And sending Marco Rubio, who's been a fantastic Secretary of State so far, being Cuban, being able to go and honestly speak Spanish to those leaders in Panama. He visited, of course, the president of El Salvador, who's done a fantastic job with building prisons and locking away many of those gang members that were trying to come into the United States to traffic drugs as well.
I just saw the young Bolsonaro, and we're going to get an interview with him. I'm actually going to go try to grab him in just a few moments because he did promise us that we'd have a chance to talk to him.
Yes.
There's such a strong international representation here at CPAC, and he was actually walking with Mike Lindell, just to give you a little behind the scenes. We're seeing people that you would recognize walking right in front of us, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's one of my heroes. That's the Congresswoman, Harriet Hageman, who I look up to so much.
Yes.
She walked by not too long ago, so it's a really exciting time to be here. I do want to go grab him.
Yes.
So we will get over there.
Yeah,
maybe Bobby can switch out. Can you switch out with me, Bobby? I want to go grab.
We have a young Bolsonaro we're trying to find.
Yeah. Now his father. No, we had Mike Lindell on. His father, of course, in Brazil, made headlines for being very similar in his leadership to President Donald J. Trump. So I want to go try to grab him if we can still get him on.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Yes, and Bolsonaro, not only being the latest one, but we have Javier Milei from Argentina.
Right.
We were also talking about El Salvador's president, who Marco Rubio also met with at the time. And Marco Rubio also made an appearance in Panama. We were talking about the Panama Canal as well, and the America's interest in that.
And we were hoping to really lend voice this
this CPAC to so many international issues happening, whether that be in Romania, Iran, also speaking to folks in Poland as well. It's amazing, some of these countries, what people are going through, and it's really this tale as old as time, if you will, between liberty-loving people and communists, fascists, Marxists who are trying to suppress the liberties and freedoms of people who have these God-given rights. So this has been an incredible CPAC.
Right, and they shared with us that they love America. They love the American way of life. And, you know, what happens in America, it translates abroad, really. And in Europe specifically, we see this with free speech. Of course, at the Munich Security Conference, J.D. Vance speaking about this, and even here at CPAC. And we've seen many panels with people from Korea as well. We saw martial law be enacted there. But so many, amazing stories and people we've gotten to talk to here at this conference, Bobby.
Well, it really has been. What an opportunity to be with you live at CPAC 2025. If you happen to just be turning in, President Trump en route, we have everything starting. You see the lockdown kind of happening around the building, just on the Potomac. Secret Service, also Coast Guard out there. So no boats. Not that it would be really easy to get through some of the ice today. It has melted along the Potomac, but we have a beautiful view over Old Alexandria, the old town. A beautiful place to go. So much history there as well. Some wonderful shopping, as Ashley enjoys doing.
Yes. We saw Lululemon passing by, but you were also pointing out the National Cathedral that we could see, and so many others. You know, we saw the Capitol Rotunda flying in. It's really a beautiful sight. If you haven't been to Washington D.C., if you haven't been to Virginia and the surrounding area here in Maryland as well, it's a great place to visit.
Oh, coming through. Oh, Marine One's coming through. Wonderful. Oh, fantastic. So they're looking out the window there. Yeah, as you can see, towards Washington, D.C., the most visible from this, because we're about 10 miles from the downtown.
Yes.
But that is the Washington Monument and the National Cathedral, very clear there. Oh, we're going to throw back now to the main stage and be right back with you.
How you doing? Look, let me start out by saying this. If I offend anybody today, I don't give a shit. Don't care. The media in the back room, I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of hit pieces on me tomorrow. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I get asked all the time, does it bother you? There's a big part of this country that hates your guts. I don't care. I don't care. Because we got a job to do. You know, I wake up every day for the last 4 years pissed off because the Biden administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose. Right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden's the first president in history of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. So for 4 years, I wake up every day pissed off. That changed November 5th. Now I wake up every day excited because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released nearly 8 million into the country illegally. We had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. We had a record number of known suspected terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. Under Trump, we had 14 in 4 years. Under Joe Biden, just shy of 400. Think about that for a moment. What Joe Biden did to our border was create the most significant public safety and national security vulnerability in this nation's history. But guess what? We got one badass president now who's going to come in and is going to take care of this border. Look at the numbers last few days. I'm telling you, every morning I get up, I can't wait to go to work. Because I know that I have a president who's going to open up every avenue of law enforcement to this great nation. In under 4 weeks, we have illegal crossings on the border down 95%. I remember when the president called me and said, I remember he called me when he brought me, this is the second time I came out of retirement for this man. So he called me, I remember I was the first guy he called, and he says, okay, this is how the phone call went. I picked up I see POTUS on my cell phone, so I know it was Trump. He says, all right, Tom, you've been bitching about 4 years. You want to come fix it? And I didn't hesitate. I said, I'll come back and I'll do it for free. I'm so pissed off. You don't have to pay me. And look, in less than a month, illegal crossings down 95%. ICE has arrested over 21,000 people in the nation. Gotaways. Under President Biden, the gotaways, 2.2 million people crossed the border, weren't arrested because the Border Patrol was too busy making sandwiches, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, dealing with this humanitarian crisis. 2.2 million people crossed the border and weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted. We had about 1,800 a day in 2023. You know how many had yesterday? 48. You're talking about 2,000 miles of border and only 48 people escaped, but that's 48 too many. I'm not going to be happy if that number is 0. Now we're getting a question, well, you said you're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats, but you arrested non-criminals. Yeah, damn right we did. Because you're in the country illegally, which happens to be a violation of our law. Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it. Into sanctuary cities, game on, because Pam Bondi's back into place. And Kash Patel is back running the FBI. President Trump brought together one hell of a team, and every time I see one of these people get nominated and take their oath for office, I just get that much more excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days because it just keeps getting better. Sanctuary cities are a sanctuary for criminals. I've read all these stories this week. Tom Homan insulted AOC. Well, look, it's not an insult if it's true. She says Homan has no game, he has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. Try to tell people how to invade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime, committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen, were ordered removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying it's okay to educate them how to invade law enforcement. Look, we're not making this shit up. We're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. And we're not going to apologize for it. Not under this administration. We got great governors out there. Governor Pritzker, you ain't one of them. I met with Governor DeSantis yesterday. You know what he's done? He's passed one of the strongest state immigration laws in this nation. Do you know it's a crime in the state of Florida? It is a crime to enter the country illegally. He made his own state law. He has passed a law that he will fire any mayor or sheriff that doesn't help ICE enforce immigration law. The men and women of the Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you wearing that green uniform. You're the finest 1% this country has. So look, we're attacking the interior enforcement. For those who don't think those numbers are enough, I don't either. If you haven't seen, I'm happy with the numbers, but I'm not going to be satisfied until every criminal alien gang member, every criminal alien, every Trenda Agua is eradicated from this country and send their ass to Gitmo where they belong. Damn, I love my job. We got, and look, I already said we got the border locked down, we're crossing down 95%. We've already arrested 21, just above 21,000, and we're going to double the workforce. We're going to add more. We're going to add more targeting. We're going to add more teams. God bless the men and women of ICE. God bless all the DOJ components are with us. We've got U.S. Marshals, DEA, FBI, ATF, all these fine agencies helping us. And what's great about it, when we went to Chicago, Mayor of Chicago said I wasn't welcome to Chicago. Guess where the first place I went was? Chicago. But having DEA and FBI there and ATF was great. We found an illegal alien with a gun. ATF does a criminal charge. We found an illegal alien with drugs. We prosecuted that crime. So we're prosecuting these people before we deport them, and that's exactly what we should be doing. We're going to make this country safe again. The third rail, when President Trump told me, he said, Homan, secure the border, run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen, and find over 300,000 missing children that were sex trafficked or forced labor trafficked in this country. And we're looking for them. And we're going to save children. All these bad stories about Trump, you know, Homan, you're racist, you're a white nationalist, you're a mean person. Okay, I'll take that. Because you know what Homan's doing? I'm working for the greatest president of my lifetime, and we're going to save lives. Because when 95% less people coming across the border, how many women ain't being raped? How many Americans aren't dying from fentanyl overdoses? How many no-suspected terrorists aren't getting in the country? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked in this country when you have a border lockdown? We're saving lives. That's right. Stand up. President Trump's getting ready to come on stage. I got another message to the criminal cartels of Mexico. At the RNC, I said a speech. I said two things at the speech. If you're in the country illegally, you better start packing now. We're keeping that promise. The other thing I said on stage at the RNC, that President Trump is going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as a terrorist organization. He's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. After I said that, of course, I got numerous death threats. They've doubled the size of my security detail because all the cartels want to take Homan out. Well, I'll tell you what, come get some. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. You are now a terrorist organization. So word out to anybody that assists them, anybody that sells their drugs on the street, anybody that assists these cartels in any way, you are helping a terrorist organization, and the weight of the world's coming down on you. I read a story last night, the police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me. I looked at the numbers this morning. I stopped counting at 9. nine child rapists that were in jail in Massachusetts, but rather than honoring an ICE detainer, released them back into the street. You're not a police commissioner. Take that badge off your chest, put it in the desk drawer, because you became a politician. You forgot what it's like to be a cop. And guess what? The men and women of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they found those predators, and they're locked back up, and we're going to deport them from the United States. To the men and women of ICE, the agency I used to run, I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. For the 20,000 men and women that work for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself. What I've done recently, I brought a bunch of badass old school boys back. I got a guy named Mark Hall. Mark Hall went through the Border Patrol Academy in 1984. I said, Mark, you ready to come back and make a difference? He dropped everything he did to come back. I'm bringing a bunch of old school people back to show the young folk how we did it and how we're going to do it. And like I said, I want to leave you with this. I said I got 45 minutes left. Look, if Congressman J. Paul couldn't gavel me to shut up, no one on this building is going to get me off the stage until I'm ready to get off the stage. Now they turned the time red. I guess that's a warning. Look, here's what I'm going to say. And I hope you agree with me. If you agree with me, will you please stand up and let him know, because he's listening right now. The greatest president in my lifetime is back in the Oval Office. He's going to make America great again. He's going to make America healthy again. He's going to make America safe again. You got it. President Trump, God bless you. I'm proud to be back, and I'm not leaving until we fix this shit.
All right, you ready?
We've had 10 years of this, sweetheart.
And it's only getting bigger. Only getting beautifully bigger every year.
Bigger and better. So, our next speaker has appeared before you twice. She is, you're close, she is leading the charge with a few other great patriots, sovereigntists, to try to put Europe back on track. Our European friends, many of them are sitting right here, Santiago and others, Eduardo from South America, others know that the first step in getting Europe back to on track was America re-electing Donald Trump. And my beautiful wife has the honor of introducing someone she knows is a real hero to all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming live from Italy, the Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni.
Thank you much. Thank you, Mercy. And good morning, CPAC. How are you? Thank you very much for this opportunity to greet you, your guests, and above all, the incredible people of CPAC. You know how much I value this gathering. And I couldn't miss this edition, even if only from afar. And today, I address you with the pride of representing as Prime Minister an extraordinary nation that is Italy. A nation with a deep, unbreakable bond with the United States. And this bond is forged by history and shared principles. And it is embodied by the countless Americans of Italian descent who for generations have contributed to America's prosperity. So to them, allow me to say thank you. Thank you for being exceptional ambassadors for Italian passion, creativity, and genius. To this incredible nation, Italy, I dedicate my full energy. Our government is tirelessly working to restore Italy's rightful place on the international stage. We are reforming, modernizing, and reclaiming our role as a global leader. We aim to build an Italy that once again amazes the world. Let me tell you, we're proving it. The mainstream propaganda machine predicted that a conservative government would have isolated Italy, deleting it from the map of the world, driving away investors, and suppressing fundamental freedoms. They were wrong. Their storytelling was fake. The reality is that Italy is thriving. Employment is at a record high, our economy is growing, our fiscal policy is back on track, and the flow of illegal migration has decreased by 60% in the last year. And most importantly, we are expanding freedom in every aspect of Italians' lives. Why? Because we conservatives do what we say. We do what is right. We fight for what we believe in. And moreover, we trust people, not fear them. Unlike the globalist elites who believe the government should educate the people, forcing them to accept policies they never asked for, we believe in democracy. We serve the people, we do not rule over them. CPAC understood this fight. CPAC understood this fight. And again, I want to thank you for that. You have never given up. Even in the toughest moment, you have fought for a new victory. You have built a global network that has given a voice to millions who were silenced, so that conservatives everywhere would know they are not alone. And we are not alone, right? CPAC understood before many others that the political and cultural battle for conservative values is not just an American battle. It is a Western battle. Because, my friends, I still believe in the West. Not just as a geographical space, but as a civilization. A civilization born from the fusion of Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian values. A civilization built and defended over centuries through the genius, energy, and sacrifices of many. When we say West, we define a way of understanding the world where the individual is central, life is sacred, all men are born equal and free, the law applies equally to all, sovereignty belongs to people, and freedom comes before everything else. This is our heritage. And we will never apologize for it. My question for you is, can this civilization still defend the principles and values that define it? Can it still be proud of itself and aware of its role? I think so. So we must say loudly and clearly to those attacking the West from the outside and those sabotaging it from within with virus of cancel culture and woke ideology, we must say to them that we will never be ashamed of who we are. We affirm our identity. We affirm our identity and work to strengthen it, because without a deep-rooted identity, we cannot be great again. The radical left wants to erase our history, undermine our identity, divide us by nationality, by gender, by ideology, but we will not be divided, because we are strong only when we are together. And if the West cannot exist without America, or rather the Americas, thinking of the many patriots fighting for freedom in Central and South America, then it also cannot exist without Europe. Our adversaries hope that President Trump will move away from us. But knowing him as a strong and effective leader, I bet that those who hope for divisions will be proven wrong. I know some of you may see Europe as a distant or even lost. I tell you, it is not. Yes, mistakes have been made, priorities have been misplaced, especially due to ruling classes and mainstream media that imported and replicated in the whole continent the most reckless theories of American liberal leftism. These are the same elites who were recently outraged by J.D. Vance's speech in Munich, in which the Vice President rightly stated that before discussing security, we must know what we are defending. He wasn't talking about tariffs or trade balances on which we will each defend our interests while preserving our friendship. We don't need to say how interconnected our economies are and how the unpredictable results of a trade clash would play into the hands of other great powers. Vice President Vance was discussing something deeper: identity, democracy, freedom of speech. In short, Europe's historic role and mission. Many pretended to be outraged, calling for European pride against an American daring to lecture us. But let me tell you, as someone who is proud to be European, first, if those who were outraged had shown the same pride when Europe lost its strategic autonomy, tying its economy to autocratic regimes, or when European borders and our way of life were threatened by mass illegal migration, now we would live in a stronger Europe. Second, these ideas are not new for many of us. Brave European leaders have been saying this for a long time. I've said them many times before, even from the CPAC stage, urging Europe to rediscover its true and deepest soul, which has been sacrificed on the altar of wokeness, bureaucracy and mercantilism. These are common sense ideas, now shared by a majority of European citizens, as election results have shown. So Europe is far from lost. And it will never be lost as long as conservatives remain in the fight. There is a growing awareness. There is a growing awareness in Europe that security is now the top priority. You cannot defend your freedom if you lack the means or the courage to do so. Throughout history, Europeans and Americans have shown they are hearers to Pericles' words. Happiness depends on freedom, and freedom depends on courage. We proved this when we stopped invasions, won our independences, and overthrew dictators. And we have done it together the last 3 years in Ukraine, where a proud people fight for their freedom against the brutal aggression. And we must continue today, working together for a just and lasting peace, a peace that can only be built with the contribution of all, but above all, with strong leaderships. And I know that with Donald Trump leading the United States, we will never again see the disaster we saw in Afghanistan 4 years ago. So, border security, energy security, economic security, food security, defense and national security. For a simple reason, if you are not secure, you are not free. And when freedom is at risk, the only thing that you can do is to put it in the wiser hands. That is why conservatives keep on growing and are becoming more and more influential in European politics. And that is why the left is nervous. And with Trump's victory, their irritation has turned into hysteria. Not only because conservatives are winning, but because conservatives are now collaborating globally. When Bill Clinton and Tony Blair created the global leftist liberal network in the 90s, they were called statesmen. Today, when Trump, Meloni, Milei, or maybe Modi talk, they are called a threat to democracy. This is the left's double standard. But we're used to it. We are used to it. And the good news is people no longer believe in their lies. Despite all the mud they throw at us, citizens keep voting for us. Because simply, people are not naive as the left considers them. They vote for us because we defend freedom. We love our nations. We want secure borders. We preserve businesses and citizens from the green leftist insanity. We defend family and life. We fight against wokeism. We protect our sacred right to our faith and our free speech. And we stand for common sense. So ultimately, our struggle is hard, but the choice is simple. Will we surrender to decline? Or will we fight to reverse it? Will we let our civilization fade? Or will we stand up and defend it? Will we leave our children a weaker world or a stronger one? Will we want the new generations to be ashamed of their roots? Or will we recover awareness and pride of who we are and teach it to them? I made my choice long ago, and I fight every day to honor it. And I know that I'm not alone in this battle, that you are all standing with me, that we are all standing together. And believe me, this makes all the difference. Thank you all. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless the free nations of the world.
My name is Elise Stefanik. I'm proud to say I was born and raised in upstate New York. I've seen firsthand how insiders in Washington have forgotten to fight for average small businesses like ours on Main Street. I want to change that, because we deserve results.
Elise. Elise, how's Elise doing, right?
A Republican from Northern New York, the youngest woman ever to serve in Congress.
Elise Stefanik, the #3 leader in the House.
One of the former president's most loyal supporters.
What a job she's done. Thank you, Elise.
Thank God there are people out there like Elise Stefanik who doesn't just moan about things on Twitter.
Representing Fort Drum in upstate New York, Stefanik is a member of the House Intelligence and Armed Services Committee.
I rise today in strong support of the conference report for the
National Defense Authorization Act.
Stefanik won her swing district by 22 points, and last year was re-elected by 35 points.
Everyone knows upstate New York and the North Country is Elise country.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik securing a fourth term in office, winning by nearly double over her Democratic challenger.
Elise Stefanik, a name becoming more nationally recognized.
She is a superstar. It's Congresswoman who Adam Schiff could not silence.
This is the fifth time you have interrupted members of Congress, newly elected members of Congress.
Did I not realize when she opens that mouth, you were killing them, Elise? You were killing them.
House GOP Conference Chair Elise Stefanik is announcing a probe aimed at holding school administrators accountable.
I'm going to give you one more opportunity. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct when it comes to bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
I watched her run over the head of Harvard, the head of Penn, the great old Wharton School of Finance.
With 69 days to go, Donald Trump tapped New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik to be U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
It has never been more critical for the United States to lead with strength and moral clarity. I share President Trump's vision of a UN reformed by strong America first, peace through strength, and a return to this founding mission of promoting peace and security around the world. In closing, I will forever be grateful to my constituents in New York's 21st District. 10 years ago, upstate and North Country voters took a chance on a young, first-time, unknown candidate, and I commit to the American people that I will work my very hardest in the coming years to lead with moral clarity and American values.
Whether it's standing up for election integrity, whether it's defeating Liz Cheney to unify the Republican Party.
I'll always be your friend.
Are we ready to make America great again?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Ambassador Designate to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik.
Hello, America First Patriots. Are you excited to be here? It is so great to be back at CPAC with the Republican trifecta, a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and of course, President Donald J. Trump in the White House. Now, we know none of this would have been possible without you, the American people. So I want to thank you for years of hard work, sacrifice, and dedication to fire Joe Biden, elect President Trump to save America. And believe me, we know, and in fact, no one knows this better than President Trump and his entire family, that this election was not easy. The left and their loyal stenographers in the mainstream media stooped to new and disgraceful lows. They tried everything: vicious smears, unprecedented attacks on his family, unconstitutional impeachments, and illegal lawfare by a weaponized and corrupt justice system. President Trump even faced an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. But by the grace of God, he prevailed, and we are here today. Americans know that God was truly watching over America and President Trump on that fateful day. We will always remember that day in Pennsylvania, just like we will always remember November 5th, 2024, the once-in-a-lifetime victory of the most important election in history. That was the day when President Trump delivered truly the greatest political comeback of all time, winning the popular vote with an overwhelming mandate to save America, a mandate to make America strong again, safe again, healthy again, wealthy again, and to once and for all make America great again. And President Trump has wasted no time delivering on the promises he made to the American people. He has already accomplished more in 4 weeks than Joe Biden did in 4 years. The tremendous results speak for themselves. On day one, President Trump signed hundreds of executive orders securing our border, deporting illegals, unleashing American energy, ending woke DEI policies, lowering prices, increasing accountability, and ushering in a new golden age for the American people. President Trump rightfully declared a national emergency at the border and deployed the military, including the 10th Mountain Division from my home district in upstate New York, to secure our nation. Thank you to the soldiers and their families for saving our country and protecting our borders. Climb to glory, 10th Mountain. President Trump also signed into law the Laken-Riley Act, the first bill passed by our House Republican majority in Congress. President Trump has ended catch and release, restored remain in Mexico, restarted building the wall, and rightfully declared cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. President Trump is not only securing our nation, he is rebuilding the broken and failed Biden economy of inflation, malaise, and weakness. President Trump is putting America first by demanding fair and reciprocal trade, unleashing American energy independence, cutting regulations, and demanding the government work for we the people as President Trump doges wasteful un-American spending. And this is because President Trump knows that a strong, safe, and prosperous America at home is a strong America abroad. Our economic security, our border security, our energy security is also our national security. And the world is watching as President Trump reasserts his America First, peace through strength foreign policy. And I'm so honored to have been nominated by President Trump to serve in his cabinet as the United States ambassador to the United Nations as a part of this national security team. Our team is already hard at work on behalf of the President and the American people at Turtle Bay as I finish my work to enact his agenda in Congress on behalf of my constituents and the American people. When discussing this nomination with President Trump, the President shared with me that he sees great promise in the United Nations if it focuses on its founding mission of international peace and security. Just look at President Trump's record of international peace and security in his first term. He negotiated the historic Abraham Accords, the largest step to peace in the Middle East in over a quarter of a century. President Trump's maximum pressure campaign crippled Iran's capability to threaten instability in the region. His administration marked the only time that Putin did not invade another country. And there is no question that President Trump is the president of peace and deserves the Nobel Peace Prize for the historic achievements of his first term alone. And now look at what President Trump has already accomplished in just 1 month. He secured the release of 6 American hostages in Venezuela, 2 Americans in Afghanistan, an American-Israeli citizen held in Hamas captivity, a Pennsylvania teacher in Russia, and an American citizen in Belarus. The world knows that it is only because of President Trump that the innocent hostages viciously taken by Hamas terrorists are finally coming home, including those today. And President Trump is already effectively working to bring peace to the Russia-Ukraine war to stop the bloodshed. He's restored maximum pressure on Iran and redesignated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. And the world is watching as every head of state is clamoring to meet with President Trump because the world knows America First is back. And at the UN, are already at work with President Trump delivering results. We left the WHO, which covered up the truth about COVID. President Trump terminated the America Last Paris Climate Agreement. President Trump rightfully withdrew from the UN Human Rights Council that is a corrupt farce run by the worst abusers on the planet. The Trump administration imposed sanctions on the International Criminal Court, an illegitimate court fueled by raging anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And a top priority that I have worked on in Congress for years, President Trump defunded UNRWA, the pro-Hamas terrorist group that committed atrocities on October 7th. And make no mistake, hear it now, as President Trump's United States ambassador to the United Nations, we will not only defund UNRWA, we will dismantle it. President Trump also reinstated the Mexico City policy to ensure our hard-earned U.S. taxpayer dollars do not support foreign organizations that perform or promote abortions around the world. The U.S. rejoined the Geneva Consensus Declaration to promote and strengthen opportunities for women and girls around the world and to protect the family as the fundamental unit of society. And of course, our U.S. embassies have been instructed to fly the beautiful American flag and only our American flag. This is moral leadership. This is strong leadership. This is President Trump's America First, peace through strength. Now, I want to ask you, let me ask you this question. Do you all remember that famous congressional hearing with the anti-Semitic university presidents from Harvard and Penn? I should say former presidents after my questions. 5 down and so many to go. And mark my words, that hearing is the type of strong moral leadership that I will deliver at the United Nations on day 1. And I know that I will be serving as the United States ambassador to the United Nations and not the other way around. And I will always stand up for the American people, American sovereignty, and our America First values. That means I will always defend America's most precious ally, Israel. I led the charge to expose the rot of anti-Semitism on college campuses, and I will lead the charge on behalf of President Trump to root out the rot of the true den of anti-Semitism, and that is the UN. This past week, we continue to see with crystal clarity that our fight to support Israel and eradicate Hamas is a fight between good and evil, light and darkness, life and death. The hearts of the world shattered to learn the horrific fate of hostages Oded Lifshitz, Shiri Bibas, and her 2 precious sons, Kafir and Ariel. The world must never forget that Hamas terrorists savagely murdered over 1,200 innocent civilians, including women, children, the elderly, and babies, and took hundreds hostage, committing unspeakable atrocities against humanity on October 7th and thereafter. And as we learn more about Hamas's evil murder leading to this devastating loss of life of these innocent victims, we must be reminded that this must not be Israel's fight alone. It will never be Israel's fight alone. The absolutely heinous display of Hamas terrorists parading the coffins of murdered Israeli babies and lying about the remains of their mother to the cheers of a barbaric, animalistic pro-Hamas mob is an affront to all of humanity. And it has never been more important to show the world's unequivocal support for Israel, and it is clear that under President Trump's leadership, America stands steadfast in support of Israel and the Jewish people, and we will not rest until every hostage is brought home and Hamas is eradicated. At the UN, I will also work with President Trump, Secretary Marco Rubio, Elon Musk, and the DOGE team to ensure every single dollar that we send to the United Nations is in line with the founding mission of actually promoting international peace and security. We will not fund terrorism, we will not fund corruption, we will not fund anti-Semitism, and we will not fund anti-Americanism. The United Nations will hear loudly and clearly that President Trump's America First, Peace Through Strength agenda and record of results is back, and it is here to stay. President Trump has been relentless in pushing for a government that serves the interest of we, the American people, which is why he sent DOGE to protect our hard-earned U.S. taxpayer dollars. And let's take a moment to talk about DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. This initiative is as common sense and America first as it gets. And yet Democrats and the left mainstream media have spiraled into an utter state of panic, calling President Trump and Elon Musk a threat to democracy, when the truth is, DOGE is a threat to the swamp's bureaucracy. DOGE is draining the swamp just like President Trump said he would. And how about this? I think we need a global DOGE. We must expose the reckless and anti-Semitic and anti-American spending at the United Nations, and we will. So get ready. We are just 1 month in, and we will continue to work together to support the greatest president in the history of our country, President Donald J. Trump, to make America great again. Thank you again to all the patriots here at CPAC and across the nation. God bless you, God bless President Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And an exciting day 3 at CPAC 2025, live from National Harbor in Maryland. Christina Loren, what are some of the highlights for you here?
Oh my goodness, we have had a chance to talk to so many dignitaries, and just to see the conversations, the camaraderie that's happening right in front of us, and then behind us, President Trump just landed in Air Force One, and he's going to engage in a couple meetings before actually taking the podium. He will be the final speaker today here at CPAC. We're really looking forward to hearing from him, and we cannot bring you this coverage without our very generous sponsors, and we have a new one, and it is a great sponsorship. We want to tell you about the Byrna launcher, because freedom and security are the cornerstones of the American way. That's why RSBN has partnered with Byrna, a company that embodies these values. Byrna's commitment to safety is personal for every American, and that's why we stand behind Byrna's less lethal launchers. They're effective and easy to use. If you'd like more information, check out the description and the link.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above the fruited plains. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, you all know this land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America. God bless America, my home, sweet America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to America, it's the greatest country. America, God shed His grace on thee. Oh, God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Mary.
Thank you.
Somebody's clapping. That's nice. If that's better. Mike Lindell's clapping.
There we go. Sarah
Sarah's
Carter.
clapping.
The
Julie's clapping.
Levins. There you go.
All right. This one's from the heart, men and women of CPAC, and freedom lovers from around the world who are tuning in to this, what the national news media is calling the conservative United Nations. So how appropriate to have our next ambassador to the United Nations here with us today. 10 years ago, I had this amazing opportunity to go to Trump Tower and meet with someone who was a hero of mine, Donald Trump, in his big, beautiful office at the top of that big, beautiful tower. He did something unusual. He asked a lot of questions. And I thought, he can't run for president. He's too inquisitive and intellectual. And after that, I remember being on MSNBC and being asked why Donald Trump would run with all of the slurs that then was put before me on television. And I remember in my brain thinking, this is the moment. You're either going to start off by criticizing him, or you're going to defend him. And then this wonderful path started of standing up for this outsider and telling establishment Republicans and establishment conservatives that the old way was broken and it wasn't working. And the men and women of CPAC and the students of CPAC welcomed Donald Trump. We've welcomed him 15 times to this stage, more than any other person. We've stood on this stage and had the audacity to say that globalism would die. And lo and behold, I think it just did. And when Donald Trump decided to run for president again, we never listened to the siren songs when people told us it was time to listen to someone new or take a different path. We knew in our hearts, we knew in our souls that there was only one man ordained to do this most impossible of jobs. And that was verified by the tragedy that occurred in Pennsylvania, when Donald Trump got off the ground, stood up, showed us his measure of courage, and told the world that he would fight. For mercy and honor, for mercy and me, this is a great honor. We've been doing this for literally half our marriage. It's been the greatest professional and personal privilege of our lives to be a part of the resurgence of America and the defense of freedom. And this year, we're so proud to say that because of all of your hard work, America is back on track. And at CPAC 2025, it is our honor to present to you your president and freedom's leader, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And a very special hello to CPAC. It's been a long time. We've loved being back, and it's hotter than ever. This place is packed. You got to see outside. They don't know what's happening. They have no idea what's happening. And a friend is here from Argentina, and a friend is here from Poland. Stand up. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the nation's capital, where our movement is thriving, fighting, winning, and dominating Washington like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before. They used to have little smaller crowds here. There's a little bigger. The fraudsters, liars, cheaters, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing. The illegal alien criminals are being sent home. We're draining the swamp, and we're restoring government by the people, for the people. For years, Washington was controlled by a sinister group of radical left Marxists, warmongers, and corrupt special interests who drained our wealth, attacked our liberties, obliterated our borders, and sucked our country dry. Not any longer. But on November 5th, we stood up to all the corrupt forces that were destroying America. We took away their power. We took away their confidence. They lost their confidence. You know, do you ever watch? They lost their confidence. Oh, it's so nice to watch. And we took back our country. And we must be doing something right, because we've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had. And our approval rating is now the highest ever across all demographics. Rasmussen just came out at 56%, Insider Advantage 56%, RMG Research 57%, and we have many polls in the mid-60s, one at 71%. We like that, 71. And according to YouGov, a big deal, 70% of Americans believe that what we are doing is right, and we are keeping our promises. That's all we're doing, when you think, is keeping our promises. That's all we had to do. And their promises weren't worthwhile to go and vote for. They loved men playing in women's sports, open borders, little things like that. But don't tell them. Don't tell them. Keep it quiet. We'll tell them about a week before the next election. Now keep it quiet. Let them think it's a great thing what they're doing. You saw Maine yesterday, right? The governor of Maine. She's fighting to keep men in women's sports. You ever see what happens to a woman when a woman boxes a man who transitioned to womanhood? Did you ever see what happens? It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Let her do that fight. Let them all do that fight. Because I think that's about a 90-10 issue, and I can't figure out who the 10% are. Nobody can. So today I want to say thank you to all of the incredible patriots of CPAC and all of the incredible patriots in our country. 77 million, and it's actually much more than that, because despite that, they cheated like hell. It was just too big to rig. It was too big to rig. 77 million. Remember, you used to go, I said, look, we're leading in the polls by a lot. Don't believe the polls. Just go and vote. You got to vote. We're going to make it too big to rig. And they tried. But it was too big to rig. One of the great statements. We love it. Because everybody went and voted. We fought through hell together, but in the end we achieved the great liberation of America. We're liberating our country right now. We're doing all these things that you're reading about. We're liberating our country. I first spoke to this gathering 14 years ago, and I won your straw poll. I didn't know anything about a straw poll. They took this big straw poll, and I won by like 27 points. And I figured, you know, that's good. Maybe I should keep doing it, and I did. And I became president. Isn't that great? Who would think? Who would think? But he became president, too. He's a MAGA guy, too. Make Argentina great again, right? Make Argentina great again. I kept hearing about this man. I kept hearing about this man in beautiful Argentina, and it is beautiful, but boy, did it have inflation. Inflation made it less beautiful. I hear you're doing fantastically. We're very proud of you, actually. And make Argentina great again. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. But now it's my honor to address you for the first time as your 47th President of the United States. Great honor. I want to begin by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for the incredible job they do, and everyone they put together. They put together an amazing team. The American Conservative Union for organizing this event. You have some big players here. Senator Ted Cruz, Eric Schmidt, Jim Banks of Indiana. Where's Eric? Where is Eric? Is it? Hello, Eric. You can see Eric anywhere. If he's right in the back of the room, he stands up. They're all good. These are great people. Representatives Riley Moore, James Comer, Harriet Hageman, Byron Donalds, our great Attorney General. She's going to be great. Pam Bondi. Where's Pam? I don't know where she is. So many people. So many people. Secretary Doug Burgum. Secretary Chris Wright. Oh, he's going to get that energy out of the ground. Secretary Scott Turner. Our next ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik, who just gave a great speech, by the way. A very good friend of mine. Is this guy central casting, though? Tom Homan. Is he central casting? Where is it? Hello, Tom. Are you? Well, I love that. How could I love a guy like that? But I do. He's doing a great job. Thank you, Tom, very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday. I love that name. We're also honored to be joined by President Duda of Poland, who's a fantastic man and a great friend of mine. And we got 84% of the Polish people that voted for her, so you must be doing something right, huh? Hanging out with Trump. And again, President Milei of Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great guy. And the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico. Robert. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Nice to see you. The leader of the UK Reform Party, who, by the way, did really well in that last election. I've been his friend for a long time, and I wasn't sure, am I supposed to be his friend or not? But it never mattered to me if he did well or not. I always liked him, but it's easier to like him when he got the kind of votes he got. He really took it by storm, and they say he's going to do even better this time. Nigel Farage. Where is Nigel? Thank you, Nigel. Thank you. What a great guy. The leader of Spain's Vox Party, Santiago Obiscal. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought that was you. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. And a friend of mine, Eduardo Bolsonaro of Brazil, the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you. Thank you. Say hello to your father. Thank you very much. Great family. Great gentleman and your great family. And our great First Lady, Melania, is watching us right now on television. So give her a hand. Give her a hand. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, she's going to be happy. That's so nice. We love our First Lady. Everybody does. With the help of so many incredible supporters here today, we're going to forge a new and lasting political majority that will drive American politics for generations to come. I think we're going to do fantastically well in the midterms. You know, in theory, the one that wins the presidency does not do well in the midterms, but I think this is going to be a change. We're at a level, I don't think we've been at this level maybe ever as the Republican Party. We're a bigger, better, stronger party than ever before. More people in our party than ever before. But the people have given us a resounding mandate for dramatic change in Washington, and we are going to deliver it. We're going to use it, and we're going to make America great again by using it. So it's going to be something. But think of it, at the presidential level, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We swept all 7 swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, all by great margins. We won 85% of all of the counties in America. That means that map was red. Did you ever see the map? Did you see the certified map? Where is it? I want to see a certified map. It's all red. You can hardly find the blue. Think of this. They won 525 counties, and we won 2,600 counties. It's the biggest margin ever recorded. And incredibly, for the first time ever, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. It's never happened before. So it was indeed too big to rig. We won the largest number of African American votes in Republican history, by far. We won the largest number of Hispanic American votes, any Republican ever. Hispanic Americans, we love you. The energy, the brilliance of Hispanic Americans. We won all of the cities and towns along the Texas border, whereas before I ran, we won none. We never used to win any. I got a call from our great governor of Texas who said, President, you just won every single town along the Texas border to Mexico. I said, oh, is that good? He said, it hasn't happened since Reconstruction. I said, define Reconstruction for me. He said, that means essentially the Civil War. That's a long time. But that was when I first heard about it, actually. Our party has become the proud voice of hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I think one of the main reasons, not that we're conservative or not that we're anything else, we are the party of common sense. It's about common sense, right? It's all about common sense. Over the past month, we've confirmed an all-star team of warriors, patriots, visionaries, and put the America First agenda into action. I see Doug Burgum sitting right over there. I tell you, he was so good. I looked at him. I said, I got to have him here. I got to have him. He was a great governor. He's involved with a little thing called energy. He's got the Department of Interior, and Chris Wright has the Department of Energy. So Chris has no energy, and Doug has all of the energy. Chris has more interior, but he doesn't have. So I merged them. So now you have an energy guy, and you have the guy with all the energy, and you're going to drill, baby, drill, aren't you, huh? Drill, baby, drill. And Catherine, stand up. His wife is incredible. She is such an incredible woman. Incredible woman. You got very lucky, Doug. It's good to be successful, isn't it, Doug? She's an incredible woman. He's an incredible guy. In addition to the great cabinet secretaries we have here today, we confirm Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to end the woke insanity and rebuild our military. Pete is fantastic. Thank you. To stop the weaponization of federal law enforcement, I know about that, I think, better than any human being on earth. This week, we swore in a new director of the FBI, somebody that everybody wanted, Kash Patel. Kash is great. He's a popular guy. He went through with the blessing of a lot of good people, too. I'll tell you, it was great. To end the politicalization of our intelligence agencies, we confirmed Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who is something very respected, highly respected. And to make America healthy again, we confirmed Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Great guy. We need him. We need him. You know, there's a number on autism as an example with children, autism. And you go back 15 years, it was from 10 to 20,000. You had like 1 in 10 to 20,000. Some say 10, some say 20, but it was in that vicinity. That's a big vicinity. Now it's 1 in 36 babies have autism. 1 in 36. Think of it. It was 1 in probably 20,000 people. Now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. Something's wrong, and Bobby is going to find it. Working with Dr. Oz, by the way. Working with Dr. Oz. Together, we've achieved more in 4 weeks than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We made a lot of progress. I heard O'Reilly last night say Donald Trump, for the first 4 weeks, is the greatest president ever in the history of our country. That was O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly, he's all right. You know who he said second was? George Washington. That's not bad. I beat George Washington. I love beating George Washington. Thank you, Bill. On our first day in office, we declared a national emergency at our southern border. After years of politicians using our military to defend foreign borders while leaving our country defenseless and helpless, we deployed a group of people, active duty troops, to defend our border and repel the invasion of our country. This was an invasion. You know, we had a great first term, a really great first term, and I called it an invasion. And we had great numbers, but now we have the best numbers we've ever had. We've never had numbers like this. We've done it all in 4 weeks. Think of it. That was Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the whole group. On day one, I ended the catch and release. I reinstated Remain in Mexico, and I signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. Because it wasn't meant for these children. It wasn't meant for people that escaped or invaded, came into our country illegally. It was meant for the children of slaves. Because when it was done, many, many years ago, it was during a very tough period in this country's history, and that was meant for the children of slaves. I wish people would understand that so they could get this thing approved and we don't have millions and millions of people coming into our country and they shouldn't be here. This week, I also canceled temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti. They're pouring into our country. Pouring in. If I weren't elected President, there'd be nobody in Haiti anymore. They were pouring in at levels from other countries too, all over Africa, the Congo, all over South America. And they were coming in from prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, jails, and gang members. And you have to see gang members, drug lords, people that are drug addicted. They were sending them all into our ridiculous and very stupid Biden open border. Our border czar was Kamala. Haven't said that name in a while. I haven't said that name. No, I haven't said that name in a while. Kamala. I'll bet nobody knows her last name. Nobody ever knows her last name. Even during the campaign, you'd have to say Kamala. It's strange, you know, a little different name. Kamala, because her last name was Harris. I used to say Senator Harris. Nobody knew who the hell I was talking about. So I had to go Kamala. But think of it, I was beating Joe badly, really badly, and they changed him. I'm the only one that ever had to beat two people. I had to beat two. Had to beat two. We beat two. I didn't beat. You beat. You beat two people. No, he was doing badly. That's like the great Dana White. He has a fight, and one guy's doing really badly, so when they take him out, they put another guy in the fight, the same guy that's... I had that. Never happened before. A lot of things we do never happened before. Do you ever notice that? We're the first in everything. So we beat two candidates. They said, who do you run against? Well, we ran against Biden, and we ran against Kamala Harris. But illegal border crossings now have plummeted by almost 100%. The border czar never called the border, never called the great people of the border. They have unbelievable... I called them so much they couldn't take my calls. They hated me. But then they became to love me. You know why? Because the border people want to have great borders. But you have to call them on occasion. How are we doing today? Pete, how are we doing? You have to call. And we called the right guys. I became friends. You know, the Border Patrol endorsed me. And these people, you have no idea. They weren't supposed to, because you're not supposed to do that. I don't think you're allowed to do it. Actually, they did it anyway. They said, this is crazy. But these are great people, and ICE, and our general law enforcement, and by the way, our great, great firemen and firewomen, too. They were great. They all endorsed us. With the police, we got high 90s in terms of, and many of them were unionized, you know. We have a young lady who's right now going for the Department of Labor, and she tends to be a little bit on the slightly left of center. And everybody said, why did I do that? I said, you know why I did that? Because unions like her and labor likes her and a lot of people like her, and she's very solid, very strong, and she's going to do the right thing. But they all voted for us. They didn't vote for me, they voted for us. We got the Teamsters, we got the firefighters, we got the police, we got the auto workers, were so great. We had tremendous support, so I think it's nice to give them a person in the center, because that's what she's going to be very good, I think. But a lot of people said, why'd you do that? I said, because I want to do something nice for these people that voted for me. Oh, gee, what a great political move that was. Now they're all saying, what a great political move. No, it's all common sense. Remember that. Remember that. Sean O'Brien was fantastic. The whole group, they were great. Over the past few weeks, we've begun the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a very moderate man, but he was very strong on that. He didn't like people running into our country and taking over our country. I'll tell you, I had 4 years. I don't know if you had this. I couldn't stand it. Don't get angry. Donald, don't get angry, please. I couldn't stand it. Watching these people come in from jails and mental institutions and the worst criminals in the street, gang members being dropped off in buses and bussed into our country. I couldn't stand it. So I said, I'm going to run for president again. And now we don't have that problem. Now we don't have that problem anymore. We don't have that problem anymore. We now have the best border we've ever had. And by the way, if they can ever find my world's favorite chart ever in history, I'll show you what it was when I left. And now it's even slightly better. Can you drop that chart, do you think? I don't know. I never tell them about this, but they used to drop it like magic. If they can, they'll drop it. Who the hell knows? But it's my favorite chart. My favorite chart in history. We're liberating communities like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, that have been occupied by illegal alien criminals from all over the world. We're rescuing the Americans whose jobs have been stolen, whose wages have been robbed, and whose way of life has been absolutely destroyed. And under the Trump administration, our country will not be turned into a dumping ground. We're not going to do it. We're going to have a great country again. It's going to happen soon, a lot sooner than you think, and we're going to have so much money coming in from tariffs. Oh, you're going to say, your senators and your congressmen are going to say, please, sir, please, you're making us look so bad. We have so much money coming in. I didn't know this was going to happen. Please don't do this to us. We look very bad. But they're great. They're doing well. I tell you, the Republican senators they're sticking together. The Republican congressmen and women are sticking together. Every once in a while, you have one that wants a little action or something. I don't know what it is. It's so sad to see. I just hate to see it. I hate to see it, but they're sticking together. One thing about the Democrats, they have rotten, horrible policy, the worst policy in history, but they stick together. We have great policy, but sometimes they don't stick, but they've been sticking for us. They've been sticking. And I think the Speaker and the leader have done a fantastic job. That's Thune and Johnson, and I think they've done, two guys really working hard and they're really doing a great job. But we have a lot to stick with. We have a lot to stick together for, because what we've done has never been done before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this, and nobody's ever seen 4 weeks like we've had, especially the 4 weeks, the first 4 weeks. You know, that's like if you golf, when you sink that first 4-footer in the first hole, it gives you confidence on the next hole. You sink another one. Now you go into that third hole and you can't, and by the time you get to the fifth hole, you feel you can't miss, right? Like a baseball player, he gets up and he hits our first one, and then the second at bat, he hits that one. And, you know, and we have great confidence. And they've lost their confidence, as I said. They really lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stone cold mean, but they're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. I don't even talk about CNN. CNN's sort of like, I don't know. They're pathetic, actually. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing. She took a sabbatical where she worked 1 day a week. They paid her a lot of money. She gets no ratings. I should go against her in the ratings, because I'll tell you, she gets no ratings. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 Trump. All different subjects, Trump this, Trump that. But these people are really, I mean, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party. They should be paying. Is that Gordon? Yes, is that Gordon? The great Gordon Chang? Is that Gordon? Stand up, Gordon. Wow. We have everybody here today. Thank you very much. How am I doing on China? Am I doing good? Am I doing good on China? Tell you one thing, nobody's ever done like I've done on China. Nobody ever let people know what was happening with respect to China. And I happen to like President Xi, and I have tremendous respect for the people of China, love the people of China. But we've been treated very unfairly by China and many other countries. And we're not being unfairly treated anymore. We had that down to a science in the first term, and then they lost it. You know, we lost over $1 trillion to China this last year under Biden, Crooked Joe Biden. What do we like better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? Ready? Crooked Joe or Sleepy? Ready? Crooked Joe. Sleepy Joe. Got to stay with Crooked. He had one ability that I didn't have. He could do something that I couldn't do. I don't say that because he was a horrible golfer. Remember, he challenged me during the debate to a golf match? He said, I'm a 6 handicap. I said, you're not a 36 handicap. He said he's a 6. And then he said, well, I'm 8. Remember? I said, that was quick. Picked up 2 strokes. He said, no, I'm an 8. But he's not a 36 handicap. But he had one ability that was amazing. He could go with cameras on him, television, fake news on him, probably because he knows they wouldn't cover it badly. You know, they covered him as well as you can cover him. How the hell can you cover the guy well? But he had this incredible ability. He could barely walk in the sand. Somebody thought he looked great in a bathing suit. And he'd walk in the sand pulling a thing that weighed about 6 ounces. You know those aluminum? See, aluminum's very good. You can, a child, it's meant for children and very old people to lift, right? So he would put it down, and he'd put it down, and he'd fall into it, and he'd immediately fall asleep in front of the media. I could never do that. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I could never do it. No, he was Sleepy Joe, but he was crooked as hell. You know, there's no question. He was a sleepy, crooked guy. Terrible, terrible president. He was the worst president in the history of our country. I don't care, I'll say it. Jimmy Carter passed away recently, and he passed away a happy man. He was a happy man when he passed away because he said that it's not even close. Joe was the worst, and believe me, I have to clean up the mess. I'm cleaning up the mess, and it is a mess on the border with inflation. To go over every single thing he touched turned to shit, okay? Everything. It's true. It's true. That's true. Now Franklin Graham's angry at me. You know that. Franklin wrote me a letter. He said, I love your speeches. I love them so much. But they'd be better if you would never use foul language. And I told him, I said, Franklin, you know, Franklin Graham's a great guy, by the way, does a great job. The son of the great Billy Graham, right? But I said to Franklin, you know, sometimes you need it for emphasis. And he said, no, they'd be even better if you wouldn't use any bad language. That's not really a terrible word, you know. But that's a much more appropriate word, a better. What word would I use to describe? What word could I use? It's and we have to be truthful too. So you know, all countries are now taking their illegal aliens back, even those that stated strongly, "We will never take them back. Don't ever send them to us." But they said that during the Biden administration. They never said it during my administration. Venezuela's taking them back. They're all. Colombia's taking them back. Remember, Colombia said, "We will not take them back," he said. And within about 13 minutes, I think, we would love to take them back. In fact, we will send our planes to pick them up. Remember? And they said, what happened? What happened? And you see these Venezuelan planes loaded up with some real nice people. You wouldn't have wanted to be the pilot on any of those planes. But they know we're not playing games, and just this week I officially designated bloodthirsty cartels and murderous gangs as foreign terrorist organizations, something which Biden didn't want to do and nobody wanted to do. It's true. The full might and power of the federal government will now be dedicated to eradicating MS-13, Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan prison gangs. These are very nice fellows. The only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people. It's true. Remember when they used to say, people that come in from foreign countries are nice people. These are wonderful people. These are good people. They're not murderers. They're not terrible. These people make us look like babies, okay? You know the Hells Angels? They're among the nicest people on earth when you compare them to these thugs. And the Hells Angels actually love our country, if you can believe that. They actually do. But their members and their leaders in the United States will be hunted down. I'm talking about MS-13. They're hunting them down. We removed tens of thousands, MS-13, Trendiragua, rooted out, arrested, and expelled from our soil like the savage monsters that they are. We don't have anybody coming up from Argentina. Nobody's coming up from Argentina to facilitate the mass removal of criminal aliens. I also issued an executive order to make available the full capacity and detention. We're going to use Guantanamo Bay. We have a detention facility that's actually massive. Nobody even knew it existed. Holds thousands of prisoners. We never used it. For 4 long years, you had a president who put illegal aliens up in penthouse suites in beautiful hotels on Park Avenue, on Madison Avenue, or on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Now you have a president who is stamping their ticket to Gitmo on a one-way trip back to the places from which they came. Wonderful places. Big difference. My administration is also moving swiftly to save the U.S. economy from the train wreck of inflation and worse that Joe Biden created. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. It was a disaster. That was a disaster. I terminated the Green New Scam. One of the greatest hoaxes ever played on this country is the Green New Scam. We spent trillions of dollars on this nonsense, and just a total hoax. It really set back our country, I want to tell you, monetarily and every other way. And I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate where everybody has to have an electric car. And if you want an electric car, get an electric car. If you want a gasoline-powered car, if you want to have a hybrid, you get it. The only thing you can't do is a hydrogen-powered car. You know why? They said it really works great, but when it doesn't work, you never find the body. That's a bad sign. You know, when it doesn't work, they found the body on a tree about 250 yards up the road. It's seriously bad. So we'll leave hydrogen out of it for a little while, I think, or maybe permanently. I'd say permanently. To crush inflation by slashing spending, I imposed an immediate federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze. We're given to countries that hate us. We're giving billions and billions of dollars to countries that hate us. And I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency. You probably haven't heard of it, which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And Elon is doing a great job. He's doing a great job. We love Elon, don't we? It's that guy, he's a character. With his son X. We love X. He's the only one can get away. His son's really named X. He's the only one can get away with naming his son X. If we ever did it, they'd say, you're crazy. But he's great. He's doing a great job, and he doesn't need this either. He doesn't need it, but he wants to see, he's a patriot. People said, well, what official position does he have? I said, patriot. Oh, they didn't know. They said, that was good. He's a patriot. Here are some of the flagrant scams that, as an example, they've spent money on and we've been able to recapture for a large dose of it at least. $520 million for a consultant to, think of it, $520 million. $520 million. When I hire consultants and they just take advantage of me, it's a horrible thing to watch. And I give them $25,000. I feel I'm overpaying. These guys got $520 million. Environmental, social, governance, and investments in Africa. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and socially responsible behavior in Colombia. This is Colombia, South America, not Columbia University. Of course, that might be worse, actually, based on their actions. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows where. Who are they? Where do they come from? Just sedentary migrants. Nobody even knows what a sedentary migrant is. If they were sedentary, they wouldn't be a migrant, right? They wouldn't move. No, they wouldn't move. They'd stay in the same place. Right, Doug? $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcisions. Why are we going to Mozambique to do circumcisions? It's a lot of money. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. Here's a beauty. $486 million to a consortium of elections and political process strengthening ideas, of which $22 million goes to inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova. $29 million goes to strengthen the political landscape and help them out so that they can vote for a radical left communist in Bangladesh. You had to see who they supported. You wouldn't believe, yeah, you would believe it. Nobody in this room would be in that group. $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. $18 million for helping India with its elections. Why the hell? Why don't we just go to all paper ballots? Let them help us with their elections, right? Voter ID. Wouldn't that be nice? We're giving money to India for elections. They don't need money. They take advantage of us pretty good. One of the highest tariff nations in the world. We try and sell something, they have a 200% tariff, and then we're giving them a lot of money to help them with their election. $32 million for the Prague Civil Society Center. $14 million for social cohesion in Liberia. $9.7 million to develop a cohort Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. Think of that. Millions of dollars for sex change operations in Guatemala. $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. They put on a little play on the street. $20 million. You could do it on Broadway and have $19 million left over. No, it's a scam. They get kickbacks and all sorts of things. It's a scam. Who ever heard of it? Think of it, $20 million Sesame Street, a play. We're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. We have, look, let's assume that people, generally speaking, in our case, and everybody in this room, we're going to all live way over 100, but this is a little ridiculous because not too many people are going over 100. Everybody, hopefully, in this room will. But there are in the Social Security ranks and files. And what we're doing now is finding out, do they get paid? Do they get paid? In other words, is somebody taking all of this money? So they have over 100 to 109, 4.7 million Social Security numbers. Think of that, from people whose age is over 100. 3.6 million people whose age is over 110 years. 3.47 million people who are over 120 years of age. 3.9 million people whose age goes from 130 to 139 years of age. 3.5 million whose age goes from 140 to 149 years old. 1.3, see, it's coming down now slowly. No, it's all a scam. The whole thing is a scam. 1.3 million people, 1.3 who are over 150 years of age. And over 130,000 people are listed on our Social Security rolls as over 160 years of age. Now the final is at 1,039, so now we're down into reasonable numbers. 1,039 people are listed between the ages of 220 years old to 229. And we have one person who's listed at 241 years of age. And We have one person listed at 360 years of age, an all-time record, and our country's 250 years old. So that person's substantially older than our country. Under our administration, there will be no tolerance for Social Security fraud. We will not allow anyone to cheat our seniors, and those who will do that will be prosecuted by Pam, Bondi, and others. We are also going to Fort Knox. I'm going to go with Elon. And would anybody like to join us? Because we want to see if the gold is still there. We want to see. Wouldn't that be terrible? We open up this Fort Knox. It's just solid granite that's 5 feet thick. The front door, you need 6 musclemen to open it up. I don't even think they have windows. Wouldn't that be terrible if we opened it up and there was no gold there? So we're going to open those doors. We're going to take a look. And if there's 27 tons of gold, we'll be very happy. I don't know how the hell we're going to measure it, but that's okay. We want to see lots of nice, beautiful, shiny gold in Fort Knox. Don't be totally surprised. We open the door, we'll say, there's nothing here. They stole this too. Now, we have a very corrupt group of people in this country, and we're finding them out. We're removing all of the unnecessary, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucrats from the federal workforce. That's what we're doing. And under the buyouts, we offered federal employees more than 75,000 federal bureaucrats. Think of that. Have voluntarily agreed to surrender their taxpayer-funded jobs. We want to make government smaller, more efficient. We want to keep the best people, and we're not going to keep the worst people. And, you know, we're doing another thing. If they don't report for work, we're firing them. In other words, you have to go to office. Right? Right? Look at her. If you don't report to work, you know, that's another scam. You know, who the hell, if I'm staying home, I'm going to, let's see, my golf handicap would get down to very low number. You'd be shocked if I told you the real number. But I would be so good, I'd try and get on tour. I would be so good. I'd call up, I'd say, listen, I'm really working here. Where are my clubs? Where are my clubs? Either that or, in many cases, they have second jobs while they're getting paid by us. So one of the reasons they're leaving is because they don't want to have to show that. And we're demanding to see that information. How many jobs have you had? Who paid you while you were working for the government? And we are demanding that people, if they work for the government, they have to show up and sit in an office and do their job, right? And we've also effectively ended the left-wing scam known as USAID, the agency's name. Has been removed from its former building, and that space will now house agents from Customs and Border Patrol. Beautiful. And at the ultra-left CFPB, which was terrible. So many people have been hurt by that. I used to get calls from lending officers, from owners of small banks, and they were almost crying. What they did to those people, they destroyed them, put them out of business. It was established by Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. Does anyone know? Remember the Pocahontas scam? I'm an Indian, therefore I'm entitled to be a senator. I'm an Indian. She said, could we see proof of that, please? She said, well, the only proof I have is my mother said I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's no good, right? Remember she went out? I really spooked her, I tell you. Remember she went out, she couldn't take it anymore. She was calling her Pocahontas, Pocahontas. Everyone knew she was not an Indian. I had more Indian blood than her, and I have no Indian blood. I'd be honored to, but I don't have any, but I had more than her. Do you remember she went out and she had a blood test? And it came back and she was so happy because it said 1,024th. That means everybody in this room had more than her. But because there was even a scant, in other words, 1 million years ago, something could have happened. And she was so happy that she released it and she got killed. That was the end of her presidential career. She does not like me very much. But she's a very angry person. Do you notice the way she is? She's always screaming, and she's crazy. These people are crazy. The radical left is meaner. I don't know what it is, Doug. They're meaner than us, aren't they? We're like normal people. You know, we're smart. We get our word, but we don't go crazy. Of course, they'll take my little rant from 15 minutes ago, the fake news. He lost control on the stage. He lost control. And they'll have me screaming, having to do with Franklin, poor Franklin. He lost control of the stage. Oh, these people are bad. They are really sick, too. I don't get it. You know, you think they'd want to love our country. They have no ratings anymore. Nobody listens to them. Nobody believes the fake New York Times. Washington Post is doing no business. They're losing all their business. Nobody believes them. But we've escorted the radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locked the doors behind them. We've gotten rid of thousands. I withdrew the United States from the corrupt World Health Organization. I withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council. The council is horrible, and I withdrew from the terror-supporting UN Relief and Works Agency. The UN has such great potential, but not the way it's run now. It's terrible the way it's run now. We stopped all taxpayer money to these corrupt institutions. And by the way, just so, because who the hell knows, we got to talk about something very important. The war between Russia and Ukraine. People are being killed, mostly young men, mostly Russian and Ukrainian men, at levels you've never seen before, thousands of people a week. And I've spoken to President Putin, and I think that thing is going to end, but it's got to end. It's a horrible, horrible thing to watch. I'm dealing with President Zelensky. I'm dealing with President Putin. I'm trying to get the money back that, or secured, because, you know, Europe has given $100 billion. The United States has given $350 billion because we had a stupid, incompetent president and administration. 350. But here's worse. Europe gave it in the form of a loan. They get their money back. We gave it in the form of nothing. So I want them to give us something for all of the money that we put up. And I'm going to try and get the war settled, and I'm going to try and get all that death ended. So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get. But we feel so stupid. Here's Europe. And, you know, it affects Europe. It doesn't really affect us, except we don't like to see two things. Number one, how Biden got us into this thing in the first place. Terrible. But why is it that he didn't ask for equalization? Europe should put up more money than us. But even if you said the same thing, how come we went so far out front? And he didn't know that Europe gets his money back. They did it in the form of a loan. We don't get our money back. We get nothing. So we're getting our money back. We're going to get our money back because it's not fair. It's just not fair. And we will see. But I think we're pretty close to a deal, and we better be close to a deal. Because that has been a horrible situation. It would have never happened if I were president. And by the way, October 7th, Israel would have never happened if I was president, too. It would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money to give. Everybody knows that. Jewish people in the audience know that. Iran was broke. They were not giving money around. And when I got out, they took all the sanctions off Biden. And Iran became rich very quickly. With oil, you can become rich very, very quickly. And the rest is history. What a horrible thing. Even though the hostages are coming back, I saw it this morning where we got 6 more back. Biden got none back, by the way, just so you understand. None. 0. He would have never gotten any of them back. But they're coming back in pretty bad shape. It's a horrible thing, and many are dead. Many are dead. So we'll see how that all ends up, but it's a horrible thing. But I just want you to know we're working on that. That's a very big part of it. And I don't like talking about it because we're in the middle of negotiations. But it's a very, very sad. It's a very sad. Would have never happened. There was no way. Russia was never going to go in, and they went in because of a lot of reasons. And so many people are dead. Far more people are dead than you're reading about. You know, when they blow up all these cities, all those cities are, They look like demolition sites. Every single building is down. All of those beautiful golden towers that are 1,000 years old, they're lying on the ground in smithereens, blown to smithereens. There's nothing left of them. They're just lying on the ground, never to be rebuilt again, not possible to rebuild them again. And all of that heritage is gone. People have done a really horrible job. That would have never, if I were president, zero chance that a shot would even have been fired. It wouldn't have happened. So sad. To further turbocharge our economy, we have launched the most aggressive deregulation program in any nation's history. And we're also going to be seeking the largest tax cuts in American history. Again, we brought them down, as you know, from close to 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing them down to 15% if you make your product in the United States of America. We're defending the American worker like never before, and that's why the auto workers and the union workers and the Teamsters and so many others, they supported us, the firemen, the policemen, so many others, whether they were union or non-union, they all supported us. They supported, it's called workers, and they supported us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Weeks ago, I imposed a 10% tariff on all goods coming from China because of the fact that they're sending fentanyl into our country, through Mexico, by the way. I'm not happy with Mexico, or I'm not happy with Canada either. I imposed 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and aluminum, and I will soon impose reciprocal tariffs on any country that charges us. And by the way, the reciprocal means they charge us, we charge them, same thing. So nobody can be upset, right? But we have countries charging us 200%, and we charge them nothing. They charge us, we charge them. Our country's going to become rich again, very rich. I always say it's my favorite word in the dictionary. The word tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary. You know, we were the richest relatively from, think of this, from 1870 to 1913. That was our richest because we collected tariffs from foreign countries that came in and took our jobs and took our money, took our everything. But they charged tariffs, and we had so much money, they set up the 1887, think of that, a long time ago, 1887 Tariff Commission. It was a commission of very important people to determine where we should spend all of the tremendous, vast wealth that we had. We had so much wealth. Wouldn't it be nice today? Of course, now we give it away to transgender this, transgender that. Everybody gets a transgender operation. It's just wonderful. No, we give it away like to crazy things. But in those days, it was different. It was a different world. It was a different country. But we were very rich because of tariffs. And I get myself in trouble because I say that tariff is my favorite word. And the fake news went crazy. What about God? What about wife and family? What about love? I said, okay, tariff is now my fourth favorite word. I got myself into a lot of trouble with that. You can't believe it. I said, tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary, and I got killed by the fake news. So I say now, it doesn't sound good. Tariff, it's my fourth favorite word. I go, tariff is my fourth favorite word. It sounds so terrible, but this way I'm free. I write free, you know. I don't get clobbered by the fake news. But tariffs are also a powerful tool of diplomacy, and all around the world are moving quickly to bring back peace through strength. We have the greatest, you know, I rebuilt our entire military in the first term. We left a lot of it, although a lot of it, but very small relatively, in Afghanistan. The Taliban has it. You know, they have their parade every year where they take our military vehicles and run them up some little street, and like it's their form of a military parade, and it makes me angry when I see that. Angry. When I see that, I get angry. You know, we give them, I don't think anyone knows this, we give Afghanistan about $2 or $2.5 billion a year. Do you know that? For aid. We need aid ourselves. And I'm going to go back, and I told them yesterday, I want to look at it, but if we're going to give them money, it's okay. But I want them to give us back our military equipment that they have. They're selling it. Doug, would you take that, please? All right. Write something up. No, I want them to give back. If we're going to give them that kind of money, let them give back the military equipment, which they have. Where they have tanks and trucks and guns and goggles. They have goggles. They have night goggles, better than we have, brand new right out of the box. It's unbelievable. So I want to do that, and I want the. If we're going to pay them, I want to get that equipment back. Okay, Doug can do it. He's one of the guys. He's a business guy. To him, he's sitting there saying, how the hell did this ever happen, right? Can you believe it? We give them billions of dollars, and we gave them our military equipment. Just tremendous numbers of billions of dollars worth of military, billions and billions. We have a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're joined today by several survivors of the captivity under Hamas, including Noah Argamani and Ilana Gretovsky. Wow, look at that, how beautiful. What a beautiful group of people. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you're sitting next to a great guy, Sebastian Gorka, who's also now in the administration. From day one, right, Sebastian? He's been a loyalist from day one. We love Sebastian. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you, everybody. That's very nice. Beautiful. We're going to make it work somehow, you know. We're doing the best we can. We started. It should have never happened. That's the sad part. Would have never happened. If I were president, that I should have been. If I were president, it would have never happened. But it did, so we're doing the best we can with it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also with us are family members of some individuals who are still hostages, and we will not rest until all of the hostages have been returned back home. Some of them are coming home in very bad condition, and some of them are coming home only as bodies. They're dead. We have a lot of them coming home now. They're dead. And these are largely young people. Young people don't die. Young people are young people. They don't die like this, but they're dead. And the parents come to me and they say, please, sir, could you get my son back? How old is he? Sir, my son is dead. It's important, just as important as if that son were alive, to get the body back. It's amazing, actually. Amazing. Just as important. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing, though, the parents. The parents are strong. I mean, look, strong. What does strong mean? Strong is their life is ruined. Really, it's ruined. I see the people. But they come up to me, and it's so important to get the body back. They know. And some are not sure. They're 80% sure he's dead or she's dead. But they have that little glimmer of hope, and I say, let them have that hope, right? Let them have that hope. But getting the body back is just as important as getting the son back healthy or the daughter back healthy. It's amazing to see when I see the level of intensity and love and sorrow and tragedy. As I said in my inaugural address, it's my hope that my greatest legacy will be as a peacemaker, not a conqueror. I don't want to be a conqueror. Under the Trump administration, every day brings more good news for America. I've ended all of the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government and the private sector, and notified every single government DEI officer that their job has been deleted. They're gone. They're fired. You're fired. Get out. You're fired. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. That was easy. I banned men from competing in women's sports. And I also proudly banned the use of... Yeah, thank you. We banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of your youth. Could you imagine making a speech like this 10 years ago? People would say, what the hell is he talking about, right? This is a sickness that came along with critical race theory and all of the other things that we had to put up with. And it's all out now, critical race theory and transgender insanity. It's all gone from our schools and from our military. And I believe it's gone, too. I think we've turned the heads of even the people that, if you can believe they're believers, I don't know if they were, but I believe that it's all gone. And I've directed the reinstatement of any service member who was expelled from the armed forces due to the COVID vaccine mandate. They will be returned to their former rank with full back pay. Full back pay. I banned government censorship from your voices and brought back free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. We do have it now, actually. Now, this was a very vicious regime, you know. I was put under investigation more so than the late, great Alphonse Capone, one of the great killers of the world. Trump, my father would look down my mother. How the hell did this happen to my boy? This wasn't... No, I was under investigation at a far greater level than Al Capone or anybody else, probably in the history of our country. These people are sick. They're sick. They're bad people. I ended Joe Biden's weaponization as soon as I got in. I said, I'm going to hit him with the same stuff. But I ended his whole weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. I was so happy to do that. They weaponized government. They weaponized government. I pardoned hundreds and hundreds of Biden's political prisoners, including Christians, pro-life activists, and the J6 hostages who were treated terribly for years. We even got rid of people like Pete Buttigieg, who did the worst job of anybody in the history of transportation. What a bunch of losers. I revoked the security clearances of Anthony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, John Brennan, James Clapper, and every non-patriot who lied to cover up Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We took away their security clearances. And they're not allowed to enter any government building either. I also revoked Joe Biden's security clearances, the Biden crime family security clearances, and they'll no longer be allowed to access state secrets while selling themselves all around the world. Oh, well. Now, these were bad people. These were bad people. And I do that because this should never be allowed to happen again. What happened to me in this administration, what happened on J6, what happened on all of the things they did that were so bad, should never, ever be allowed to happen again. And on a friendlier note, I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. And as you know, many years ago, Jimmy Carter gave away the Panama Canal. And Panama started the process of giving the Panama Canal, by the way, the most expensive development ever in the history of our country, relatively. It would have been $1.5 trillion in today's dollars. 38,000 people died from our country building the Panama Canal. They died from mosquitoes and snakes. Think of it. They paid them 5 times their salary. They brought them to Panama, and they had a 25% chance of dying. They dug under nets so the mosquitoes wouldn't get them. But we lost 38,000, mostly men, laborers, construction workers, because it was such a harsh way to live. It was very brutal. They died. 38,000. Again, it was the most expensive thing we ever built, and they gave it away for $1 to Panama. And last year it made $5 billion. Also, that's one of the most successful projects ever built in terms of money, monetarily. And it's the 8th wonder of the world. It connects 2 oceans, with one being 16 feet higher than the other. Think of it, the Pacific and the Atlantic. Think of what that is. You're going through dikes and canals. Amazing what they did. It was really a wonder of the world. We gave it away for nothing. But we didn't give it to China. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama. We're going to take back the Panama Canal. In a matter of weeks, we have restored America's pride, America's confidence, and America's spirit. According to a brand new poll from Rasmussen, the number of Americans who believe we are on the right track now exceeds the number who think we're on the wrong track. This is the first time in 23 years. That's hard to believe. And we had one poll where we're at 81% right track, wrong track. I guess it depends on who, but that one poll, because Rasmussen's been a good poll, first time in over 20 years that we've had a positive number on that. That's great. That's great. November 5th, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. I'm pointing to Mike Lindell. That man suffered. That man suffered. The FBI thugs went up to him and they took away everything he had. He suffered. And Mrs. Lindell. was a great guy. They went after him. It was just terrible. This was a vicious weaponization of your government. But he's all, I'll tell you, he stood up. He's all man. He stood up strong. And nothing was going to faze him. And I want to thank you on behalf of everybody, Mike. You put up with a tremendous amount. And he never changed his mind. He said that election of 2020 was rigged. And he's more of a believer today than he was even 4 years ago. But now it's okay to say it, Mike. Now it's fine. Now, that's why, you know, when it comes to a day where you can't challenge crooked elections, we've got a real problem in this country. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization, and total incompetence, those days are over. They're over. But we cannot stop now. We're going to push forward every single day. In the immortal words of that great American hero, Captain John Paul Jones, I have not yet begun to fight. And neither have you. So together for the next 4 years, we are going to stand strong. We are going to work hard. We are going to fight, 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 and win, win, win. Thank you to CPAC. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. God bless America. Thank you very much. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Not a lot of events where we get to finish up hearing YMCA, watching President Trump dance off the stage, but CPAC gave you another chance to have that rally feel. And what an amazing speech. He was gratuitous. He thanked everybody who has helped him get to this point. He talked about his agenda and how he's making it all happen. And the man is so enthusiastic. He still has more on his schedule for today. We're going to keep you covered right here on RSBN, so make sure you stay tuned. You can follow us on X, of course, Twitter, and you can also find us on Rumble and YouTube. We couldn't bring you this great coverage if it wasn't for our sponsors. We're so grateful for our sponsors. And we have a new one to tell you about, and this is a really helpful item. It's called the Burner Launcher. Freedom and security are the cornerstones of the American way, and that's why we partnered with Burna. It's a company that embodies these values. They are located in Fort Wayne, Indiana, right in the nation's heartland. Burna's commitment to safety, it's personal for every single American. And as a passionate advocate for the Second Amendment myself, I truly understand the importance of self-defense. That's why I stand behind Burna's less lethal launchers. They're effective, they're easy to use, and most importantly, they're legal in all 50 states. And this is something, as a woman, you can feel much safer walking around, having a Burna launcher in your purse, having one in your car, a less lethal alternative to keep you safe. Whether you're protecting your home or your loved one, Burna they're powerful, less lethal kinetic and tear gas ammunition launchers. They can incapacitate attackers for up to 30 minutes, allowing you to protect yourself and your loved ones without legal ramifications. Burna.com/RSBN is where you want to go. You'll receive 10% off. And make sure you go to that website, Burna.com/RSBN. That way, not only are you helping out our sponsor, getting a great item that can help you stay safe as well, but when you use that /RSBN, we make sure that people know at Burna that it came from watching this feed and that you're supporting RSBN.
Yes, and President Trump in his session talking about Tom Homan and the protection that he's putting on for putting America first and allowing us to continue to protect its citizens and continuing to do that. I was going to talk about our friends at Colonial Metals. Those close to retirement can't seem to catch a break today. Maybe it's you or it's a family member you're concerned about. It's time to take control of your future. Don't let bad policies and record inflation take your lifetime of hard work away. Our sponsor at Colonial Metals Group helped me with my goal of protecting my financial future. Having a self-directed IRA where I can safely store gold and silver assets that have stood the test of time, no matter what the economy or the government policies are, makes sense to me. Colonial Metals has helped me create a self-directed IRA where I can have direct access to my assets. If you have an IRA, 401k, or another type of retirement account, you need to go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles as our great country. They help Americans take control and safeguard their future. Their team of experts specialize in protecting your retirement with the most trusted store of wealth in human history, physical, gold, and silver. Go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for your Colonial Metals Group Retirement Protection Kit, created specifically for our followers. That's freegoldguide.com/RSBN or call 866-317-2159. Qualified applicants can receive up to $10,000 and additional silver to their account. Call now. Well, we actually got a little look at, too, recently with President Trump talking about going into Fort Knox. Many of our elected officials talking about that as well, not having access to the gold. And Doge is supposedly also going to be going in to specifically look at that. It's kind of a mystery right now, Christina.
Oh, I can't wait to see everything that Doge will continue to uncover as they go into the Department of Education. They're even going to take a look at the Federal Reserve. And so, obviously, the IRS is on that list as well. This feeling, after President Trump speaks, it's like we're all recharged. And you can feel it, the people walking around after they just had a chance to see the greatest president of all time give a rousing speech. He said, thank you. It was such a beautiful sight to hear him to see him and hear him talk to the people who helped him get elected. It has been a long 3 days here at CPAC. We want to thank you for joining us for every single moment of the action. Make sure that you stay tuned to RSBN, because RSBN has a news desk now covering live breaking news, covering every single step that President Donald J. Trump takes, so that you know what's going on. And it's all about transparency for him. We are showing you that transparency right here on RSBN. So like and subscribe. Remember, you can follow us on Instagram. We invite you.
Yes.
Follow Ashley. Follow me, Christina Loren, on Twitter, Instagram, and of course, Facebook as well. We want to thank you so much for joining us. We're so grateful to you for being a part of what we brought you here at CPAC.
Well, thank you so much, Christina. I've had the best time working with you through this whole conference. It's been a fantastic 3 days, and we really want to thank the viewers and being able to watch us on X, Rumble, and YouTube. And special shout out to our co-host as well, Bobby McNeely. Yes, follow him as well. Yes, but a great conference overall, my first. So really reminiscent of coming to a completion right now and seeing President Trump. We were able to go in for quite a little bit of a second to catch the last part of his speech. So really impactful. So thank you so much.
He is the greatest president, and he just proved himself again. What a speech, what a man, what a country we get to call home.
Yes.
I'm grateful to share a country with you and you as well. Thank you for joining us. Right now we're going to send it back to the studio.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.